X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time.
Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled mind. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now, watch me not now, punch your face now. Show you how.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Oh, I forgot to flip my camera thing up. Rookie mistake. What's going on, everybody? Here, I gotta get... There we go. Let's get it nice and centered. Nice and centered. There we go. Hey, everybody. How y'all doing? It is so good to see all of you. Over 100 people here already as soon as I go live. That is so wild. It is so crazy to see this amount of support lately, and I really do appreciate it. I want all of you guys to know that if you've been part of this big wave of support lately, I really, really appreciate it. Hey, Show Floor. So good to see you all. Welcome. Lucky Otter, Thefala, Cactcullis, sorry. It's so good to see all of you. We got a lot of regulars in here already, right off the bat. Wingo, of course. Wingo is here. I've been loving your YouTube videos, and I thought I'd come to see where it all happens. Well, thank you for coming to check out the stream. I do my best to produce entertaining streams, and I hope that you do enjoy them. I understand, though, if you prefer the, like, edited and sort of, like, specifically curated videos that go up on the channel. I completely respect that if that's your preference, but hopefully you enjoy the live version, too. I always love seeing a lot of people watching live, because the more people that are here when I'm live streaming, the more people there are to interact, the more people that are, you know, actively participating in the discussion, and it's just always really nice. I always enjoy it. The more people, the better. Plus, the more viewers, the more legitimate as a streamer I look. Canon Vosh Zan crossover? What the fuck have you just sent me? What a nightmare. What a nightmare. What the fuck is this? That would be my reaction to seeing that, dog. I like how I've got the vape. I don't know what that is. It's like... Is there like a wick on this vape? It looks like a candle, but I see what you were doing there. I assume you made this? This is a great video. I would, yeah. If I saw that, I'd kill myself. Easy. 100%. I would absolutely kill myself if that happened. That is a great video, though. Not mine, I just found it. Well, whoever made it, it's a great video. That is some good animation. And it's like actually animated, like shit moves in that video. I can't believe we've got our first like high effort shitpost animation. Like the Xanderhall community now has our first high effort Xanderhall related shitpost video. This is a big like milestone for the channel. God, we just can't stop growing. I am really excited about how the channel's been blowing up lately. It is actually wild how many big milestones in channel achievement we've hit recently. I mean, you can look at the Social Blade and see how much the channel's been growing. The stuff with Lance did result in like a pretty big slowdown in channel growth because I had to purge a bunch of people that are defending abuse apology off the channel. But the channel's kind of like growing at the same rate that I had to purge them. So we're still popping off. Cirrus is at MomoCon, so I'm a hang out with the cool kids here. Well, there you go. Cirrus unfortunately hasn't been able to join us for WoW as much, probably due to the fact that you know, he had to go to the anime con. Lance is so disappointing. Indeed, yes. Being Canadian has a lot of negative effects on people. The symptoms are severe and incurable. Xanderhall plays WoW? Yes. Yes, I play WoW. I do in fact play WoW. I am in fact a World of Warcraft player. Classic specifically, because I'm based. What class? Warrior. I play a Tauren, because I like the Horde now. I'm a Horde supremacist now. And I like Classic because it's good. And I like playing Warrior because it's hard. But then at the end of the game, when you get to raiding, it becomes the best class in the game. Keffels is Canadian? No, Keffels is trans. J-Man G, thank you for the $50 super chat over on YouTube. I really appreciate that. Very based and kind of you. Said, Zanman, question for you. How is Elon Musk the savior of climate change and an engineer who doesn't understand server bandwidth? FY from a Canuck F. Lance. Good Canadian. You are a good one. I mean, Elon Musk is not the savior of climate change by any, or like, savior of climate change or savior of humanity from climate change. He claims that. His dick riders claim that, but I certainly don't claim it. I don't agree with that claim at all, actually. So I don't know how I can defend it. But thank you for the $50 super chat. That is extremely, extremely generous. I really do appreciate it. All support you guys send my way, likes, just comments, just views, subscriptions, and even donations, or especially donations. I really do appreciate it, guys. But yeah, thank you for the $50. Hot damn, that is a lot. That is very, very kind. I really do appreciate it. And then also, Darcel Saber, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Very kind of you as well. That is a very generous $5 you sent my way. Said, haven't been able to catch streams lately, but love watching the VODs. Also, my boyfriend's birthday is tomorrow. Can you get a happy birthday? What's your boyfriend's name, Darcel Saber? Can you say in chat? I will absolutely say happy birthday, but if you're fine saying your boyfriend's name, I'd like to say happy birthday blank would be ideal. You can get a clip of that. Scott? Happy birthday, Scott. I hope it's a good one. And hopefully you enjoy the stream. You're the most base Scott I know. I've never met anybody named Scott one-to-one. Like, one-on-one. I don't know anybody named Scott. Like, as far as I know, I actually don't know anyone named Scott. So you are now my favorite Scott. Scott Cawthon? Yeah, in that case, you are definitely my favorite Scott. Yeah, definitely. Holy shit. Yeah, okay, Scott Cawthorn. Yeah, that's one Scott that I know of. You're definitely better than him. Holy shit. But happy birthday. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub, Darcel Saber. I really appreciate it. Let me update the dono goal really fast. That puts us at $5 dues. Thank you so much. And then we also got a $5 super chat from SC over on YouTube. Thank you. Said, have you played Skyrim? A bit. And if so, Race and Build re-downloaded it recently after years and I'm hyper-fixating again. Send help. I really do want to do a stream of Skyrim, but my Skyrim playing was the same as a lot of people's, where I would get to, like, Whiterun, do a few quests, and then I would, like, get distracted and play another game. And then when I come back to Skyrim, it's like, oh, shit. Like, I don't remember what happened. Like, I feel like I should start a new character. And I'd start a new character, and then the cycle would repeat. And that's basically happened 5 times. Wait, Wingo, why? Wingo, why are you doing the meme? I am the Skyrim guru. Ah, I see. Well, I don't really know all that much about it, but I would love to play through the entire game on stream at some point. Gotta finish Fallout New Vegas before I do that. There was that $50 super chat at the start. Yeah, but super chats don't go to me until next month, so I can't count them in the dono goal, because I don't get those for a month. YouTube holds on to that for, like, 5 weeks. I won't see any super chat donos for, like, 5 weeks. J-Man G, thank you for the $10 additional super chat. Thank you. Says, my meaning as far as Elon is the savior of climate change is that's what I hear his defenders say, and it makes me enraged as a broadcast engineer. Dude literally could care less about solar. Yeah, no, he is a fraud in every way, shape, or form. He's what's called a technocrat. He basically uses the aesthetic of, like, Reddit, like, tech worshippers. People who want there to be a real-life Tony Stark Iron Man, like people who literally want the Emperor from fucking Warhammer lore to be real, and they want him to be that Emperor. They think that he's like this revolutionary figure who's going to bring a whole new age of like technology to the planet. So even the chuds that kind of have to admit climate change is real can get behind Elon because he's sort of like this hyper-populist, like, techno-fascist. So it's really just all lies. Much like any other conservative figure, it's just his defenders are lying. It really is just that simple. Could it really be that simple that his defenders are just lying? Yeah. Yeah, it is. It is that simple. That's what's happening. I love this commentary. I love this commentary too. I'm having a great time so far. 255 people already here, by the way. Hey, if you're watching right now and you want to support the stream, consider dropping a like. It really does help out a lot. That thumbs up that you hit underneath my YouTube stream, it forces YouTube to push the stream to more people. So every single like really goes a long way, and it's totally free, and it only takes half a second. So seriously, consider hitting that like button. I really do appreciate it. And all of your support is just very vital to the preservation of this channel, to the success of this channel. To the explosive growth of this channel. You want to be able to say you were here before 1 billion subs, right? We've been out here? Yeah. The STEM throaters don't understand that Elon is a fucking idiot and they bring great shame to the real STEM collective. No, I think a lot of, like, well, obviously it's the STEM deep throaters on Reddit that aren't actually involved in any STEM fields, but yeah, I mean, I think most people involved in engineering think he's an idiot. Or, like, any type of STEM field. Nice, maybe I'll come visit sometime if you're interested in hanging out. Are you talking to me? Xanderhall, can we name our section of the left the Nanners left? No. I unironically think if we're gonna call this section of the left, this like sane, not fucking purity testing, gatekeepy, weirdo part of the left, if we're gonna give ourselves a name, I think it should be LeadTube. Cause what better distinguishing quality of like the not overly sensitive, gatekeepy, weirdo lefties, what better separation to, like, name yourself after than guns? How many woke scolds do you think have fired a gun in their entire life? How many woke scolds do you think could without crying? Exactly. LeadTube. Like lead in bullets? LeadTube. Yeah, play on BreadTube, but actually cool. No, not LED tube, LED. Xanderhall refusing to debate Thought Slime until they upload a video of them firing a gun. No, I'll debate Thought Slime if Thought Slime wanted to debate right now. Thought Slime won't debate me. Like, if I had Thought Slime in a call with me right now, it would be over for Thought Slime's career. Yeah, and it's almost like LeftTube, yeah. It's 2 letters off from LeftTube. Thought Slime would get rolled? Yeah. Just the second I started questioning about the sex cult stuff, it'd be over. And the fact that Thought Slime has since then quadrupled down on the sex cult stuff, saying it wasn't even hyperbole. Like, they didn't mean sex cult as hyperbole by any means. They literally meant sex cult. My back's stubborn today, chat. Ugh. You just have to ask them about their actions and tweets and they'd still lie? No, you go on the offensive. Okay, something I've been wanting to know. Has Illuminati been taken off of the podcast she was on? I saw her picture missing. Okay, this is the funny thing, alright? So the official podcast episode that was uploaded, or the episode of the podcast that was uploaded by another one of the podcast members, shows the original, like, thumbnail where she's in it, and it's, like, about the fact that, like, it points out that she's in it, and then in Lance's thumbnail for that same episode of the podcast, there's, like, a inconspicuous black line that's put there as, like, flavor that just, happens to crop out Illuminati. And his upload of that podcast episode. Oh, it's so amazing. Also, he still has his video defending her up on another website. Like his other platform, Nebula or whatever. Or not Nebula, it's that YouTube alt platform. He still has the video defending her up. And attacking the victims. It's still up. Not Nebula, it's that other platform that's like really YouTube-like. My tweet about it popped off? Really? Holy shit, yeah it did. Wow. How it used to be versus how it is now. It appears Blair, Illuminati, has either potentially been removed or left the Leftist Mafia podcast. And then this is Lance's upload with the black line that just sort of like cuts her out. But all the other uploads of the podcast have her there still. But then even better, Lamau, they really went... That is pretty good. That is pretty good. It's a pretty good meme. What do I think of Nebula? Pointless. Bro, I'm so glad I'm on LeadTube and not BreadTube. Let's go. To be fair, she is more like Stalin. Still works. Regardless. I think the leftist mafia is going over this situation tonight. I love that they literally call themselves the leftist mafia. I literally, like, said there's, like, a industrial complex circle of these, like, lefty content creators. And they call... Their podcast is called The Leftist Mafia. Yeah. To be fair, it would roll off the tongue better if it was called The Leftist Landlords, you know? They could have kept Blair on. And it could have been The Leftist Landlords. Because she was a leftist landlord. The people's landlord, Xander, excuse you. Exactly, the people's landlord. Alright. You guys ready for the first segment of today's stream? I hope you guys are mentally prepared. Because this is gonna make your brain hurt. Nose be itching. Or not nose, ear. Same thing. Your ears are basically like noses on the side of your head. Only instead of smelling smells, they smell sound. Alright. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, everybody. So, as many of you guys might be keeping track of, but certainly not keeping track of as closely as the right does, surprisingly enough, considering most of you are gay, is the fact that Pride Month is on its way. We are literally a week away today from Pride Month starting. The month of June is Pride Month, and as you all know, this means that the right is going to lose their fucking mind. In fact, Matt Walsh just yesterday tweeted that, quote-unquote, the trans agenda, or sorry, the woke mob isn't ready for what we have planned for this Pride Month. I'm very excited, is what he said. So apparently, Matt Walsh has some pretty huge, quote-unquote, plans for Pride Month this year. You know, maybe he'll end up causing more bomb threats to get sent to children's hospitals that he claims are doing gender-affirming care or something. Like he and Libs of TikTok did last time. I really can't tell you what they have planned for this year's Pride Month, but I can tell you there will definitely be a shooting. There will 100 billion% be a Nazi shooting somewhere in America during this Pride Month. There's no way it's not gonna happen. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. And don't start giving me shit saying I'm transphobic, because when I say things happen, they happen, and then I'm making it happen, and that makes me transphobic because I'm causing it. Don't you fucking say that, okay? I am saying right now, with the amount of violent rhetoric that has been spat out by the right for the last year, since the last Pride Month, oh boy. oh boy, this June, there is going to be some insane right-wing hysteria. The groomer rhetoric is going to reach a fever pitch. And it's not going to fly when it comes to the ballots. Like, it's not going to win the right in the elections, but the craziest of the craziest of the craziest crazies, the ones who've got their guns ready and are just fiending for blood. What time of the year are all these crazy motherfuckers who think trans people and gay people are groomers probably going to plan to commit their violent terrorist attacks? They're going to do it during Pride Month, when there's the highest magnitude of Pride celebrating events. There's going to be something. There's going to be some kind of attack. And there may be multiple. But it's pretty scary. In fact, it's so scary, and it's so likely at this point, that this is an article from NPR I'm going to be reading. Target removes some Pride Month products after threats against employees. Target is removing some merchandise celebrating Pride Month from store shelves after facing a backlash against the products, including threats against the safety of its workers. The retail giant said in a statement posted on its website Wednesday that it was committed to celebrating the LGBTQIA+ community, but was withdrawing some items over threats that were, quote-unquote, impacting our team members' sense of safety and well-being on the job. Quote-unquote, given these volatile circumstances, we are making adjustments to our plans, including removing items that have been at the center of the most significant controversial behavior, the company said. Pride Month takes place in June, though some of the items were already on sale. Target did not reply to a series of follow-up questions from NPR, such as which items were removed and whether it was increasing security at its stores. So the right has already taken this as a big win. They see this as like, or at least they're framing this as like Target responding to the right's extremely successful boycotting and like, you know, acquiescing to their desires. But in reality, and very clearly as Target has stated, they have literally decided that the safest option to prevent their employees from being assaulted or killed by random conservatives who have been, and we'll get into it in a moment, the meltdown videos in Target stores of conservatives like destroying displays and attacking and screaming at workers in said stores because there's like Pride-related merchandise already being sold now in a lot of stores because Pride Month is coming. The companies decided that to protect their employees from the psychos who have been having already, before Pride Month has even started, already been having meltdowns, public meltdowns in their stores. To protect their employees, they are discontinuing and not selling several Pride-related things. And I'm going to guess the Pride-related things in question are any Pride-related merchandise that is in children's sizes. That's probably what they've discontinued. Oh, you mean the Karens win? I mean, they will literally come to the stores with guns and kill employees. Like, that is a risk that is very, very possible. Target as a company isn't acquiescing to a financial concern. It's the fact that come June, there is a very high chance that someone comes into one of their stores with an AR-15 and starts mowing down employees. And shoppers alike. It's happened quite a bit. Like, I mean, there was literally just recently a neo-Nazi in Texas who shot up a mall. Yeah. The tuck-friendly bathing suit was for adults. Yeah, the right wing's coverage of that has been very dishonest. They were basically trying to claim that Target was selling, like, tucking bathing suits and tucking clothing for kids, but said tucking-related clothing was in adult sizes only, so yeah, it was just a manufactured outrage. They basically make up the kids part of any trans-related thing, because once people start associating trans and kids, then they start getting kind of iffy. And so if they can just focus every single, like, moral panic about trans people around kids, regardless of whether or not kids are even involved, then they can stir up hatred. Conservative activists and media have also bashed Target in recent days for selling quote-unquote tuck-friendly women's swimsuits that allow some trans women to hide their genitalia. They say some trans women because many trans women have cocks too big to tuck. It's just it's an issue. That's why they had to clarify some. The The Associated Press reported. I don't know why they decided to say some trans women. I guess because some trans women have bottom surgery. But I like the implication that some trans women just have cocks too big for the clothing to be able to, like, have an effect on. Yeah. All those trans women out there cursed with a massive cock. Alright, those swimsuits are among a group of products under review by Target, but that haven't been yet removed. Okay, so the tucking swimsuits haven't been removed. In addition to public criticisms of the company, video has also emerged on social media of people throwing pride displays to the floor in a Target store. Extremist groups want to divide us and ultimately don't just want rainbow products to disappear, they want us to disappear, Kelly Robinson, president of the Human Rights Campaign, said in a tweet. The LGBTQ+ community has celebrated Pride with Target for the past decade. Target needs to stand with us and double down on their commitment to us, she said. I mean, this is a very clear indication of the fact these massive corporations are only doing what makes them money. And if there's like a risk that their employees are going to get shot up in a store if they support Pride, they'll reel it back a little bit to lower that risk. Michael Edison Hayden, a senior investigative reporter and spokesperson for the Southern Poverty Law Center, a civil rights organization that tracks hate crimes, told NPR that Target's reversal would only serve to encourage more violent threats. If Target is going to wade in on this, and they're going to put support out there for LGBTQ+ people, I think once they enter that fray, they have a responsibility to stand by that community, he said. I agree. As soon as you back down like this, you send a message that intimidation works. And that makes it much scarier than if you had never started to begin with. Target is the latest company to face criticism and boycott threats over products aimed at supporting LGBTQ people. Bud Light faced a major social media backlash and saw sales dip after Anheuser-Busch ran an ad campaign featuring popular trans influencer Dylan Mulvaney. Earlier this year, Target CEO Brian Cornell said in an interview with Fortune's Leadership Next podcast that the company wants to support quote-unquote all families and that its quote-unquote focus on diversity and inclusion and equity has fueled much of our growth over the last 9 years. There was also apparently a recent, I heard this from a conservative outlet, so it very well could be untrue, but apparently there was like a Target executive meeting where the words, "We don't want this to be a Bud Light situation," were said. If that doesn't make it more clear that these companies are not in fact woke and they're just following the money, if that doesn't make it more clear to you than anything else, then I don't know what will. They're just following the money. So yeah, it's pretty worrying. And of course, you're seeing a lot of videos like this coming out. There are just too many. Actually, I'll stop the music so it's not playing over. There are just too many videos like this to count, or for me to dig up and show on stream, but a lot of videos from Targets have been popping up in the vein of this.
Hey, do you guys support the satanic pride propaganda?
Yeah, both.
You support it?
Satan and pride.
You support Satan?
Mm-hmm.
What's God gonna think of that?
I don't believe in God.
So you
Did
think
you need help with something?
you support the
She's hot.
propaganda that's targeting the kids?
And based.
There's nothing targeting kids.
It's all over kids' TV shows. It's all over. They're targeting
Kids
the kids.
can choose to wear whatever they want.
Oh, I should clarify, by the way, this isn't from this month. This is from last lead up to Pride Month. Target does the Pride thing every year. They do this all the fucking time. But this is the first year we've had this level of vitriolic genocidal hatred for trans people be at the forefront of the culture war. It's going to be so much worse. And there's been a lot more videos that are more recent popping up. If you guys in chat want to link them, we can. But, you know, there's a lot of them.
Do you support the sexualization of kids through pride propaganda by corporate?
Sir, is there something that we can help you with?
I'm just asking people questions. What about you, sir? Do you support
I'm not
this?
answering any questions, but if you're here to cause any disturbance in the store...
I'm just asking questions. Do you work
but
for the
you're
Target?
disrupting...
Do you work
yes,
for Target?
I do, actually.
Where's your name tag?
I am the undercover loss prevention.
Oh, okay.
So...
I'm just asking questions. So do you support this satanic propaganda?
You know what's funny as well is conservatives have been arguing that large companies have been going bankrupt due to shoplifting. It's a dog whistle for black people. Basically, conservatives are trying to push this idea. They basically vaguely suggest it that black people are taking on this trend of shoplifting massive amounts of stuff, and it's causing these massive big market stores to go under. because like and shut down because they can't afford all the shoplifting. It's like a very blatant racist like narrative they're trying to push. But the funny thing is, the guy that appears in the video is literally undercover loss prevention to stop shoplifters. Because this fucking fantasy the right is making up isn't real. No level of this fantasy is real. They live in a fantasy land that's only convenient for them.
I'm not
Like she
answering
does?
your questions. What you need to do is you either need to leave the store.
God will judge you guys.
Okay.
I mean, I can't. He won't if I don't believe in it.
And also, is that our shirt?
Yeah, it is.
Are you going to purchase that shirt?
Hey, ma'am, do you support this?
What did I just say?
You support pride propaganda?
Please stop.
Whoa,
I
I'm buying
need you-
this.
I need you to.
Whoa, let
you just
go,
said you're
man.
not buying it.
I'm gonna buy it and burn it.
Okay, that's your choice. You can totally do that.
Oh, what?
You really owned this corporation and the woke mob on that by paying for the shirt and then with your own money and then burning it. You really owned them with that.
I said is you need to leave. You can't ask anybody any more questions. You can't disrupt
Freedom of
any more
speech. Call the
people.
police.
Do you want me to?
Yeah, call them.
Okay.
Trespass me. I don't care, dude.
Okay.
Clearly.
You think I care if you trespass? I've done.
He got arrested, yeah. He ended up getting arrested for this, and he's gotten even worse recently, apparently, the same guy. It might not be the same guy, but I'm pretty sure it is. And apparently he's on the fast track to get arrested again this year. He never gets arrested for any like long amount of time. Like there's a lot of like people online that just they're like far right streamers that just live stream themselves or record videos themselves fucking with people in public, usually doing stuff like this, and they get arrested all the time, but nothing really comes of it. Like they get like a night in jail and they just keep doing the same thing and just keep getting a night in jail. And so they realize, wait, I can just go into stores and like fuck with people, and all I'll get for it is like a night in jail, and I get a viral video out of it. And so that's why guys like this do that, because they've gone to jail multiple times. They know it's like really no big deal for them, at least in their view, the consequences of this. They just keep doing it over and over again. The police aren't really willing to recognize a pattern of this behavior and then shut it down.
Done this
No,
1,000
we
times.
Never, we never said that.
You guys are satanic.
True.
See, open satanic. Satanists, guys. That's what we're gonna get up against. Is open Satanists like her.
You're just anti anyone.
Hey, excuse me, ma'am. Do you support pride?
No, you can't disrupt any more
you
guests.
need
You
to
need
stop.
to leave.
Sorry, no.
Sir, do you support the?
At what point can the loss prevention officer decide this guy's shoplifting and then like choke slam him to the ground? Is the loss prevention officer allowed to do that? Like, how do they prevent loss if they're not allowed to accost shoplifters? Can he not just accost this guy? I wonder. The one time you wish they could. He cannot legally do that. Really? I mean, I guess that's good, but at the same time, the one time you want the loss prevention officer to be able to throw hands with the guy who's stealing something from the store.
The satanic
I
pride
need you
propaganda?
to- Sir?
He doesn't.
No, he just doesn't care to talk to someone who's so hateful and judgmental.
Look at this dude, like, licking his lips. It's like he's looking around for more people to bother, and he's, like, horny
Hey,
for
excuse
it.
me. Do you guys support this?
They do.
Do you guys support the
So we-
propaganda?
Yeah.
You do?
So you can
It's
please
satanic, man.
please ignore.
Do you know what the real rainbow stands for?
You can.
Remember, guys, these people on the internet, and it is these people, like, this is how they are in real life. These are the people who spend their time online playing these cool, composed, disaffected characters that attack you and accuse you of being triggered and angry and a snowflake, insensitive, or not insensitive, overly sensitive. These are the people that are online accusing you of that shit. I think it's really important that lefty figures, like, amplify shit like that, because it's videos like that, of the left doing things like that, that basically built an entire era of right-wing propaganda, cultural domination. Oh, his name's Ethan Schmidt, apparently. Another video, but this one's from February 12th. Ethan Schmidt destroys Target's pride propaganda.
Inform consumers. We're going to try to get the insert. Because Alex Jones says that there is no insert. There's nothing on it. So.
Look at his little bitch baby slaps. It's like he's scared to do it.
It's disgusting. That's devil worship. That's devil worship. That's devil worship. Call a cop.
It's like a $10 sign. Yeah, I got that.
Okay, end it.
Inform consumers.
All right. Yeah. So these are the people that we're up against. I want you to know that. And as far as voting and actually having an impact on the polls, this like heavy focus the right has had recently on anti-trans propaganda is not going to save them. They are going to suffer heavily in the polls from this. Actually, recently, let me see if I can read you guys a short bit of an article pertaining to this. Here we go. Oh, don't give me a pop-up. There we go. GOP attacks on transgender kids fall flat. Culture war attacks have been the crux of the Republican Party's strategy for the past few elections, and while some hit their mark this time around, particularly on crime and immigration and races where Democrats failed to rebuke them early and forcefully, others fell flat. GOP fear-mongering on the transgender agenda hit an all-time high this year, with ads targeting transgender children running in at least 25 states totaling at least $50 million. Imagine, like, the people who want you dead have $50 million to spend in one election cycle on propaganda to, like, convince people you deserve to die. That is how much power and money the opposition has. That is why they are able to build such a massive smokescreen to convince you that they have more social power within the American population than they actually do. Yet the candidates who made these attacks the centerpiece of their argument to voters failed at the ballot box. We used Ad Impact to look at ads run in September and October in the most competitive gubernatorial races in the U.S. to assess the political effectiveness of these attacks. 3 Republican candidates ran high-expenditure attack ads around transgender kids during these months, and all 3 lost their races. If attacking transgender kids was the silver bullet, some on the far right seem to think it is, they would have won these governors' seats. Losing Republican gubernatorial candidates run anti-trans ads. Republican gubernatorial candidates heavily relied upon ads attacking transgender people in 3 states, Kansas, Michigan, and Maine. All 3 seats were held by incumbent Democratic governors being challenged by the right, and all 3 races were expected to be close, especially in Kansas, a reliably red state. Kansas saw the largest investment in anti-trans ads, at nearly $3 million over the months of September and October, just 2 months. In October alone, Derek Schmidt ran 11 ads attacking Governor Laura Kelly on her record around issues related to transgender people, specifically her 2 consecutive vetoes of a bill banning transgender athletes from competing in sports in the state. The campaign even ran ads featuring the swimmer who lost to Leah Thomas, the first transgender woman to win an NCAA Division I national championship. In fact, almost all of Schmidt's education on ads in October focused on or mentioned Kelly's support for the transgender agenda. The Republican candidates for governor in the other 2 states also invested substantial amounts in anti-trans ads. Tudor Dixon spent $1 million in September and October attacking Governor Gretchen Whitmer for wanting to put a quote-unquote drag queen in every classroom. Paul LePage spent $900,000 in September and October attacking Governor Janet Mills for allegedly teaching kindergartners quote-unquote radical transgender policies. But when it came to Election Day, these 3 Republicans didn't narrowly lose. They lost by healthy margins. In Kansas, a state that went for Trump in 2020, by more than 14 points, Democratic Governor Laura Kelly beat her Republican challenger by 2.1 points, and in 2 swing states of Michigan and Maine, Democratic governors Gretchen Whitmer and Janet Mills beat their Republican challengers by 10.6 points and 12.9 points, respectively. Clearly, these heinous ads don't appeal to the swing voters these Republicans need to declare victory. The facts are clear. It just does not. This is not a winning culture war topic. And as more of Gen Z ages into voting, this is only going to be represented even more strongly. They think this is a winning strategy, and for making money and grifting, it is a winning strategy for a lot of the demagogues. They're making a lot of money off of this. But for actually winning at the ballot box, well, we'll see come this next election, huh? How'd you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Gen Z is the gayest generation. Good segment. Sounded great. Nice work. Michigan mentioned. I'm glad you guys liked it. Good warm-up segment. A little bit of a, like, you know, a bit more of like a hardcore segment right off the bat, but you know how it is. All right. Hey everybody, if you're watching right now and you're enjoying the stream and you want to support my stream, and I notice there's a lot of people watching right now, consider dropping a like over on YouTube. That simple thumbs up takes half a second to do, and it really does go further than I think many of you guys even know. I'm really not kidding, like it really does help out a lot. And of course, if you want to support me a little bit more directly, you can always support me through donating, subscribing, gifting subs on my website, super chatting on YouTube. I even have a merch link in my description. You can buy Xanderhall merch. Link in the description of the YouTube stream. So go check that out if you want to get yourself like a Xan shirt or something. Anyway, let's start the next segment. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. As you all know, conservatives and transphobes as a whole are fucking demons. They hate human life and they hate happiness, and they are driven by a single purpose at this point, and that is to eliminate the ability for transgender people to exist. Now, committing a genocide in the traditional sense is kind of borderline impossible to achieve in America. Like, let's say the far right wanted to genocide Jewish people or black people or something like that again. That is a goal that is very, very, very hard to achieve if you are a fascist in America. But here's the thing, fascists also hate transgender people because they view trans people as being degenerate. And here's the thing, if you want to commit an effective genocide against transgender people, it's kind of easier for fascists to pull off on like an actual like systemic policy-based level than it would be for, say, a racial group or an ethnic minority. And that is for one very, very distinctive reason. Very, very important reason. And it's the fact that trans people, by their very nature, require a certain action to be taken in order for there not to be a demonstrably high rate of mortality in the population. So, in a similar way that you could consider right-wing not activists, right-wing politicians essentially trying to ban and crack down on development of HIV and AIDS medication and treatments as an effective way of like killing off large swaths of LGBT people, pushing it as being like only a gay thing so that people who are straight would think it's not going to happen to them and not be interested in it being researched. It was like a really, really big issue. The right has done this kind of thing before. HIV and AIDS patients, the right recognized as a largely LGBT like population of people. If they can keep treatments and cures from being developed on that, Reagan administration, Nancy Reagan, then they can effectively genocide a large swath of LGBT people. And nowadays, with a lot of trans people, we know that there is, and conservatives love touting this percentage, 40% or 41%, is that the statistic? 41% of trans people have suicidal ideation. Like attempting suicide, think about attempting suicide. It's a ridiculously high percentage. As we know, with overwhelming consensus of scientific evidence, the only treatment for this 41% issue is transitioning. Gender-affirming care, acceptance, and normalization of trans people's identities is the only treatment that has been shown to stop this. And not only is it the only treatment that has been shown to stop this, it is an overwhelmingly effective treatment. It's like the level of effectiveness that gender-affirming care has for the suicidality and depression of trans people is like it fits so well that it's like it's like a square peg going in a square hole. It just fits. It just slides right in, and it's like, wow, okay, so that's clearly what you're supposed to do. Like that's what you're supposed to do when you have gender dysphoria, is do that, right? It is very clear. It just works. It just works. Todd Howard moment. It just works. But if you can deprive transgender people of said care, which is what the right has been striving to do, well, they know the statistic. They're the ones that use it as the butt of their jokes about transgender suicide and transgender death. They can effectively kill or come close to killing 41% of the population of trans people just by enacting policies with the false idea that are meant to restrict trans-affirming care access under the guise of protecting children. They don't even have to openly say they're advocating for genocide. And then from there, they can say the trans people that are able to get care, the trans people that are around and able to exist, well, they're groomers. They're child predators. And let's just say that the average American has a very, very, very good idea of what they want to do to people who they've been told are child predators. So that they're kind of counting on that, dealing with the other, 9%. Yes, the GOP lies and villainizes people. And much in this way, every walk of life, trans people are finding their lives are getting worse in red states specifically. For example, a transgender girl missed her high school graduation after a Mississippi judge denied emergency plea to permit her to go in a dress and heels. A transgender teen in Mississippi missed her high school graduation after a federal judge denied a motion requesting she be allowed to wear a dress and heels under her robe. The 17-year-old, identified in court documents by her initials LB, did not attend her Gulfport High School graduation, according to American Civil Liberties Union of Mississippi. She opted to miss the ceremony when she was told she had to wear boys' clothes to attend, telling CNN she would, quote-unquote, rather stand up for what's right than be humiliated. The family has asked for the teen's full name to be withheld for privacy and safety reasons. On May 9th, less than 2 weeks before graduation, LB says she was pulled into Harrison Central High School Principal Kelly Fuller's office and asked what she was going to wear for graduation. Quote-unquote, I told her I was going to wear a white dress. Then she told me I was not going to be allowed to wear a dress and I would have to wear boys' clothes. LB said. And she stated that the superintendent called her asking about what students would wear to graduation. As far as she knows, no other students were asked the same question. LB says she has attended Harrison Central High School as a girl for the past 4 years. She attended prom wearing a blue sparkly dress without any objection from the school. Well, that was before this whole, big culture war happened. Quote unquote, I was being me, and I felt very accepted at the time, she said. I felt very understood, and I felt that I had a great support system at that school. LB and her parents, Samantha Brown and Henry Brown, filed the federal lawsuit Thursday, demanding Harrison County School District allow the teen to wear what she wishes during Saturday's graduation ceremony from Harrison Central High School. Attorneys with the ACLU of Mississippi are representing the family. The Browns cited a violation of their child's civil rights, accusing the school district of discrimination on the basis of sex and gender and violating the teen's First Amendment rights, according to the complaint. On Friday, the day before graduation, a federal judge in Gulfport, Mississippi, denied a motion filed by LB's family requesting she be allowed to wear her dress and heels at the high school graduation. The teen had picked out a dress and heels to wear with the traditional cap and gown in accordance with the school's dress code for female students, according to a media press release from the ACLU. Quote unquote, our client is being shamed and humiliated for explicitly discriminatory reasons, and her family is being denied a once-in-a-lifetime milestone in their daughter's life. ACLU spokesperson Jillian Brandstetter told CNN in an email, no one should be allowed to miss their graduations simply because of who they are. She was not allowed to walk at the graduation. She missed it. The motion was blocked by the judge because it was a conservative local judge, because your local judge elections fucking matter. You need to actually vote in them. They fucking matter in things like this. And had there been a progressive judge in this case that had been elected locally, then chances are that girl would have been able to go to her graduation. This scares me genuinely. Oh, and believe me, their main target are the youngsters. In fact, we're going to be covering Matt Walsh's commentary on this. And in fact, you've got Matt Walsh's logo in the background. For those of you guys that don't know, I feel like I need to start bringing this up in every Matt Walsh segment. Because I feel like it just contributes to the overall creepo vibe that Matt Walsh kind of brings to the table. So Matt Walsh, you know how Steven Crowder has the Mug Club? And his fans are the Mug Club, you know? Well, Matt Walsh's fans are the Sweet Baby Gang. That's what he calls them. And this is his merch. If you buy Matt Walsh merch, it is very likely this is what you'll be getting, if it's not the What is a Woman shirt. His fans are in the Sweet Baby Gang, and his logo is a picture of a baby with his head photoshopped on the baby. Yeah, pretty weird, huh? Especially for a guy who literally has built his entire platform and calling all LGBT people groomers and pedophiles. So I thought I'd point out that is what you're seeing in the background there. That's his little Sweet Baby Gang image. This seems to be the baby sitting up with his head on it. And then, of course, he's got his children's book. I'll go ahead and get rid of my webcam here. You've got What is a Woman? No, this would have been like a medieval Renaissance Italy ball mask. A little A-bomb, a little spaceman, a little Amogus, I guess. Then Johnny the Walrus. I don't know if you guys know the story behind Johnny the Walrus, but I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and tell you guys, okay? So you know how the right likes to make up this joke? It kind of goes on two fronts. You know how the right likes to claim that the left is trying to indoctrinate children through lefty propaganda in the form of children's media? They love claiming this, right? And you know how the right also likes to say this made-up joke about how if trans people can exist, then what if a kid decides he wants to be a fire truck and transition into a fire truck? Literal South Park tier humor, the episode where Kyle's dad decides he wants to transition into a dolphin and gets surgery to become a horrific dolphin monster. Literal South Park humor. Basically, Matt Walsh decided, well, if the left's supposedly doing this thing we made up, how about we do it but for real? And he wrote a children's book called Johnny the Walrus. He also sells plushies of it for conservative parents to buy their kids. And it's literally conservative anti-trans propaganda, but it's a children's book. Like, the right's whole thing is accuse the left of doing something that they aren't doing, and then sell, like, the counter to it, but only you are the one who's selling that counter to it. So you have to give them money. You know, it's a very convenient business strategy, I must say.
Wails of horror could be heard across the land on Sunday in response to a decision from a federal judge in Mississippi. This is a complicated case, but the end result is that because of the decision, a high school boy will be required to follow
trans girl,
the boy's dress code at his graduation ceremony.
Her.
So actually, it's not complicated at all, I guess. And actually, the wails of horror were from the ACLU and various trans activists and the media, but not from any normal human beings. Here's the report from The Guardian, quote, a transgender girl in Mississippi did not participate in her...
Remember, guys, children are the enemy. They have designated that children are their enemy. Children are the target of their attacks. Every conservative accusation is a confession. When they say they're targeting kids, they're attacking your kids, that's them admitting exactly what the fuck they're doing.
Her high school graduation ceremony on Saturday because school officials told her to dress like a boy, and a federal judge did not block the official's decision, an attorney for the girl's family said. We must note, as always, that in this story, transgender girl means boy, and her and she mean him and he. So that's the special decoder ring that you have to use to make sense of this gibberish.
I like how, like I said, I've talked about this very often. The right doesn't have any actual arguments. They basically pretend things are more complicated than they really are, because if they can feign confusion, then they can give the impression that the thing they're feigning confusion about isn't a sound or valid argument or idea. Because the right has no arguments against any of the science or data or evidence that backs up the validity of trans people, or any of the body of philosophy that backs up why trans people are valid. All they can really do is say, oh yeah, he, she, it, whenever referring to a trans person, with this like feigning of like confusion at what pronoun to use or like who's being referred to. It's because they don't have an actual argument. But if you imply that this is an overly confusing, ridiculous, jumble of gibberish, then people will just turn their brains off and not consider a thing the opposition is saying. It's how conservative content creators can expose their audience to the words of their opposition without the words of their opposition being heard and internalized by the audience of said conservative demagogue.
Continuing, quote, Linda Morris, staff attorney at the American Civil Liberty Union's Women's Rights Project, said the ruling handed down late on Friday by federal judge Taylor McNeil in the Mississippi city of Gulfport, quote, is as disappointing as it is absurd. Quote, our client is being shamed and humiliated for explicitly discriminatory reasons, and her family is being denied a once-in-a-lifetime milestone in their daughter's life. Morris said, no one should be forced to miss their graduation because of their gender. The ACLU confirmed that the 17-year-old girl, listed in court papers only by her initials, LB, would skip the Saturday ceremony for Harrison Central.
Matt Walsh is so mad they didn't get a name for the kid so that they could, like, show the kid's picture and, like, socials and address and every other bit of doxing information. A lot of these right-wing figures have taken to just straight up, like, pushing the spotlight onto particular children who are trans as possible, which, of course, is just calling for that child to be harassed.
Hi.
Oh, yeah, and he can't dead name either. He can't dead name. Oh, yeah, he can misgender, but he can't dead name.
In Gulfport. So another quick aside, but important to note, the school absolutely did not deny the student the right to participate in the graduation ceremony. He is invited to attend.
Yeah, no, totally. And, you know, the bus driver didn't deny Rosa Parks the ability to ride on the bus. She was allowed to ride the bus, guys. It was just only if she rode in the back. You know? Why didn't you just suck it up and ride in the back? That's just... It's like, why would you think that you should take a moral stand against injustice. Pretty cringe, bro. I mean, he's evil. And obviously, Matt Walsh wishes he could have been the person to tell Rosa Parks to sit at the back of the bus, but, you know.
Attend along with the rest of his peers. He has chosen to not attend, and that's a really important detail. Continuing, quote, the student has met the qualifications to receive a diploma, according to local public school district's attorney, Wynn Clark. The ACLU sued the district on Thursday on behalf of the student and her parents after Harrison Central Principal Kelly Fuller and School District 2 Superintendent Mitchell King told LB that she must follow the boys' clothing rules. Graduating boys are expected to wear white shirts and black slacks, and girls are expected to wear white dresses. LB had selected a dress to wear with her cap and gown. The lawsuit said LB had worn dresses to classes and extracurricular events throughout high school, including to a prom last year, and she should not face discriminatory treatment during graduation. King told LB's mother that the teenager could not participate in the graduation ceremony unless LB wears pants, socks, and shoes like a boy, according to the lawsuit. Yes, this is what is known as a dress code. They're very common in schools and workplaces and at formal events.
So I guess he's just going to try to argue that the concept of the dress code means that she shouldn't have been allowed to wear what she wanted because dress code says you have to wear this if you're a boy, and we're just going to presuppose that she's a boy, not make any arguments about, like, whether or not... Remember, the conservatives have completely abandoned the premise of, like, arguing the validity of trans people or, like, whether or not there is any validity to the left's position. It is all just, all right, guys, welcome back to another video. So as we know, trans people are subhuman and evil. Let's get into another story about why you should get your gun and you should go handle that problem yourself. That's basically, like, the vibe you're supposed to get as a Matt Walsh fan from, you know, his content. There's no arguments being made to convince people. It's just feeding more hate fuel into people who are already bought into the propaganda. Clip chimp? Okay, yeah, I mean, if you guys want to get me canceled.
But this somehow is news to trans activists who, as noted, reacted to this case with all of the psychotic hysteria you've come to expect. I could give you dozens of examples of this, but that'd probably be overkill. Instead, I'll give you just this tweet from...
Jesus Christ, I just noticed. He sells a Sweet Baby Gang plushie. Chat, do you see it? That's fucking vile, dude. That's awful. I don't want to see it.
From trans-identified male Aaron Reed, and I think it should suffice. He posted, quote, "This is a terrifying court decision. It's explicitly making it so that your assigned sex at birth determines what clothes you can wear. The speed in which fascism is encroaching is
By the way, Matt Walsh proudly calls himself a fascist, by the way. He proudly calls himself a fascist.
Unreal. This is what eradication looks like." Oh, it is? So eradication looks like requiring a boy to wear pants?
I can just imagine, like, you're in Nazi Germany, right? And they're requiring the Jews to wear the fucking, the patches and shit. Like, they're requiring Jewish people to be marked in public. Like, otherwise you can be penalized, right? Like, you literally face penal and legal repercussions for not doing so. And like, somebody says, yeah, wearing this star is like, this is the first step in eradication. Matt Walsh, as like a Nazi, like, you know, propagandist, would be like, oh yes? Hold on, let me do my best evil German accent. Oh yes? This is what you think genocide looks like? I will show you. I can't do a German accent. Basically, like, doing the smug DreamWorks smile and saying, oh, you think this is eradication? Oh, I'm going to show you eradication. No, this is the first step in, like, obviously making a minority group the other and putting rules on society for that minority group being, like, lesser and being forced to live by not that minority group standards is, of course, yes, the first step in something approximating eradication.
I guess this explains why it's such a struggle to get my boys dressed for church on Sunday. You know, I thought I was just making them look presentable, but apparently I'm committing genocide against my own flesh and blood.
Okay, this guy basically brings up his children in every single argument that he makes, and now that I'm pretty certain he's a pedophile, I don't know if I want to platform him anymore. Yeah. So yeah, the right is going after trans kids, all LGBT kids to be fair, but specifically trans kids. If you have LGBT children, then it is your responsibility to protect your kids from these people. Because they want to not only hurt your kids, but to kill your kids. There's really no ifs, ands, or buts about it, and there's nothing more I have to add. What'd you guys think of that segment? I know it's a little bit of a grim one, but I think it was important to cover. Sad but important segment. You had good coverage of a horrible story. I appreciate it, Porcupine. Yo, Zan, it looks like the Illuminati's friend group booted her. Yeah, I heard. After all this, I really want to see Matt Walsh suffering. Oh, he will. Justice comes around to all these people in the end. The day Matt Walsh goes down is going to be a glorious one. Dude, I am so glad I will live to see Matt Walsh die. Like, Matt Walsh is already an old fuck. Like, I'm gonna live to see Matt Walsh die. And it'll be a public death. Like, it'll be in the news when he dies. That's gonna be dope. If we're lucky, like, the US government will start, like, rounding up colluders in the January 6th riots. If I was president, let me tell you what I would do if I was president of the United States, okay? If I ran as a Democrat and I won the election, and I was president of the United States instead of Biden right now, I would set up a commission that I would be pushing with, like, literally all of my fucking political power with me and my allies for, to round up every colluder and person who was involved in the January 6th insurrection and have them publicly executed for treason. We did it to communists back in the day. We had Russian espionage spies and people accused of it. Back during the Cold War, we literally executed for it. We've executed people for this shit in the past. Only this time, they literally flew a enemy traitorous flag. The Confederate flag is literally a traitor flag, a terrorist flag, a flag that is, like, denoting a group of people that are opposed to America, its government, and its values. Like, it's no different than flying an ISIS flag into the Capitol, in my opinion. Got in there, multiple people died, they were violent, they had intentions to, like, kill and capture elected representatives. I say, public execution. For every single Capitol rioter, contributor. And that's what I'd be pushing for with all my political power if I was president right now. And it's sad that Biden's not, because we've done it. We as a country have literally executed people for the suspicion of espionage on the part of Russia in the Cold War. We have video of these people plowing through the Capitol and breaking in like fucking Uruk-hai on Helm's Deep. All these people should be getting, like, executed. Like, yeah. Like a military trial. No jury. Just like a military trial. Like with a fucking, like, I don't know, like just full-on tried for treason. Like, beyond even, like, your average, like, civil court. Or not civil court, your average, like, even a high court. Like, it wouldn't even be, like, the kind of shit, like, if you were a serial killer, you wouldn't even be getting the kind of trial that these people should be getting. Oh no, executed. Absolutely executed. Give them all swords and make them fight in a bigger... Nah. No. But like, as far as, like, American law, like, in what the Founding Fathers were in favor of, and, like, the rule of law in this country, like, they committed treason. They literally are caught on video committing treason, and these people are also on video regularly defending and calling for more treason. We used to be a real country. And remember, these same people call for the death penalty for lefties and trans people constantly. Hey, Zan, do you think you can get Michael Knowles canceled by the far right for having Blair White on his show a few years ago and acting amicable to her? Listen, the video of him acting out gay sex with another man didn't get him canceled, okay? Nothing's gonna work. Is this gonna get you banned from YouTube? If I get banned from YouTube for this, and conservatives like Matt Walsh who call for the death of trans people don't get banned, then I don't even know. I don't even know. Big Man Jim, thank you for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. How many months is that? I don't want to undercredit you. I guess I'll count it as 10 for as 1 for now. $10 for now. Thank you. It says, much love for my boy from Australia. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Oh, it was a 3-monther. Thank you for the $12. I really appreciate that. Based. Axos with cream. You don't need to keep repeating the same message over and over again. T-Core, or Tay-Core, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. Says, hey Zan, longtime lurker. I had a dream that I met you at a mall and forced you to subscribe to my YouTube channel. I would never subscribe to your YouTube channel. Unrealistic dream. No, I'm just kidding. I would if I met you in real life. Thank you for the $5. And I hope you keep that dream with you forever. Maybe one day you'll meet me in real life. Thank you for the $5, though. I really appreciate it. Darsoul Saber, thank you for the $5. Says, return to tradition. Our founding fathers would have executed Trump and his cronies on the spot. Fucking true. They absolutely would have. And I wish George Washington was still alive. He would have flintlocked Trump. He would have flintlocked Trump for, like, betraying the American way. He would have said in, like, some, like, extremely, like, what's the word for it? Like, poetic, like, speech-type way. Donald J. Trump, I, as the first president of this great nation of freedom and democracy, have, I don't know, some shit like that. I don't know. Don't cringe. It's a good bit. All right. Thank you for the support, guys. I really appreciate it. Chat, I am really hungry, and I'm actually tempted to, like, order myself some Uber Eats to snack on during the stream. Because I forgot to make myself a meal before stream today. Because ADHD brain. And now I'm really hungry, and I've got no immediate snacks. Actually, I do have some donuts, but that's so unhealthy. Like chocolate-covered donuts? Like, there's no substance to that. Order DoorDash. The donuts are just like little plastic bagged, like little, like, snack donuts. Yeah, I'm just gonna feel like shit if I eat nothing but snack donuts. I haven't eaten today. One second, let me see if I can order some food really fast. Never use these fucking apps, so I might... Yeah, no, I don't have my payment info logged into any of these, and I can't have my card out on stream. Alright, so in that case, chat, I really wanted to stream for a long time today. I was gonna do a 9-segment stream today, but I'm gonna have to substantially, lower the amount of, segments I can do today, down to, like, 4 or 5, maybe, from 9. Because I'm already feeling lightheaded from the hunger. Because I have not eaten a thing today. Go to another room? No, I have to be at my computer. Also, and this is another big thing, and I didn't talk about it as much, but Lonnie was using my debit card She was using my debit card on like a bunch of different like food apps, and there was like one popular one she wasn't. And in order to get her, like, even after I broke up with her, she was still trying to use my money to buy food with it, like actively trying to rob me after I broke up with her. She was that shameless. So my only way, because I can't access the account that she has, of getting, of like securing my account so she can't steal my money, was to basically like disconnect and like blacklist my payment info from being used on that site or on those sites. So like Grubhub and DoorDash, I can't even use with my current payment info. So I have to like shift through and find out, like, I don't even know which, and I'm just saying like it's Grubhub and DoorDash. It could be DoorDash and Uber Eats. It could be Uber Eats and DoorDash. I actually don't know which of the three big popular or which of the two big popular ones that's fucked. I have to check every time I want to order food, and I don't do it often enough to remember. So it's a whole fucking thing. Do you have the food apps in your phone? Guys, I know that you're used to watching streamers that are lazy as fuck and can't cook. But I cook for myself, okay? I mostly cook for myself for most of my meals. I don't really order like apps, like food apps, especially after breaking up with Lonnie. I don't order like food from apps like that and get it delivered. Sometimes I get my groceries delivered like that. But the downfall of that is I have to actually cook and prepare food, which I can't do midstream. Here's what I'll do. I'll grab a sleeve of donuts. For some reason, these chocolate donuts, I fucking hate them. I really don't like them. I've had a few of these sleeves, and every time I've eaten them so far, they create this like weird, like, coating in my mouth. It's hard to describe. It's in my mouth and throat, and it's like, it feels waxy. Yeah, it's like this weird waxy, like sore coating it gives my mouth and throat. It's like a waxy feeling, this shit. Yeah, and it's so gross, and it's so weird, but it's food. No, they're not the powdered kind. The powdered kind are good. Yeah, they're the fucking worst, and this is all I have. It's like an immediately available snack. So yeah, it's kind of a fuck. But this is all I have. You know, I'm hungry. Stop being a boomer and get Uber Eats on your phone, Lamau. Guys, no. I don't want to get into the habit, you know? It's such a vicious cycle. Ordering food from Uber, like those fucking food delivery services. It's such a vicious cycle. Because once you do it once, then you're like, I'm too lazy to cook right now. I'm going to do it again. Like, I like being in a groove of cooking myself meals every like night, definitely, but every morning usually. But when I'm on low blood sugar mode, those motherfuckers boost it hard to 256 levels. Yeah, plus it's so expensive. It's so expensive. Oh. I got a message, hold on. Just eat some toenails like XQC. I don't understand. I thought everyone knew the pro streamer move. That's horrific. But yeah, XQC is disgusting. Yeah, XQC is pretty vile. Wait. Hold on. Wait. My mom just reminded me. There is a place that I can order because it doesn't require a fucking delivery app. They just deliver. And I've already got my info put in for that fucking place. It's amazing. I can't name it. I don't want to name it because, well, I'm close to it, and that would narrow things down a bit. But I've already got my info, like, entered on the website because I ordered it when my mom was visiting. And it's, like, dope-ass Mexican food. Hold on a second. Wait, do I have my info in here? Maybe not. Do I have it saved? Do I have it saved in my... Yeah, okay, there we go. Pog, okay. Come on. All right. Dope. I miss the food in Washington. I've only been here for like 2 months now. 3. How long have I been here? March? Like I got here like March 6th. March, April, May. Like, yeah, I've been here roughly 3 months. You know? I've been here for roughly 3 months. So yeah, like I've only been here for 3 months and I've had some amazing food. Like... oh my god. I've had some amazing goddamn food here. Holy fuck. I will say, though, none of it has been as good as the freezer back in Florida. Nothing yet has been able to beat the freezer. God, am I the... like, it's spicy. It's spicy. These things are... I have, like, this flavor that you have on your tongue after eating something spicy, but without, like, the actual, like... it tastes wrong. Like, it's almost like... I would think I was allergic to it if I knew, like, I wasn't allergic... if I didn't know I wasn't allergic to anything. Like... yeah, a lot of people in chat can relate. Like, what is wrong with this shit? Why is it spicy? Yeah, why is it burning my tongue? You can see why I was so hesitant to eat that donut as like the thing to eat. Did it come from 7-Eleven? No, Walmart. They're great value frosted chocolate and powdered sugar donut variety. And it's in a blue box. Do not eat the chocolate ones. You might be allergic. Maybe they've gone off. No, they're brand new. I don't think I'm allergic to them, but it definitely burns my tongue and my throat and my mouth. Like, it's sort of like a coating kind of stinging feeling. It's the coating? Yeah, it's the coating, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, a lot of people in chat are describing the same feeling. Chat, you guys gotta stop saying you like this shit. I'm gonna start issuing bans. Because you're grossing me out. I wouldn't ban you because I'm mad at you. I'd have to ban you to make you stop, like, saying that. Because I just can't stand seeing that shit. Okay. Really quick, chat. You all know that I've been doing a World of Warcraft guild with my fans lately, right? It's been popping off. It has been fun as hell. We have been doing great. Keffels has joined the guild. She's going to be playing an Orc Shaman. So if you want to play with me and Keffels on the guild, you should definitely... oh, I'm burping now. You should definitely consider joining. The way to join is by going into my Discord server and messaging either Balthazar or Ellen Degenerate in DMs on Discord. 3 things. Introduce yourself, say whether or not you've played WoW, and how much if you have, like what's your experience with it if you have, and third, why you're excited to join the guild. Once you've sent those things, you'll be sent an invite to join the Discord, and from there, the announcements section and info section will have everything you need to join. What server? I don't know if I want to say what server, unless you're actually in the guild, because you might be playing Alliance on there and try to fucking gank me. Nah, it's White Main. We're playing White Main Horde. But here's the thing. I need more people in my guild. And I particularly need some warlocks, okay? If any of you are planning to join, and any of you are wondering what you want to level, what alt you want to level, warlocks. Because I need teleports. And here's why. I'm going to win the Stranglethorn fishing competition. Those who know the significance of what that is know how big of a deal and how big of a goal this is to reach. Yes, people in chat are like, good luck, lol. Heirloom ring? No, the Arcanite fishing rod, and then the rare fish as well. Fishing in Nam? Hell yeah. Here's the thing. Let me give you an idea of why I'm doing this, and, like, what this entails. Let's watch a quick video about this, and as we watch said quick video, I am going to be, put this in picture. I'm going to be fishing a little bit. Actually, no, I'm not going to fish in WoW, because I do have another segment to do after this, and then we'll fish in WoW. But first, we're going to watch this video that's about fishing in WoW. So this is explaining why I want to achieve this thing, and I'm going to need a lot of help to pull this off. A lot of help from the guild to pull this off.
On September 13, 2005, patch 1.7 went live and gave us the Zul'Gurub raid and a Arathi Basin battleground. What it also gave us was the Stranglethorn Fishing Extravaganza event, which means we should see it implemented in Phase 4. Hello everyone, my name is Icosial, and today I'm going to show you what the Fishing Extravaganza is, why you should compete in it, and how you can best improve your chances of taking the top prize.
I'll skip the intro.
Also known as the Booty Bay Fishing Tournament, the Stranglethorn Fishing Extravaganza is an event that takes place in the Stranglethorn Vale Zone every Sunday afternoon from 1400 to 1600. The morning of the event, there are goblins spreading the word of the tournament by handing out flyers in both Ironforge and Orgrimmar, but they are not needed to actually compete in the tournament. There are no quests tied to the event, and there is no level requirement in order to compete. Theoretically, you can be level 5 and take part in the event, but you might find it difficult to catch any fish due to hungry mobs and too low of a fishing skill. When the tournament begins, there will be a zone-wide announcement from Wriggle Bassbait in your chat box. At that time, pools called Schools of Tasty Fish will appear all along the coast of Stranglethorn Vale. You will not find any pools of Tasty Fish around Jaguaro Isle or in inland lakes and rivers. I believe Booty Bay has 1 or 2 locations where a pool might spawn, but it's so far from any other spawns that it's not a good idea to attempt to get it. Each pool will yield between 4 and 5
that
fish,
guy's username
but
is
be aware
Buttmagic.
that approximately 20% of the fish you catch might be a non-contest fish, such as Firefin
That's a
Snapper,
classic WoW name.
Oily Blackmouth, Stone Scale Eel, Strangle Kelp, or one of the tournament rare fish, which I will talk about a bit later. Your goal is to catch 40 speckled tasty fish, and be the first to turn them in to Wriggle Bassbait, who is found near the center of Booty Bay, right near the inn. The speckled tasty fish is bound to you, so nobody will be able to trade to you theirs. They will also go bad after 4 hours in your inventory, so you won't be able to keep them for the next week. Sounds pretty simple, right? Well, let's dive into more of the details of the tournament.
No, I haven't done this event yet. I've never attempted this yet. The reason I'm going to attempt this event is because I love fishing so much.
So now, why should you compete in the Stranglethorn Fishing Extravaganza? Well, if you don't care about fishing, there's probably not many reasons, but for those of you that do, there are some great incentives. Before the extravaganza went live, there was only one way to be able to get your fishing skill to the coveted 425 number. That was to be a Horde player with Nat Pagel's Extreme Angler FC 5000 fishing pole and an attached aquadynamic fish attractor. If you were Alliance, the best you could hope for was a skill of 420, so you would still lose fish occasionally when fishing in high-level zones. The items you could win in this tournament would change all of that. Now there can be one winner only, and that's regardless of faction. That means if an Alliance player wins, there will be no Horde winner for that week. The winner of the tournament will get their choice of two prizes, which is the Arcanite fishing pole or the hook of the Master Angler trinket. The Arcanite fishing pole is the best fishing pole available, and was so for several expansions. It gives a plus 35 bonus to your fishing skill, but it does require a minimum fishing skill of 300 to use. The hook of the Master Angler is a fun trinket that turns you into a giant fish and allows you to breathe underwater while also increasing your swim speed. You can only choose one prize, so if you want both items, you will have to win the contest a second time. Because of that reason, I highly suggest you choose the Arcanite fishing pole should you be lucky enough to win. Standing next to Wriggle Bass Bait is the Fishbot 5000, and it will award some fishing items for any rare tournament fish that you may have caught. This is why even after a winner has been announced that you will want to continue fishing for these rare fish, and turn any that you catch to the Fishbot 5000. The three rare fish are Brownell's Blue Striped Racer, which will reward you Nat Pagel's Extreme Angling Boots, the Desian Queenfish, which rewards you the High Testaturnium fishing line, which acts as a permanent enchantment on your fishing pole. Lastly, and probably the most sought after rare fish, is the Kiefer's Angelfish, which rewards the Lucky Fishing Hat. These all give a bonus plus 5 to your fishing skill to help you reach that 425 number by simply using a cheaper and more available lure. While you're fishing for those rare tournament fish, you're going to inevitably catch a ton of speckled tasty fish, and this is how you can earn a bit of gold. Also standing next to Wriggle Bass Bait is the Goblin Jang, and Jang will pay you 23 silver for every batch of 5 speckled tasty fish. If memory serves correctly, which sometimes it does.
So, you're probably wondering, what's the big deal then? Just catch the fish, bro. The reason why is, the person who gets the Arcanite fishing rod is the first person on the server, period. That's not me playing. That's the video. The first person on the server, period, to turn in 40 of those fish. So if you don't turn it in before the first person does, you failed for a week and you have to try again next week, and so on and so on. One winner per week, per server. Here's the thing, though. I've got you guys. I've got a guild of people that I can get together, warlocks that can teleport me to certain pools all around the zone to ensure that I'm able to get all of this shit. And the reason why it should be me is because I do the most fishing, and also I'm making all this fucking gold for the guild. So everybody benefits if I can get my maxed out fishing, and I can start producing insane amounts of gold for the entire guild from fishing in high-level zones. Plus, I'm from Florida. I mean, come on. I have to be the guy that has all the fishing shit, right? So cheating? It's not cheating. Oh, and it's a PvP server, and it'll be in Stranglethorn, so I'll need a death squad with me of level 60s ready to defend me while I'm fishing. Yeah, it's not cheating, it's creative winning. Exactly. Exactly, Avalon of Babylon. What a great thing to call it. It's creative winning. Tall Small, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the $5. It's very kind of you. It says, Feels Dance Man, Simp, Me, Dance Man. Okay, that was just emotes, but thank you for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate it. I like how that was just a bunch of like emotes, but they typed out in like text, and so it's like, what are you trying to say? What do you mean? All right. Let me check on my food, actually. Yeah, it should be on its way. Okay. Between 6:50 and 7:10. Okay. That is a pretty broad time period, but should be all right. I'll get a text.
doesn't.
Anyway, yeah. So with that said, I really, really want to do that event. And obviously this Sunday, I don't know if I'll be able to do it because I'm going to the range this Sunday. But, yeah, okay, chat. I'm going to try this Sunday to record a Vosh, Xanderhall, Demon Mama, I think Conyers joining us, etc. collaboration shooting range video. I'm going to try to film that with my phone this Sunday. I've only got 2 hands, so there's only so much that I'm going to be able to do, but I'm going to do my best, alright? Yeah, we're going to the range on Sunday. It's going to be fun. I will try, even if I can't make, like, a proper video out of it, I'll still get clips. Like, I want to make a proper video. If y'all are gonna raid, what days are planned for it? We don't know when we're raiding yet. I'm gonna be honest, I've never raided in WoW before. So, dog's barking. I've never raided in WoW before. So, I'm kinda, like, not... I don't know how it works. I don't know what the raid lockouts are, if it's weekly or whatever. Like, I don't know how many people we're gonna have at 60 when it comes time to raid. Because that's going to be a big part of, like, how often and when we raid. We just haven't come to that, like, solution yet. Because Tuesdays are traditional weekly lockouts. Okay. We haven't, like, gotten to 60 yet. My character right now is level 27. The highest level character in our guild right now is ShamWow Kitten, who's, like, level 35 last I checked last night. So we're zooming. We're leveling up, like... We're not, like, speed leveling, but we're leveling quick. I'm going to call you a transphobic slur. Why, Cherry? What'd I do? What did I do, Cherry? Alright, let me get the next segment ready. Alright. Does anybody have a recording? Does anybody have a recording of Ron DeSantis' announcement that he's running, like, the Twitter space? Like, is there a raw recording? Like, no asshole on, like, commentating or talking over it. Just a recording that you guys could send my way. No. Fantastic. No, there's just straight up no. No one has a recording because he couldn't talk during it. I'm not using the Twitter feature. It's broken as fuck. It's boring as shit. Okay, I guess we're just not gonna cover it. All right. Okay. Chat says no. Chat. So no one recorded it. There's no, like, you guys aren't gonna Google it. Y'all aren't gonna look. I have the worst chat ever. I legit have the worst streamer chat ever. Like, Jesus Christ. All right. I mean, I guess we just won't cover it. Okay, someone found it. Okay. Cold Sun, you are based. There we go. Now we actually have the audio. I gave you material for it? Yeah, but it wasn't audio. I'm not reading a transcript. All right. Thank you. Okay. We can do the segment now. That is not my job. Yes, it is. You're the chat. Your job is to provide the streamer with sources, okay? Why is it that every streamer that I watch, within 5 seconds of them citing something or making a claim, their chat is spamming links and fucking, like, sources to what they've claimed to back up what their streamer has just said? Why is that, like, I literally have to beg you guys for 10 minutes to, like, Google how to do something in a video game that I'm stuck in so I don't have to close the game and tab out and fuck up the entire stream format in order to Google it myself? Pay us? Oh, God. I have got to grow my stream. I have to have a more, like tuned into the lore audience, I guess. Alright. Fuck, I've got to log back. I really hate that going AFK in World of Warcraft makes you log back in if you go AFK for too long. Like, if I get up from my computer while I'm playing World of Warcraft and I, like, go into the other room for too long, it will log me out of the game and put me on the title screen. But then once I'm on the title screen for long enough, it will log me out and put me in the login screen. And then from there, I literally have to go into my fucking LastPass and copy-paste my login info, or type it if I was able to remember it, but my passwords are unguessable. Like, it's just the biggest pain in the ass every time for no reason, because I guess it's to reduce server load. But why do you have to be logged in like that? Like, why can't I chill? I guess you have to be on the servers, but it's just so annoying. I just wish that there was a way to log in and then stay logged in, even if you go AFK. Or God, if just the AFK timers were less insane, like if it was an hour, it'd be understandable, but it's like 5 minutes. All right. Okay, gamers. Okay. Epic. Cool. All right. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1. Action. Well, everybody, the very predictable and inevitable event that we've all been looking forward to, Ron DeSantis, Meatball Ron, the governor of Florida, my homeland, has announced his running for president, and it was apparently a total disaster. Like, he did a Twitter space, he hosted it on Twitter, in a Twitter space with Elon Musk there and a bunch of other Republican politicians and a bunch of right-wing journalists and whatnot, and a whole bunch of other people listening in. But it was apparently a massive, disaster, constant tech difficulties and issues. Reminder, by the way, AOC live streamed Among Us one time on Twitch to 400,000 people with no issues for the stream. And yet Elon Musk's Twitter has a Twitter space with 200,000 people in it listening, and it just can't function. Eventually they were able to get it stabilized to the extent that it was bearable. But apparently this is a more condensed down, hopefully edited down version of that announcement from that Twitter space that I've had given to me by a very gracious chatter. One of the very few based chatters who's willing to send sources. Actually, who sent me this? You know what? No, I am so happy with the person. Cold Sun. Shout out to Cold Sun. And not just a shout out to Cold Sun. This is what people who go out of their way to contribute to the stream and help make this already very difficult shit I have to do just the slightest bit easier. This is what happens to people who do that. Congratulations, you are now a chat admin. People who go out of their way to help make streaming easier for me in that way get rewarded. Congratulations, Cold Sun. I don't just roast you guys when you post cringe, I also reward you when you're based. That said, though, Ron DeSantis, he dropped his big announcement. It was a total disaster. Now, I have seen, admittedly, and I usually don't pre-watch. I usually don't pre-watch these things. As you guys know, I like to watch these things very much blind so that you guys get to see my very first fresh reaction to these things. But I will admit to you, I saw maybe 15% of this. Me and my guild were just questing last night. We were in Discord, and we watched 15 minutes of Vosh's coverage of this live thing, and I don't even remember most of it. So for the most part, this is a completely blind watch through. I just have like an out of context 15 minutes of him covering it that we like had on in the watch together while questing at one point. So yeah, I don't really know much about what to expect here other than it was a disaster on a tech level, and I'm sure it'll be a disaster on a rhetorical level too. Without much left to be said, let's just hop right into it and listen to this goddamn thing. I'm excited.
All right, I think we're broadcasting. Man, I think we melted the internet there.
Yeah, that was insane. Sorry.
So this was the Twitter circle, I'm assuming, after everything went to shit. Like, they made a new Twitter circle that was less fucked. I sure hope someone got fired for that blunder.
Actually doing this from David Sax's Twitter account because it looks like doing it from mine basically broke the Twitter system. Anyway, thanks everyone for joining. We're incredibly excited to announce that if you want to have Governor DeSantis on with us with this historic announcement, and then look forward to.
Okay, this is really long, and I'm gonna have to speed it up a little bit in order for this to be something we can even listen to a good fraction of in a single segment. But I want to point out, isn't it funny how like Elon Musk is seen as this genius, as this big brain, real life Iron Man genius. And yet when you listen to the dude talk, it is just blatantly evident how unskilled he is at speaking. And I'm not saying speaking skill like directly translates to intelligence. I mean, it can work the other way around sometimes. But it's clear that Elon Musk just doesn't have anything to say. He follows nothing but the rule of cool and sounds ableist. Did you just fucking say it's ableist? You're joking, right? I just had to stare you down there. Beautiful death stare? That wasn't my death stare. That was just my what the fuck stare. No, it sounds ableist? Okay. Listen. I need you to listen to me for a second. As a content viewer, alright? When you say something like, that sounds ableist, that sounds transphobic, that sounds racist, but it's not, you're basically just saying that it is those things, but you don't actually have any evidence or an argument to prove that it is? Yeah, like, it comes off that way at least. Try to avoid that kind of rhetoric as a lefty. It's frustrating to deal with. Anyway, as I was saying though, it's clear to me that like Elon Musk doesn't really have anything to say. He tries to front the big boy genius, big brain, Iron Man, real life Iron Man, Tony Stark front, like the character that he plays. But whenever he's actually questioned, or even in a long form conversation where it's not like a edited together video or something, he just pauses for a really long time. It's like he doesn't seem like he's good at speaking. And he's been doing it for so long that it's like, how have you not gotten better at it? Have you not practiced it? How long? Like, you've been talking your entire life and you're a lot older than me. Is stream not working? What happened? Wait, did stream get shut down? What happened? We're good? Oh, okay, you're talking... Oh, no. You're talking about the tech problems on Twitter. Okay.
Live Q&A from the audience. So, with that.
Yeah, I mean, so Governor DeSantis, are you there? Can you hear us? I think you broke. All
I'm
right,
here.
excellent.
It's
I know.
exciting.
I think you broke the internet there. We had over 500,000 people in one Twitter space, and it was growing by like 50,000 a minute. So, congrats on breaking the internet there.
Well, yeah. I mean, try some new things. You're gonna.
Yes.
It's adventurous. So
Yes.
But I think the value here is actually really high for people to hear directly from presidential candidates and to answer a Q&A live, and you can get a sense for how a candidate really is, and where it's not just canned speeches and.
Hey chat, let's play a smoking game. I'm gonna take a hit from my vape every time they say the word woke. Who's with me? Who's gonna participate? A nice, solid hit every time we hear the word woke. You guys think I'll become the first ever weed overdose? I say I take a hit every time they say the word woke. I really can't think of a better way to, like, gamify listening to this shit.
Teleprompters. It's in fact, you can tell by the some of the mistakes that it's real.
Yeah.
So, with that, I guess I should turn it over.
You guys have to let me know because I'll forget.
Yeah. Well, let's see. So, yeah, Governor, there's been a lot of speculation over the last couple of months about your plans. I understand that you may have an announcement to make. We've got, I think, a record audience assembled here. Probably the biggest room that's probably ever been assembled online. What would you like to tell them?
Well, I am running for president of the United States to lead our great American comeback. Look, we know our country's going in the wrong direction. We see it with our eyes and we feel it in our bones. Our southern borders collapse. Drugs are pouring into the country. Our cities are being hollowed out by spiking crime. The federal government's making it harder for the average family to make ends meet and to attain and maintain a middle-class lifestyle. And our president, well, he lacks vigor, flounders in the face of our nation's challenges, and he takes his cues from the woke mob. I don't think it has to be this way.
That's one.
Way. American decline is not inevitable. It is a choice. And we should choose a new direction, a path that will lead.
So what he means by that, by the way, is minorities are the problem. The Martha's Vineyard stunt, he actually, I do recall him, he literally references it in this, call. I do recall that part. And, they're proud of this shit. I remember after the Martha's Vineyard, stunt happened, there's a podcast that I watch. The hosts of this podcast are, maybe, a little bit right-leaning on quite a few things, but, overall, they're pretty normie as far as politics go. And I use their reactions to stuff like this as a gauge of, how normies react to this type of behavior. And a lot of people found the Martha's Vineyard stunt to be an epic troll. A lot of people, at least online, your online normie types, thought the DeSantis stunt with the Martha's Vineyard stuff was an epic troll. They thought it was owning the left. So they're proud of that. They don't see it as a point of shame or a bad mark on the reputation of DeSantis.
Lead to American revitalization. We must restore sanity to our nation. This means embracing fiscal and economic sanity. Stop pricing hardworking Americans out of a good standard of living through inflationary borrow, print, and spending policies. And please embrace American energy independence. This also means replacing the woke mind virus with reality.
Woke mind virus. All right. Let's just call this video watching DeSantis's presidential run announcement, but I take a hit every time they say woke. That's gonna be the name of the video. That's two.
Facts and enduring principles Merit must trump identity politics. We must return normalcy to our communities. America's a sovereign country. Our borders must be respected. We cannot have foreigners pouring into our country illegally by the millions. We
Brown
cannot
people,
allow drug
no!
cartels to poison
So
our
scary.
population with fentanyl. Public deserves safe communities, and law and order must be maintained in American cities. We can't have inmates running the asylum, and we must reject attacks on the men and women of law enforcement. We also must reestablish integrity in our institutions. This includes the military. I'm proud to be a Navy veteran, an Iraq veteran, and I revere our services. But when revered
bro's
institutions like
anti-LGBT
those
and
in our
from the
military
Navy?
are more concerned with matters not central to the mission, whether it's global warming or gender ideology and pronouns, morale declines and recruiting suffers. And you need to eliminate these distractions, and we need to get focused on the core mission. We also cannot have true constitutional government if the most significant issues are decided by the whims of unelected bureaucrats rather than the people's elected representatives. Reestablishing.
Do you guys remember what he was doing when he was in the Navy? Pretty sure that's when he was overseeing the torture at Guantanamo Bay. You know, the little stint where he was just standing there laughing maniacally as they were force feeding like illegally held prisoners and torturing them in an American black site. You know, just a little. You just did a little torture. Just did a little bit of evil shit.
Integrity in our institutions means we must reinvigorate our constitutional system by returning the government to its rightful owners, we the people. No social or economic transformation without representation. Truth needs to be our foundation. Common sense can no longer be an uncommon virtue. And in Florida, we proved it could be done. We chose facts over fear, education over indoctrination, law and order over rioting and disorder. We held the line when freedom hung in the balance. And we're thriving as a result. Florida is the nation's fastest growing state. We're #1 in net in-migration, #1 in new business formations, recently ranked #1 in education.
Let's see how that Disney lawsuit goes. And let's also see how the boycotting of the state of Florida from progressive-leaning and LGBT people goes. Because Ron DeSantis is now basically, like, declaring war on the woke corporations in Florida. And Rick Scott even put out this, like, gay-ass fucking letter where he's like, beware socialists who come to Florida. You will be met with laughs and pointing and laughing in northern Florida, but just know, in southern and central Florida, you may run into brown people from, like, Cuba and shit who will know the evils of socialism firsthand, and we can't guarantee what those brown people will do to you socialists. Don't come to Florida. Like, that was literally the letter. Have you guys seen the Rick Scott letter he put out? It was literally, like, 2 days ago. You guys haven't seen the fucking Rick Scott letter? Oh no. Oh no, I have to read it to you guys. It's so bad. It's so bad. Oh my god, I'm so glad I squeezed that scrawny fucker's hand when I was at the fucking science fair as a kid. I shook his hand because I was in the state science fair for, like, an environmental sciences project I did. And the governor at the time was Rick Scott, and he went to the like the hall where they were doing the state science fair to shake the hands of and meet the like kids that were doing the fucking thing. And I was in 5th grade at the time, or was it sixth grade at the time, and I made it to the state science fair, and I was there, and he shook my hand, and I squeezed as hard as I could, because even back then I knew that fucker was evil. Particularly because my mom always was talking about all the shit he was doing to fuck up the waterways that I lived around. Spent a lot of time enjoying the waterways of Florida, swimming, fishing, scalloping, catching crabs with crab traps and eating them. So, like, literally growing up over the course of, like, 5 years and watching, like, the environment in my area get destroyed and being able to trace it back directly to Republican policies, yeah. Yeah, it made me hate the Republicans even as a kid. I have the picture of me at the science fair. I bet my mom could send it. I wonder if she's watching stream. If my mom's watching stream right now, she might be able to send the picture, and I can show it on stream. I look kind of ridiculous in the photo. I had my blonde hair, and it's like my roots were coming out, and so it's like it looks orange. But you'll be able to tell it's me. But it's like me in a suit at the fair, standing next to my like board with my my presentation and everything. How do you become a chud then? Oh, because the culture war like bullshit in 2016 and 2015 and all that time basically superseded my already existing progressive biases. Basically, that type of content weaponized my existing progressive biases to convince me that the regressive left, quote unquote, was an issue. The idea was like, oh, back in the day, it was the Republicans that were these radical, crazy, yada, yada, yada. But the new right are actually hip and cool and populist and yada, yeah. And you had people like Shuan Head and Chris Reagan at the time who played a really big part in sort of making it seem like these conservative figures' ideas were more palatable to a progressive perspective. I know, I was there, yeah. Like, plenty of people who already held progressive biases fell down the alt-right rabbit hole. Already being based does not make you... Like, I was morally lucky, though. That was the thing. When I was growing up and I was, progressive and I was a kid, I was morally lucky. I was taught to be progressive. I had no other, like, influences than progressive influences. Then I was exposed to, like, the right and, like, rebelled against, like, obviously my parents. I was a teenager, lots of other reasons, right? And that's a large part of why I adopted conservatism, is I had never been exposed to, like, the actual propagandistic arguments made for people like me that are meant to convince you, right? Anyway, I want to read the article really fast. Oh yeah, my food's on the way. My mom sent me a photo of me holding the prize. I won second place at the state science fair. This is me. Oh, my hair wasn't blonde here. Or no, this was in the this was the district science fair, I think it was. This is the district one, I think. This was like right before I advanced on to the state science fair. But I won second place for like the entire like district or something like that. And that's why I advanced to the state. And this is me holding my second place plaque. I know, second place. No, but I seriously didn't expect to win at all. So I was like, when they announced my name, like right before first place, I was like, what? Wait, I'm second place. Wait, what? Because they were counting from fifth, and I was like not expecting to hear my name called at all. And then they say fifth place blank, fourth place blank, third place blank, second place. I'm really not expecting to hear my name. They say my name, and I'm like, what? And I was happy, you know. It was good. Yeah. Lil Xan. What was your project thing? Oh, you'll see it in a little bit. My mom's sending a picture of it. She's watching the stream, and she sent that picture first, but she's looking for the picture of me, like, at State Science Fair. There might even be... She might even be able to send the article. Wait, there's an article. There's an article. Like, we can read the article about, like, not only is my picture there, but also it's about how the governor went to the State Science Fair to meet the students that were there. So, like, yeah, there's a whole article about it that you might be able to dig up. From back in, like, 2013, 2012 it would have been. Anyway, in the meantime, I'm going to read the Rick Scott letter. Also, my food's supposed to be here in a minute, so I'm going to have to pull a Hassan any minute now. And run and grab my food. Okay. Here's the letter that Rick Scott put out. How much did this motherfucker tweet? How much does this motherfucker tweet? Wait, where is it? What? Where is that? I can't find it. Never mind. I posted it in chat. Oh yeah, it was the Scott for Florida account. It was the account for his campaign. I forgot. So yeah, it was his campaign account that posted this, not his official account. That's like his personal one. Senator Rick Scott issues travel advisory for socialists visiting Florida. Today, Senator Rick Scott issued a formal travel advisory for all socialists visiting the state of Florida. The travel advisory comes in direct response to the Biden administration's attempts to erase capitalism and the system that has brought prosperity to Florida and the entire United States. Oh my god. It's such a fucking joke. They've basically just drummed up a big culture war thing. Oh yeah, here's the picture of me, yeah, here's the article. My mom sent me the screenshot of the article. Can I... Go away. Nice. Behold. Me at the State Science Fair. That's me. I've already been doxxed all hell, so there's no harm in showing this. That's me. That's because I think this was like in a government building, so we had like IDs to be in there or something. I don't know. I don't remember what those lanyard things were for. I think that's my second place ribbon from the last one there. Like on my thing. Also, why was my collar fucked up? Listen, I was a little kid, okay? I didn't know how to check if my collar was fucked up or not, okay? I didn't know how to wear a suit properly. I look so fucking... Oh my god. My suit was raggedy here. To be fair, okay? I'm about 12 here, yeah. To be fair, there were so many fucking reporters and random, like, people that were, like, official looking, coming up and asking questions about my project every 5 seconds, sometimes multiple at a time. So, like, I was frantic. I was, like, turning quickly and running around having to grab stuff and, like, looking around for things that I couldn't find if, like, I had a thing on top of another thing. So I'd kind of, like, I was a little bit ruffled, you know? But, yeah, I'm 23 years old. This is March 28th, 2013. You can do the math on how old I was. I don't remember. I don't remember how old I was. I was 13. I would have been 13 because this was before July. In July 2013, I would have turned 14. So this would have been, I would have been 13 here. So this is 13-year-old me. Is that, I think that might be the mark on my nose from, no, I wouldn't have been on the swim team yet. Was I on the swim team yet? I don't think I was. I think that mark on my nose is from goggles, but maybe... I don't think I was in the swim team yet. It could have just been from me having goggle marks on my nose all the time because I was doing a lot of swimming. Yeah, it's a little bit of like an insight into how much swimming I did. There's a bruise on the bridge of my nose from wearing goggles so often. That was like temporarily permanent. Was your anus polluted? No, I lived in a like neighborhood that was on canals, like these little like sea canals. And when I first moved in there, the water was clear, the fish were aplenty and very delicious and good to eat. But the longer I lived there, as dredging projects and particularly more housing developments started to become prevalent in the area, it resulted in like rain runoff, basically pushing a bunch of shit into the water. And I was able to prove that this was happening pretty clearly. One of the ways I would test it, for example, was I would test the turbidity of the water every day. And I would do it multiple times a day. There were 3 points in the day that I would do it. I think it was 8 a.m., then noon, and then 8 p.m. was when I would take measurements. And one of the things I would measure was the temperature. I would measure the turbidity, was a big one. And the way I did it was I had this big funnel, like a big funnel tube, and I would just take a big thing of water with it, like a big swig of water out of the canal with it, set it on the dock, and then I would slowly lower a little a little like tab, like a black and white tab that has a pattern on it, on a string down to the bottom, and right at the point where you can't see it anymore, where you can just barely see it, you hold it there, and then you mark that distance, or that measurement, and that is the level of visibility in the water. Damn, that's 18-year-old science or university stuff. You were a bright, wee 13-year-old. Thank you, I appreciate that, Rob. Well, mostly it was just because I cared a lot about, like, the environment, and I still do. I still care a lot about it, and I talk more about it, but every video I've ever done on climate change has struggled to break, like, even 1,000 views. Like, I literally wouldn't be able to make it, you know, financially if I was making, regularly scheduled content about climate change, because people just don't give a fuck, even on the left. It's really sad, but you guys just won't watch videos about climate change. You won't even watch videos where I'm dunking on people doing climate change denial.
We have a 50-year low crime rate and one of the lowest tax and debt per capita in America.
My food here?
But we also understand governing is not entertainment. It's not about building a brand or virtue signaling. It is about delivering results.
It's about 2 minutes away.
And our results in Florida have been second to none. We can and we must.
All right, Cherry, edit this pause out. I'm going to go check for my food because it should be here now. I will be back. That took far less time than I expected it to, because he was, he literally, like, left it at my door. Nice. Very poggers. I have food now, and I probably shouldn't show the receipt. Hopefully you guys didn't see it. Oh, yeah. W, what did you pick up? Mexican food, my friends. This chicken? Ooh. I think they might have messed up my order. Hopefully they just included something extra and they didn't mess up my order. That would be unfortunate. Oh wait, no, I asked for extra chicken. Never mind, they didn't mess it up. I just don't know why they sent it in the way they did. There we go. I don't have table space. Did you get us anything, Zan? Did I bring enough for the whole class? Is that what you're asking? Are you asking if I brought enough for the... No! Yeah. They do tend to mess up the orders from this place sometimes, but it's not too bad. It's not too bad. I can still eat it. Yeah, the only downside of this place, as good as the food is that you'll be lucky if you get your order right. Alright. Okay, Cherry, get us back in. Give it to me, Meatball Ron.
Deliver big results for America. I pledge to be an energetic executive that will take on the important issues. Biden's pursued inflationary policies that are hurting working people. We will reverse those policies, and we'll build an economy where working Americans can achieve a good standard of living. Biden's opened the southern border and allowed massive amounts of drugs to pour into the country. We'll shut down the border, construct a border wall, and hold...
Really quick, just want to add, both legal and illegal immigration from the southern border overwhelmingly benefit our economy. Every economist agrees on this. Like, it's an economist consensus. Even right-wing economists tend to agree on this. The border wall, waste of money. border security, like the over-the-top border security that we do, waste of fucking money. The organized crime that is bringing drugs into this country and engaging in human trafficking have all the money and resources in the world to bypass any of the very, like, overly expensive, overpaid for barriers that we try to set up that literally only prevents good people from coming to this country. It's just like the only people that a wall is going to stop from getting into the country are like a family, like, walking through the desert trying to get to America. Drug cartels aren't stopped by the wall. The wall's not going to stop drug cartels. They've got planes, boats, cars, smugglers. They've got bribes and inside agents. There's corruption all over the fucking place. They don't, the wall's not going to affect that. They got ladders, for sure. They can buy a ladder. The people the wall's meant to affect and prevent from coming to the country are poor people looking for a new life. Because those are the only people who don't have the resources to bypass the wall. Not only that, both illegal and legal immigration benefit this country's economy overwhelmingly. This is not disputed by any economist worth their salt. And on top of this, illegal immigrants and legal immigrants, both first and second, or sorry, even illegal immigrants, but this is true of legal immigrants, obviously, but even illegal immigrants, discounting the crime of being an illegal immigrant, literally commit less crime statistically than native-born Americans do, including white native-born Americans. That's right. Like an illegal Mexican immigrant from, like, south of the border is less likely to be a criminal than a white native-born American. Those are the statistics. There's also a bunch of other bogus claims that he's no doubt going to make, like that illegal immigrants are leeching off of Social Security, which is fucking hilarious because illegal immigrants don't have a Social Security number. Like, they don't reap any benefits from any of this shit, but they do pay taxes, both sales tax, property tax if they rent, all sorts of taxes. They're paying a lot of taxes, but they're not getting any of the benefits. The idea that they're, like, reaping these benefits and not working, completely made up by the right. It's not real. It's a fantasy.
Hold the drug cartels accountable. Biden's embraced medical authoritarianism, such as unconstitutional COVID vax mandates. We will ensure that those violations of liberty can never happen again. Biden's allowed woke ideology to drive his agenda. We will never surrender to the woke mob, and we will leave woke ideology.
3 in a row, okay. That's 5 total. That's a total of 5 now. I'm feeling good so far. I like getting stoned and eating. This is my favorite pastime. I feel great so far. I was hoping for a hit. I was waiting for him to say woke. One more. I'm good. I'm good. Let's continue.
In the dustbin of history. Biden's also politicized the military and caused recruiting to plummet. We will eliminate ideological agendas.
He has politicized the military? The military isn't political? Inherently? This is the final evolution of the keep politics out of my video games and movies, by the way. Literal presidential candidates saying the left is trying to make the military political by having minorities in it. The final evolution of the Gamergate bro talking point about not wanting their video games and movies to be political. But what they mean is minorities.
From our military, focus the military on the core mission, and we will reverse the poor recruiting trends. Finally, Biden's weaponized the power of the administrative state to advance his left-wing agenda. We will reconstitutionalize the executive branch, and we'll bring the administrative state to heel. Now, you can't do any of that if you don't win. There is no substitute.
He's basically saying he, if elected, will achieve single-party control of the country. Basically, it's just him promising to instill fascism if he wins.
For victory. We must end the culture of losing that has infected the Republican Party in recent years. The tired dogmas of the past are inadequate for a vibrant future. We must look forward, not backwards. We need the courage to lead, and we must have the strength to win. And to voters who are participating in this primary process, my pledge to you is this. If you nominate me, you can set your clock to January 20th, 2025 at high noon, because on the west side of the U.S. Capitol, I will be taking the oath of office as the 47th President of the United States. No excuses. I will get the job done. Now, these past few years have given me a new appreciation for the fragility of our freedoms. I never thought I would see things in America that we saw during the COVID-19 pandemic, but our founding fathers were keenly aware.
I can't wait for when Flat Earth unironically becomes the next big, like, conservative party line point you have to toe. Flat Earth has to be next, right? Like, think about it. Think back to 2016, even. Flat Earth and anti-vax people were on the same level. Don't you guys remember? Think back to 2016. Think back at how much of a joke, unanimously, anti-vaxxers were. They were the crazy people that were in the Facebook groups. Pointing out that Trump was an anti-vaxxer was one of the best gotchas you could get against him when talking about Trump in a debate with a conservative. And now, anti-vax is the expected, demanded line that you toe as a conservative figure. Yeah, even Leafy was making fun of Flat Earth and anti-vax people. They were on the same level, two peas in a pod. I really feel like it's got to be the next thing they adopt, right? Because it's a full-on invasion, like a full-on attack on science, right?
Of the fragility of freedom. When they framed our Constitution, they came armed with having studied the history of every republic and the history of mankind. And they noticed that all of those experiments only had one thing in common, and it was this. Every single one of them had failed. And so they knew it fell to our country, the United States of America, to determine whether people could really govern themselves. Could we have a society based on the idea that our rights are God-given, not government-granted, and that society functions based on the rule of law, not the rule of individual men? And when Dr. Benjamin Franklin walked out of that convention, he was asked, did you deliver a republic or a monarchy? He said a republic.
I do love how proud Republicans have gotten to their of their opposition to separation of church and state. Like, no. Your rights are God-given. You are not allowed to exist under the presupposition that God isn't real, that the Christian God isn't real, and that the Christian God isn't responsible for everything you hold dear, as well as the success of America. The reason why they do this, by the way, is because if America has the legitimacy of God's will behind it, then nothing that the American government or anything that America does can be seen as bad. Vietnam War, God wanted it. War in Afghanistan, God wanted it. You just use it as an excuse. America serves God's will. We're the good guys. We're always the good guys, right? We're always the good guys. That's the history we're taught, is that America was always the good guys.
If you can keep it. They knew freedom didn't run on autopilot. They knew each generation would have a responsibility to safeguard freedom. and it's our responsibility to do so at this important juncture in our nation's history. We have a lot of work to do to ensure the country gets back on track. I ask everybody listening to please join me on this mission. Please invest in our campaign by going to rondesantis.com and making a donation. Thank you. God bless, and I look forward to the discussion.
All right, thank you, Governor. Appreciate that.
Here's where it gets interesting, I feel.
I guess just as a first follow-up here, thank you for putting up with these technical issues. I think we're definitely breaking new ground here. As far as I know, no major presidential candidate has ever announced their candidacy on social media this way, certainly in a Twitter space. So thank you for doing that. What made you want to kind of take the chance of doing it this way, as opposed to just doing it on cable news or the...
I love how blatantly Elon Musk has become a Republican collaborator, by the way. Like, back in the day, I remember he would kind of keep it hush-hush where his leanings were, and that he was a Trump supporter and whatnot. But, now he's just full-on, like, assisting in Ron DeSantis' running, or announcement for his running of president. And supporting it and everything, and like backing up what he's saying, like as a collaborator, not only the owner of the platform that's hosting this, but a collaborator to the political goals of this person. Like the collusion is over the top. Like it's literally a right-wing platform hosting a right-wing politician that's running with favorability towards the right. They've achieved everything they've been accusing Twitter of being towards the left. Every accusation they made of Twitter back when it was like normal is what they've turned it into, but for the right. It's wild.
The usual way.
Well, when COVID hit, I had to make decisions about, do you go with the crowd or do you look at the data yourself and cut against the grain? And I chose to do the latter. I faced huge blowback for doing that from the bureaucracy, from elites, from the media. But my view is I had to look out for the people I represented, prefer protecting their jobs over trying to safeguard my own political hide. But it was very, very lonely in a lot of those decisions. And part of the reason it was so lonely.
He did this for you guys. He's a selfless hero who only cares about other people and not himself. So he shut down any attempts for there to be measures taken to restrict COVID's growth and spreading. He did it for you guys because he's just so selfless. Not because he wanted to ensure that the tourist economy of Florida stayed intact with very little long-term care for the future. Just caring about short-term income. He's just a hero. He's just a hero, guys.
Is because there was a concerted effort to try to stifle dissent. There was an official narrative about lockdowns, about closing schools, about forced masking, about all these different things that we had to navigate.
Official narrative is a very interesting word to call the truth. Ah, yes. The official narrative that oxygen is what you need to survive.
During COVID, and it was an orthodoxy being enforced by the major tech platforms in conjunction with the federal government. And if we can't have an honest debate in a free country about issues that affect hundreds of millions of people, like lockdowns, then what good is the First Amendment at that point? Those are precisely the times when we needed to have debate be robust. You should not be taking down articles that criticize those draconian policies, and yet that's exactly what happened. So it occurred to me that if that had continued, I think free speech in this country was on its way out the door. And so when Elon Musk stepped up to purchase Twitter, he paid a lot of money for it. And I'm sure because he's a good businessman, Elon, I'm sure you'll end up making money off it. But bottom line is you had to put your money where your mouth is, because I think you recognize that you can't have a free society unless we have the freedom to debate the most important issues that are affecting our civilization. That did not happen during...
I like how half of this shit is stuff I'd hear Dave Rubin say back in 2017. Like this, the marketplace of ideas, rational debate, the truth must win out. And it's like, dog, medical and scientific institutions are literally putting out denouncements of you or denunciations of you for your anti-scientific policy making.
During COVID, the truth was censored repeatedly, and now that Twitter is in the hands of a free speech advocate, that would not be able to happen
free
again
speech advocate.
on this Twitter platform. So I think what was done with Twitter is...
Bro's a free speech advocate. That's why he made it so that in order for anyone to see your tweets, you have to pay $8 a month for a previously free service.
really significant for the future of our country. We cannot have a society in which government is colluding with major tech platforms to enforce an orthodoxy.
Well, thank you. Yeah, we're absolutely committed to freedom of speech and a level playing field, and just a vigorous debate. And hopefully, this can be a platform that brings people of divergent political views to exchange those views, and perhaps some minds will be changed one way or the other.
So, conservative figures love saying stuff like this because on surface level, listening to that, it is inarguably agreeable. The idea of like having a discussion about disagreements and coming together to hash them out, etc., 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 right? This is like Disney movie monologue, like irrefutably, like unobjectionably true, right? Like no one disagrees with that on surface level. The problem is that's not actually what Elon Musk or most of these conservative figures mean when they say that. What they mean is that, well, it's all just a bunch of buzzwords. They're just saying words that sound like they're not disagreeable in any way. They say things such as, we just want to preserve the ability for people to have conversations about the most important topics. And what they mean is like, yeah, people should be able to like call trans women the T-slur and assault them in public. Like, what they actually mean when they say these things is not what you think.
And but it's just incredibly important, as you highlight, that the First Amendment is irrelevant if all the media and all the government are operating in lockstep. It makes the most important amendment, the one that was most urgently added to the Constitution, moot if you cannot have free and open debate. So Twitter was indeed expensive, but free speech is priceless.
Awesome. Thank you. So, Governor, I'm going to ask some questions while we get some other kind of speakers in the queue to ask questions. I think maybe some people knew this announcement was coming because there's been no shortage of hit pieces on you in the press over the last week or two. I want to ask you about some of these accusations that are being leveled at you. Last week, the NAACP issued a travel advisory against your state, claiming that Florida is not a safe place for minorities to visit. What do you say to those?
That's that post I read before. Was in response to.
Who've been advised that somehow they aren't welcome in your state.
Claiming that Florida is unsafe is a total farce. I mean, are you kidding me? You look at cities around this country, they are awash in crime. In Florida, our crime rate is at a 50-year low. If you look at
everywhere is at a 50-year low. Crime has been on a massive decline since the 90s. Crime has been on an insane decline since the 90s. The trend that he's describing that's been affecting Florida is true of everywhere. And not only that, crime has always been higher in the cities because that's where all the people are. And two, on top of that, bullshit. Florida is not safe. How many serial killers have there been in Florida in my lifetime? Like, dude, I lived in Florida a long time, okay? There were plenty of times living in Florida where I felt not safe. Dexter real? Yeah, Dexter literally lived in fucking Miami, dude. They were like, yes, where do we set our show about a serial killer who needs to hunt down and kill other serial killers regularly? Miami, Florida.
Look at the top 25 cities for crime in America. Florida does not have a single one amongst the top 25. And if you look at cities like Baltimore and Chicago, you got kids more likely to get shot than to receive a first class education. Yet I don't see the NAACP batting an eye about all the outrage and the carnage that's happening in those areas. So this is a political stunt. These left-wing groups have been doing it for many, many years, and
It's all deflection. It's all like, actually, the woke are the real racists, despite the fact that everything I advocate for demonstrably hurts minorities.
at the end of the day, what they're doing is colluding with legacy media to try to manufacture a narrative.
Colluding with legacy media, as he's right now with Elon Musk, who owns Twitter, supporting his fucking announcement for running. Remember, the legacy media thing is them trying to appropriate the Zoomers. This is them trying to attract the Zoomers, who see, like, old media, the legacy media, newspapers, TV, radio, etc., as being irrelevant and establishment, and it's this new era of social media news and media that is the new meta. And that legacy media is trying to tear it down before it can really start up.
Now, the good news is fewer and fewer Americans are gullible enough to believe this dribble. And platforms like Twitter are there where people can debunk these lies in real time. And I would just say, as an American citizen, if you are uncritically accepting narratives spun by legacy media and left-wing groups, you're failing at your job of being a conscientious citizen. And I think people just see right through it. And oh, by the way, have any of these travel advisories, because they've been doing this for a while, all these left-wing groups, have any of them worked? Well, we're the #1 state for net in-migration and have...
My favorite thing, okay, about all of this is that he says that people on Twitter are debunking the lies. Meanwhile, every day I wake up to just see, and he is kind of right, because every day I wake up to see a big line of right-wing posts with community notes below them saying this is completely wrong and not true. And then right above that, it's like a conservative making a claim about something happening and then saying someone should die because of it. That is what I wake up to. Nazi propaganda, like a fake story, and then calling for someone's death because of said fake story, then community notes saying, by the way, this is fake, but then all the replies are still believing it's real for some reason. Because they don't care.
Been every year since I've been governor, we just capped the highest quarter for tourism in the history of the state of Florida. And our view is we want everybody to succeed regardless of their skin color. We don't divvy up people by race. At the same time, it is worth pointing out
the left are the real
we
racists.
have in Florida more...
The left caring about people's race and trying to achieve equality makes them the real racists. Acknowledging race in any way is actually truly racist, I guess. Basically, they try to claim the left's standard of racism is like super duper broad, and then they'll make up standards the left doesn't have for what racism is, and then when the left meets those standards, they'll say, oh, see, you're hypocritical, that's racist, and it's like, no, it's not. And they'll say, oh, but you believe it's racist, and it's like, no, I don't.
Black-owned businesses than any state in the nation. And we've also had more African Americans lead state agencies under my administration than at any time in Florida history. But with us, they're there because of merit, not because we're trying to play identity politics. And if you want to look at education, the black students in Florida perform much higher than black students in most other states. We rank #3 in 4th grade reading and #2 in 4th grade math.
I wonder how, like, thorough the, I wonder if there's, like, an entire thread of fact-checking of all the claims he's making, because Republicans just straight up lie about shit like this. Trump does it all the time. I have no doubt there's a big fact-check, like, line of things that fact-check every claim he makes here to confirm whether or not they're true. And I'm sure a lot of it is true. Like, Florida is well off in a lot of ways. Large part of that is its tourism economy. Florida gets a lot of tourism. Like, half of it is for its nature, and the other half is for Disney and the other big parks. So Ron DeSantis pissing off Disney, not good for Florida or his perception as being a good leader of Florida. And then, of course, there's also the fact that Republicans are actively destroying the environment in Florida. And global warming is not going to help with that either, with shrinking the coastline. Or I guess it's not going to shrink the coastline. It's going to grow the coastline, but it sure as fuck going to, shrink the inland. It's going to shrink the landmass. So yeah, Florida is on a very dark road. It's on a very dark road on several different levels.
Amongst our black student population. And oh, by the way, the head of the NAACP lives in Florida, and a lot of their board members have put out on social media during my governorship Florida vacations where they seem to be having an awful good time.
I like this implication that if you live in Florida, then you must not dislike how Florida is being run, because surely you just move. Like, I like their implication that you must not... Like, if you're staying in a state and advocating for it to be run better by better people, then you wouldn't actually be in the state if you actually didn't like how it was being run. Ah, yes, the concept of democracy.
That's great. Well, I mean, Florida's a great state, and I think everyone, the people realize that. Some of the things that are being said are just truly absurd. I mean, I saw some headline from The Atlantic basically claiming that anyone who listens to this Spaces on Twitter is basically a Nazi. That
was The Atlantic. And then
oh my God!
Fair said that that you were hosting or interviewing because David Duke wasn't available.
This is a presidential. This is the richest man in the world, and a guy who's running for president, and a bunch of right-wing demagogues joking around about how they're Nazis. Everyone knows they're Nazis, but they get to deny it, and they find that enjoyable.
Oh, yes. Although I'm not totally sure who they were saying was David Duke. I don't know if it was you or Governor DeSantis. It's sort of a little bit unclear.
Oh, but sorry. Correction. Musk is no longer the richest man in the world anymore. He's the second richest now, thanks to his Twitter purchase.
But I think this is a function of the legacy media, these corporate journals. They're in their little bubble. And to draw allusions to stuff like that, I mean, how crazy do you have to be? But in their little bubble, it sounds like they're making some type of profound point. And so part of, I think, what Twitter is standing for is people should be exposed to different viewpoints. And I think the elites in our society have tried to...
Oh, that is also true. Thank you, Tab 1907. That is a good mention. Florida did adjust Florida adjusts not the stats, the standards for some grades to be able to reach a higher level of academic accomplishment, so Florida's academic achievements would be higher. Florida's academic achievements were not high when I was a kid, and school boards all across Florida and the Florida government actively, I'm sure he deserved it. I mean, fuck. I'm sure that Alliance Paladin deserved it.
Cluster themselves to where their assumptions are never challenged. And that's not a good way, I think, to live. It's also not a good way to be a critical thinker, because no one's ever going to question obviously wrong assumptions, because everybody around you shares them.
Absolutely.
And I think they become totally hysterical because they don't like the idea that their control over the media is being, disintermediated.
Yeah.
Because now, candidates for president can just speak directly to people through platforms like Twitter.
Yeah, I mean, the amazing thing about Twitter and things like Spaces are that, although I happen to be hosting it,
the best thing about it as well is being on the left is you being the underdog in regards to political power and influence and wealth, despite being the, I guess, overdog in regards to numbers and general cultural support. But at the same time, the right still constantly pretends like they are some sort of marginalized group that are still the what's the term for it, that are still the fuck, what's the term? I'm blanking right now because I've had too much weed. Oh no. They claim they're the silent majority. Thank you. That's the term I was thinking of. Thank you. Thank you, Zumi dear. They claim they're the silent majority, and that they're actually, like, behind all the veil of progressive woke ideology, they are actually the majority of this country, and they are the people's will. They represent the people's will. Obviously, this isn't the case, but they use their massive amount of money, influence, and power to claim this is the case. And the funny thing is, meanwhile, they will go on platforms like this, the biggest social media platform in the world, and say, we are being silenced. They're still saying it. With all their money, wealth, power, and connections, they're still saying that they're being silenced.
I had to switch over to David hosting it because my account was actually...
There's too much interest.
Always the victims.
My account was breaking the system. But there's really never been a mechanism before where someone could address the nation, or anyone who wanted to listen to them could, from anywhere in the world, United States or anywhere. So I think this is a really profound change. And it's also like it's not just whether the media reports something, an article is true or not. Even more powerful is deciding what the narrative is. And
Totally.
so, it's just like, if there's only so much you can actually fit in a newspaper or a magazine, and there's only one thing you can really put on the cover of a magazine. So that whoever's deciding that is deciding to not talk about other things. Whereas with a public digital town square like we have here, it's possible for the public to choose the narrative. It empowers the people instead of a very tiny...
It allows the public to choose the narrative. You know, instead of the narrative being the truth and there being some level of, like, filtering of insane bullshit when it comes to, like, media platforms, it's just whatever the crazies decide to signal boost as being the truth is what people get to go with. That is what they're trying to achieve, by the way. Some sort of fucking Metal Gear Solid 2 fucking, dissolution of the truth. That, like, literally. I'm pretty sure this is what Metal Gear Solid 2 is about, by the way. Might have been Revengeance. The memes, Jack! Might have been Revengeance, though. I haven't played either. I'm excited for Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater to get remastered, though, or remaked.
Elite cabal, which I don't recognize the irony of.
Did he just JQ? Did bro just JQ right there? He just JQ'd. Elon just JQ'd.
Something an article is true or not. Even more powerful is deciding what the narrative is. And
Totally.
so, it's just like, if there's only so much you can actually fit in a newspaper or a magazine, and there's only one thing you can really put on the cover of a magazine. So that whoever's deciding that is deciding to not talk about other things. Whereas with a public digital town square like we have here, it's possible for the public to choose the narrative. It empowers the people instead of a very tiny elite cabal, which I don't recognize the irony of me using that phrase.
How he just says the JQ, and then says also, I know it's a little ironic that I'm like one of the most powerful people on the planet, and I'm doing the JQing thing where I talk about the tiny elite cabal of people that run the world. But I assure you guys, me is like, used to be the richest person in the world, now in second place. I assure you, I'm not in on it, okay? I'm not in on it. Ignore the pictures of Elon Musk with Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein, though. Ignore those pictures. He's not in on whatever weird rich people cabal, could be going down, the irony.
But nonetheless, it's
those pictures.
True, and you judge by the results that this is a means for the people to decide the narrative, and for the people to decide which way a debate will go, not sort of 5 editors-in-chiefs of a few newspapers, basically.
Yeah, and I think one of the really crazy things that happened during COVID is that social networks really started censoring dissenting viewpoints on COVID, medical viewpoints that ended up being totally correct in lockstep with what the mainstream media was doing. So basically, big tech platforms were undermining their main reason for existing, which is giving people a choice. And actually, there's somebody who I think knows more about that than any of us, which is Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, who's a professor of medicine at Stanford. I want to pull him in here. Jay, you go ahead and unmute yourself if you can. It'd be great to hear from you. I know that during COVID, you worked with Governor DeSantis. It'd be great just to hear a little bit about your interactions and if you have a question for the governor.
Yeah, thank you, David. Yeah, I mean, it was an absolute honor to work with Governor DeSantis, and I was really impressed by his decision making in the face of an absolute firestorm of criticism. But he, Governor, you did the right thing when you opened the schools. And my kids in California for a year and a half didn't see the inside of a classroom, whereas Florida kids were in school. And you can see it in the results, and the learning loss numbers are so much better.
I wonder if they'll bring up the COVID death rates in Florida.
I'm really curious, Governor. As you're running for president, what are your thoughts about reforming the public health authority in the United States and the federal government, the CDC, the FDA, the NIH? How do you see the reforms we need so that the mistakes of the lockdowns that happened during the pandemic don't happen again when there's another pandemic?
Well, first, we need
got to prevent future lockdowns if there's another pandemic.
What happened during COVID?
I like how this question is about how can we guarantee that the next time there's a pandemic, it kills as many people as possible. They're already planning for the next pandemic to kill as many people as possible. They're already prepping for another big batch of dead Americans. It was when, too, not if. Yeah, it's when the next pandemic happens, how can we prevent lockdowns and these other, woke measures? Like the vaccine, I assume. They're going to want to try to prevent the creation of vaccines for future pandemics, I have no doubt. Oh, no, they are just pro-death. They are pro-death. Being pro-life, quote-unquote, like being anti-abortion, maximizes death, so that's why they're in favor of it. And everything they say, like openly to the public and their opposition, assume the opposite is true. Every accusation they make, assume that's them making a confession. They are that evil. They are that wrong. They are that on the wrong side of history. That's what I say every time I kill an Alliance player in WoW. I say that's what you get for being on the wrong side of history, okay? Conservatives are just on the wrong side of history. That's just how it is. They'll be remembered as, like, bad people. Like, Ron DeSantis, Trump, the Republican Party, the further into human history that you go into the future, they will be seen ever more as bad people. They'll be seen as on the same level as we see cavemen now. Like, people, like, or even like how we saw the Nazis. No doubt. They'll probably be looked down on as probably as radically far right as we look down on the Nazis as now, at least in so far as the politically Overton window. Because the right now is seeking nothing but death.
COVID. And the only honest reckoning is that all of those agencies, all of the elites, the public health establishment, they failed. They instituted bad policies. Obviously, it's a novel virus, but I think what happened was when the data was becoming more and more apparent that the path they were on,
yeah, they're going to be seen as on the same level as the segregationists, as we see them now, yeah,
was wrong. They doubled down and wanted to do it even more. And I really believe had Florida not just kind of stood in the way, I think this country would have had rolling lockdowns for probably a 2-year period. And so their impulses were authoritarian. They were not following.
I like how, like, New Zealand and Australia don't have insane far-right control of their government in the same way that we do. So they, like, as soon as COVID started to become a thing, they, like, implemented basic lockdowns and, like, COVID, like, protective protocols. And they had, like, 4 deaths and 12 cases in the entire country of New Zealand, if I recall correctly. And, like, things have been completely normal in New Zealand for, like, years now. Like, they had a few months of lockdowns, and then since then, like, since, like, mid-2020, things in New Zealand and Australia and shit have been pretty much normal. The UK, to a lesser extent, because they have more right-wing... Like, you can literally see... You can track, like, which countries were hit least bad by COVID based on how much of a conservative stranglehold there is on the country's politics. If there are conservatives able to hold up the processes that will allow lives to be saved, they will do it. And the less there are, the better off the country is. It's just how it is.
The data, and I think the U.S. government needs to acknowledge the failures, and I think all of those agencies need to be cleaned out. What I saw just dealing with them was...
Obviously, accounting for very early in the pandemic when, like, nobody knew what to do, there's going to be differences, but, like, as it was spreading out, like, once you're getting into the Plague Inc. mid-game section of the pandemic, like, the places that had more Republicans, or more conservatives, sorry, were the countries that got hit harder, for the most part.
I saw a interest in the narrative and in politics over evidence-based reasoning and evidence-based medicine. And so I don't have confidence that those agencies are up to the task. And I think you need major overhaul of the whole enchilada with respect to public health in this country.
Yeah, there's got to be, like, an update they added to Plague Inc. where it's like, you've made your virus and it's spreading through the world, and it gets to America, and it says, American president claims that there is no virus, and it's a hoax. And it's like, and like, you're really worried they were going to start developing a cure, and you're just like, woo! Okay, alright, we lucked out. We're winning this game. Dude, this would be, like, the easiest game of Plague Inc. of my life if Donald Trump was president of America canonically in Plague Inc. Will you show the funny Trump meme I gave you later after this? Sure.
Can I follow up with that? I mean, I think the other thing that I saw during the pandemic, Governor, and you was subject to it just as much as I was when we were talking about COVID.
Oh, remember, by the way, we're going to get to see this guy get destroyed by Donald Trump in the primaries, so be excited for that.
COVID. YouTube censored a video of us speaking about in a roundtable that you hosted on COVID policy. There's so much of the federal government infrastructure went into suppressing honest scientific discussion during the pandemic. So it's not...
Wait, I like how they said YouTube banned a video, and they say government infrastructure. They're unironically trying to pretend like YouTube and Twitter were part of the government, so that if they ban you, it is them taking away your freedom of speech, because they are the government, apparently. It's just, I don't know how I'm supposed to respond to lies that are such big lies that they aren't even in the same realm as the truth. I don't even know. All I can really say is that's so far from reality that I don't know what to say.
Just public health agencies, but other agencies inside the federal government that worked to suppress the speech of Americans. And I'd love to hear your thoughts about it.
No question. So I'm actually in Florida. We recognize the danger there. So I'm actually going to be signing a digital bill of rights for Florida pretty soon, which will
big companies own the senators? Yeah, money in politics is a huge problem, but which political party do you think is the most bought out? Also, do you think that, like, Google potentially, like, funding American politicians means that YouTube is a government institution, and that YouTube banning somebody means that it is a government institution taking away their freedom of speech? We got conservatives in YouTube chat, in case you're curious.
Are all state and local government officials from colluding or working with a
not legally
company for the...
Yeah, not legally and not literally either. It's just not the case. You just kind of want it to be, because you kind of just feel like it might be. Like, you're just like, it kind of feels right, you know? Like, it's just the vibes just kind of feel right.
Purpose of censorship of speech, because you're exactly right. You had people in the White House, you had people in all these other...
Zan, how do you live in a country where there is this amount of brain rot? stoned as hell. Like, why do you think rates of just, like, hating everything are so high in America, dude? Like, just Americans hate everything. Like, even conservatives, they don't know why they hate America and living in it, but, like, they're convinced it's because of the left, but it's what the right has been doing. It's this fucking brain rot.
Other agencies working with these platforms to try to take it down. And, oh, by the way, what did they...
It's why everybody in America loves drugs. It's because we need them to fucking get by, okay? We're American. How are we supposed to get by without drugs? Weed, nicotine, liquor, whatever it may be. Everybody's got something. Every American needs something to get by. Adrenaline. Some people go skydiving or, like, bungee jumping for their adrenaline. Like, it just sucks, you know? Video games.
Censor Dr. Bhattacharya for. It was a roundtable discussion that I led and convened. We had Dr. Bhattacharya, MD, PhD from Stanford. We had Martin Kaldorf from Harvard Medical School, and we had Sunetra Gupta from Oxford, who was generally viewed as one of the best epidemiologists across the pond until she became anti-lockdown. So these are all eminent.
So all of the stories that I've read about Ron DeSantis putting together like boards for medical advisory in the state of Florida have all been like, so this doctor that he instated said that the mRNA vaccine causes cancer and will give you seizures and make your eyeballs bleed. And because of that, they're no longer really considered a reputable scientist. This next one thinks that STDs are caused by demonic semen. This next one thinks that, like, it's every time these people manage to bring together, like, a group of doctors that agree with their shit, they're all disgraced as fuck. And I like how he's making excuses for why the doctors that he's got on his board are disgraced as fuck. Because they're all, like, anti-science, and they all decide to chase money. Instead of actually, like, following the responsibility to, you know, actually spread reality.
People, and what are we discussing?
For the truth.
We're discussing whether there's any scientific basis to force a school child to wear a mask for 8 hours a day. They all agreed there was no basis to do it and that you should not have school mask mandates. YouTube thought that that was, quote, anti-science and that should be taken down. But even at that point, we had already had enough experience in Florida where you had some schools that had done it before the state banned the mandates. You had some schools that had done it, some schools didn't, and the results were no different. And yet his video was taken down by Google, YouTube. So it was a huge...
I like how the chances are this was just the ad, like, I don't know if you guys know this, but any video I do that involves vaccines or COVID, like, there is a 20% chance I'd say it gets false striked, and I have to beg YouTube to fix it on Twitter. Like, regardless of the content of it, despite the fact I'm a lefty and I'm not saying anything that's, like, controversial or anti-science, I've gotten multiple videos striked falsely by YouTube because I covered COVID and vaccine stuff. Because it's all robots. It's an algorithm. It detected a few keywords and just played it safer than said we'd rather be safe than sorry. This wasn't Google actively, like, targeting them like they're trying to imply it was. YouTube is run by robots and algorithms. Not that these boomers would understand what an algorithm is.
Huge problem. And yes, I think the federal
I don't think
government,
Elon even knows.
FBI, DHS, any of the health agencies, it's unconstitutional for them to be delegating speech restriction to a private company. You can't do indirectly.
It is unconstitutional for a private company like Twitter or YouTube to be able to ban you for, like, saying the N-word or something, for, like, calling black people the N-word. Like, it's unconstitutional for them to ban you from their private platform. So they're straight up at the level of, like, saying that these private platforms should not be allowed to have TOS. Just straight up that TOS should be illegal. Absolutely fucking wild.
What the Constitution would clearly forbid you to do directly.
Let me pull in. We have Congressman Thomas Massey. If you're there, go ahead and unmute yourself. I mean, what we're talking about here is, I think, really unconstitutional actions by federal agencies. Congressman Massey, I know that you've been involved in this problem of government agencies being weaponized and used against the American people in an inappropriate way. Do you have a comment on this? And do you have a question for Governor DeSantis?
Well, first of all, let me say a big thank you to Elon Musk for buying Twitter and exposing all of this. On our weaponization committee, we wouldn't know so much of it if he hadn't done this, almost as a public service.
This has been
to
such
the
a
First
failure.
Amendment. It's a disturbing trend. Government, as the governor said, the government is colluding with big corporations. We found out this week from an FBI whistleblower that Bank of America voluntarily gave names of and information on anybody who bought a hot dog in Washington, D.C. from January 5th to January 7th, and then overlaid that with gun purchases that they had on record anywhere.
Yes. We can't be having the government go after the people who did an insurrection on the Capitol. Basically, like, what they're complaining about right now is that the government is investigating the Capitol rioters. No, they think the insurrection was justified. They still defend it. Even Ron DeSantis and his camp defend it because he needs to be able to pull something like that off himself one day if he's going to like obtain full fascistic control of the country. So he can't fully denounce what Trump did
in the country for any period of time. It just, they say they voluntarily gave that to the FBI. So that's disturbing to me. By the way, I've never met Elon Musk, but I'm one of your biggest fans. I'm the first congressman to have a Tesla. I'm on I'm on Starlink. And,
oh my God!
I would have bought a Powerwall, but I'm off the grid, and you wouldn't.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! This guy is rock hard. This dude is bricked the fuck up talking to Elon right now. Holy shit! Oh my God, I love you, Elon, sir. Oh my God, sir. Oh my God, Elon. I was the first congressman to buy a Tesla. I have Starlink. I have all. Oh my God, please create more products for me to consume. I must consume. Oh my God. Dude, I've never felt more validated in my prejudgment of everybody who consumes any product made by Tesla in my life. Like, every time I see a Tesla on the road, I wish bad things to happen on the driver and the car. I immediately assume bad person. I hope they crash in a video game.
Tell me once, so I had to make one with a wrecked Model S, and it's been running our house for 5 years. But my
and just for the record, I was with Thomas our first year in Congress. He's got the Tesla, but his license plate is Kentucky Coal. So it's he's probably one of the only people that have that in the country.
Thanks for outing me, Governor DeSantis. But no, so Governor DeSantis, my question to you is, you served here in Congress for 6 years with me.
Why does this guy sound like he's 16?
Why is it that Congress is so feckless at reining in these government agencies? And what do you think we need to do? And if you were president, what would you urge Congress, or what bills would you like to see and sign to rein in this, sort of overreach of government bureaucracy?
Well, first, I think there's a lot that the executive branch can do, and all I will say when it comes to these agencies, we'll go into this a little bit more as the campaign goes on. But buckle up when I get in there, because the status quo is not acceptable, and we are going to make sure that we reconstitutionalize this government. And these agencies are totally out of control. There's no accountability, and we are going to bring that in a very big way. Now, part of the reason
they're going to ban TOS, he wants to ban platforms from having terms of service. I love how they're claiming that platforms having like terms of service is anti-freedom of speech, but like they're private corporations. Like basically the standard they're setting here, despite this being on a larger scale, is that if you like buy your own land, like this is your land, you own it, it's your land, and you have your business, and someone comes in and starts calling all of your guests the N-word in this business you own, all of this is your own business, you own it, it's a privately owned business, that it is now illegal for you to have that person removed for calling all of the black guests at your restaurant the N-word, because that's an infringement on his freedom of speech, and he's legally allowed to say the N-word, so you can't have him removed for saying words and expressing his freedom of speech. The right actually, I think, I do think the right would actually like that standard. I think that is the standard that a lot of right-wingers want to instill. I think they do think that businesses shouldn't be allowed to, like, make someone leave for doing that. Like the guy, I mean, look at the guy in the video from Target. Look at the guy in the Target video we watched earlier today, where he's, like, destroying the displays, the LGBT pride displays in the Target. And he's, like, screaming at the employees and shit, and they're getting him to leave. They defend that guy. I think they think what he was doing should be legal and allowed, and it should, in fact, be illegal to make him leave. It is his freedom of speech, after all.
And it's gotten so bad, power's been consolidated and effectively a fourth branch of government because Congress hasn't used its two main powers that it has under the Constitution. First, the power of the purse. If an agency is engaging in conduct that is outside the realm of what is legal, or you think it's not good for the public interest, then you can remove the funding for those operations. There's nothing that they're not entitled to get the same level of funding every year, and yet Congress runs the government on autopilot, either continuing resolutions or massive omnibus spending bills. So these agencies are all bulletproof. They know that they're going to end up getting something similar or more every single.
This is meant to make like the shoe on heads in the audience go soy
year, and it creates an incentive
Populism.
for them to abuse their power. The other thing you can do is actually legislate, so you're not delegating to the bureaucracy key issues regarding how to enforce federal law. You should define what you want. All they should be doing is implementing. Instead, Congress will basically give an invitation for the bureaucracy to make really important substantive decisions. And so Congress may never vote on something, and the bureaucracy will cite a law from 20 years ago and do things that are going to transform our society or our country. That is not the way the founding fathers drew up the Constitution.
So would you sign the Reins Act? We passed it out of judiciary today.
Oh, yeah, no, of course. Yeah, that's a no-brainer. That would, I think,
What's
be
that
a
act
great
do?
check for that. I also think that we're going to have a good chance to see some of this Chevron deference really curtailed or maybe even eliminated based on the U.S. Supreme Court's upcoming jurisprudence. And I think that's another reason why the bureaucracy has become so powerful, because courts have basically been told they can pretty much do what they want. And
Jesus Christ, Night Moth, I'm sorry. Where do your parents live? Fucking Mordor?
And courts are supposed to just defer. I don't think that that's actually correct. I think the courts, they have to make a judgment about what does the law actually say, and you can't just defer to quote unquote experts in the bureaucracy.
Thank you.
All right, shifting gears, Governor, I want to ask you another topic that's been in the news a lot is Disney. They blamed you for canceling plans for $1 billion investment in Florida, said they were canceling 2,000 jobs. I saw other reports that suggested Disney was going to make the cuts anyway, and due to a larger, budget cutting initiative. Regardless of why they did it, why do you feel your fight with Disney remains important, considering you already beat them on the parental rights bill that they opposed? And what would you say to some of your opponents in this race who argue that the fight has dragged on too long?
So first of all, Florida stands for the protection of children. We believe jamming gender ideology in elementary school is wrong. Disney obviously supported injecting gender ideology in elementary school. They did oppose our parents'
No
rights
gay people
legislation.
allowed.
And the fact is, when they opposed it, that was a big deal because for 50 years, anytime Disney wanted something in Florida politics, they pretty much got it. But not this time. I signed the bill. We did, as you say,
Let's see how this turns out for Florida.
win on the issue. But what happened was Disney's posturing, some of the other statements that their executives were making, kind of the corporate culture had really been outed as trying to inject matters of sex into the programming for the youth. And I think a lot of parents, including me, look at that and say, that's not appropriate. I mean, we want our kids to be able to just be kids. And that's kind of our mantra. So you had this setup that Disney engineered many decades
Think of the
ago,
children.
where they actually had their own government that they controlled with no accountability.
It's so wild to me the fact that conservatives can't help but think about gay sex whenever they see a gay person, or think about like a trans person's genitals whenever they see a trans person, makes them incapable of imagining a scenario in which a kid could be like exposed to a trans or gay person and it not be like a sexual thing for the kid that like traumatizes them, right? Like when they see two guys walking down the street holding hands, they can't help but think about which one of them has the bigger dick, who tops, who's fucking whose butthole. That's all they can think about. But like, so they just assume that if a kid sees two guys walking down the street holding hands, then the kid's going to be assaulted with the same clearly from no particular place thoughts.
They were exempt from the laws that all their competitors had to follow, massive tax breaks, and they even racked up municipal debt. And Florida basically put them on a pedestal many decades ago and joined the state with this one company at the hip. We just didn't feel that we were comfortable maintaining that relationship. And so we ended their self-governing status. So Disney has to live under the same laws as everybody. They got to pay the same taxes as everybody, and obviously they'll be responsible for those debts. So the reason why there's a quote fight is just because
I like how this fight is doing nothing, but like the fight between Disney and like Ron DeSantis does nothing but benefit us. It hurts Disney, which fuck Disney, large corporation, piece of shit corporation, fuck Disney. And it also hurts Florida and Ron DeSantis. It's literally like both teams we hate, and both teams are taking damage. Like both teams are inflicting mortal wounds in each other. It's fantastic. Oh my god. I guess the game lagged.
They filed a lawsuit against the state of Florida trying to get their special privileges reinstituted. But I don't think that that's good policy. And I think some of these Republicans that are taking Disney's side, they're basically showing themselves to be corporatists because these are all corporate goodies. This is not the way you would run a competitive economy. And the arrangement had really outlived its usefulness, but it persisted because Disney was so politically powerful. I think the company's ethos have changed in a way that's alienated a lot of people in our legislature and in Florida, and so there was really no justification to keep it. But make no mistake, they're suing to try to get special privileges. People are making money in Florida hand over fist because we have a great business climate. That's not good enough for them. They want to be treated differently than Universal and SeaWorld, and we don't think that that's appropriate. So, I think that they should withdraw the lawsuit, but obviously we're going to defend our actions because we think we have the right to do what we did.
It's funny, the media used to criticize Republicans for being in the pocket of big corporations, and now they're attacking you because you're not.
Well, not only that, David, it's interesting.
Could you imagine if Disney just straight up decided, okay, all right then, we're closing Disney World. Yep. We're closing Disney World. Fuck you, Florida, and fuck you, Ron DeSantis. Later. And just flattened the land and kept it. But kept the land for future investment. And then just moved Disney World to New York. Imagine if Disney World was like in upstate New York, just outside the city. Dude, imagine that. Well, Disneyland's already in California. There needs to be one on either coast. So, move it to New York. Dude, imagine. Imagine if Disney World was in New York City. It would be better for Disney. Or Georgia. Honestly, building Disney World in Atlanta or Macon wouldn't be a bad choice, actually, considering its location. Because, like, a big draw of Disney World is it's, like, somewhat located near the water. It's in Orlando. So, like, if they went with Macon, they could have a more waterfront location. And Georgia has so many tax breaks they offer any, like, big corporation that does shit in their state. Like, any movies or films that are done there. Big tax breaks in the filming of movies and stuff there if it's done in Georgia. So yeah, I wonder.
Because the media in Florida for years had hammered Disney, and they would point out like that this was
not Macon, Savannah. So I was thinking of Savannah, not Macon, or I was thinking of Yeah, I said Macon, I meant Savannah. I mix up a lot of towns in Georgia. You go to both in the Walking Dead game, though. The Telltale one. You go to both Savannah. Yeah, you go to Macon and Savannah, Georgia. There, I think. Yeah, you do.
Good arrangement because Disney was not accountable to anyone. I mean, when
That's a good game.
when
I
the
streamed
state
that.
control board took over this district, the firefighters came to the board and they said, "Hey, we weren't getting survivor benefits for some of these widows," and so the state control board actually paid out some of the benefits that they were getting stiffed on. There were a lot of people in Central Florida who were really thankful that there was some accountability being brought to bear because, I mean, it's human nature. If there's no accountability over any individual or entity, of course they're going to behave differently than if you have a normal.
He's basically just saying nothing now. It's just all about how he's like a hero fighting against Disney, like the evil Disney.
Accountability, but the media
He's trying to
was
weaponize
always
populism.
very hostile to that. But just because I happen to be involved in bringing it back to reality and making sure that they were under the same laws, well, then all of a sudden they're running to Disney's defense. I mean, are you kidding me? And oh, by the way, on this project, they had announced this many years ago. They had not done anything for it, but that is actually not in Reedy Creek. So that was in a different part of Orlando. And so none of the issues that are involved in their suit would have made a difference there. Obviously, as a publicly traded corporation, they have a fiduciary duty to do what's best for their shareholders. So I'm assuming if they were in better financial shape and they saw the project as lucrative, they would have gone forward with it. But I think clearly they've had some problems with their stock price and a lot of other issues. And I'd also just finally point out, nobody probably has made Disney more money than me because they were open during COVID and they were closed in California. And that went on for many, many months where literally I had all the theme parks in Florida opened in 2020. People are going, it's safe, they're having fun. And the California parks were closed. I think they were closed for over a year out in California. So we were, I think, a much better place to be doing business, certainly since I've been governor.
Great.
What are the per capita COVID infection rates and death rates in California in comparison to Florida? California is a larger state and has a larger population, so obviously has more cases and deaths than Florida. But what's the per capita? Per person. Like when you level it out to the per capita, like the actual, like what proportion of the state is actually being affected? Who got it worse? Florida did. Florida was one of the highest death rates of all the states in America when it came to COVID. And and there was literally like whistleblowers that proved that Ron DeSantis was having the COVID infection and death numbers hidden in Florida as well. And even then, Florida's rates are super fucking high. I'm sorry your homeland is suffering, Zan. No, I hate it. I hate Florida. No, I'm glad. I'm honestly glad that it's suffering. Florida deserves to suffer. I was the one good Floridian. Nah. In truth, I just wish I grew up in Florida and I know like how people are there. Florida is just a high concentration of the type of people that are just the worst. Like it's just a ridiculously high concentration of the worst types of people, and now they're all like migrating there for like an even higher concentration of the worst type of people. Like Florida is pretty much a lost cause at this point because it's becoming a sanctuary state for the far right. And their politics and their ideology. But in regards to like Texas and other like Republican states, I feel like there's some that are savable. Like I think Texas can be saved. Like Texas, I feel if it wasn't for the insane gerrymandering, if there was like less election, if there was like less voter intimidation, voter what's the term for it? Where they try to prevent voters from being able to actually vote. What's the term? Fuck, voter obstruction? Voting obstruction? I think that's the term, yeah. Sorry, I'm stoned as hell. If they weren't doing so much of that in Texas, I feel like it could swing blue. I feel like we could see a blue Texas. All of the big cities in Texas are pretty left-leaning and are pretty blue. Austin's pretty blue. Galveston's pretty blue. I think Dallas is pretty blue. Houston's pretty blue. Sanderhall's proof that you can be coherent and stoned. I'm more coherent when I'm sober, but I mean, it's possible. I mean, being stoned doesn't literally send you into a loopy state of not knowing what the fuck's going on. Like, I know where I am and I know what's happening and I can form a thought. It just kind of slows you down a bit and makes you feel a little woozy and laid back, you know? Yeah, stoners can operate. Plus, this is my, like, smart weed. This is the smart weed. You have to understand. This is my smart weed. I need it to be smart.
Shift gears here to the topic of education. I want to pull Chris Rufo into the conversation. I know he work with you on some initiatives. I think, you know, one other thing that the mainstream media has, I think, bashed on is they've kind of started promoting this narrative that you want to ban books from school libraries. You refuse to teach kids about slavery.
Did you see the videos of the teachers having to box up and get rid of all the books in those libraries? Like, a bunch of them were anything to do with World War II. Like, there were a bunch of books having to do with World War II, a bunch of random books that just, like, happened to mention the word condom. So, like, if it was, like a young adult fiction story, and it's like, there was a condom on the sidewalk. Nope, in the box, can't be in the school. Hey, Raincloud. Yeah, like, there are videos all over Twitter of teachers and other school staff having to just clear the bookshelves of these books. It's because it's degenerate art. Nazi Germany did this. They burn the books that don't align with the conservative ideology. They say the left lives in an echo chamber, and now he's going to answer about how actually his banning of books isn't bad. And you know what he's going to say? I guarantee you he's going to say, actually, the only books that were banned were ones that were, like, grooming books. Like, they were explicitly sexual content for kids. Like, you don't want your kids to see sexual content. This isn't banning. This isn't anti-free speech. This is about protecting children. I guarantee that's what he's going to say.
Or other unpleasant realities of American history, or pretend that gay people don't exist. Since many people, I think, in this room, we're now...
Yeah, when can we call it genocide, goddammit? No, it's been very clear these people want to commit a genocide from... I mean, from the point where you make the connection that these people are the same people who've always been trying to push for genocide and the, like, dissolution of minority rights, it's like, oh, I mean, this is just... They're just... The Overton window has moved left, but these are the same types of people. And they're fighting for things that aren't as bad as what they once did, but if they could, they'd be fighting for those things like nowadays.
Up to, wow, over 271,000 people. So this is, I think, totally unprecedented in terms of the numbers of people we have participating. By the way, I think Twitter's working much better now. I think it crashed because when you multiply 500,000 people in a room by an account with over 100 million followers, which is Elon's account, I think that creates just a scalability level that was unprecedented. But with my meager followership, it seems to be working much better.
Yeah, no, it's we have some scaling issues specifically related to my account. At one point in January, if I tweeted above a certain size, it would crash the servers.
Yeah.
And then anyone else who was tweeting at the same time would lose their tweet as well.
I like how ever since Elon Musk bought Twitter, it's just become the norm that the site is like a fucking spaceship in Star Wars that's like falling apart and can barely get off the ground. It's like it's held together by tape. Like, oh yeah, by the way, here's another insane tech issue the site's dealing with because I fired every employee for dissent.
So in any event, yeah. Well, we're breaking new ground here. We're
breaking new ground.
You know, you're breaking new ground when there are bugs and scaling issues. But in any event, back to the question I was asking Governor DeSantis about education. The media has been, saying you're trying to ban books. You refuse to teach kids about slavery. You want to say that gay people don't exist. What is the truth of the matter for people who maybe have never heard from you before? And then I want to pull Chris Rufo in on this as well.
Yeah, so the whole book ban thing is a hoax. There's not been a single book banned in the state of Florida. You
Yeah.
can go buy or use whatever book you want. What we
Oh, it's just that they've been banned from the schools. I like how it's like, well, technically the books aren't banned. Like, you can still buy the books at a store. We just banned them from schools because they, you know, don't align with our political values.
have done is empowered parents with the ability to review the curriculum, to know what books are
Empowering
being used
parents.
in school, and then to
This is also what the right always called it whenever they'd argue that evolution should be banned from being taught in schools.
to ensure that those books match state standards and are age and developmentally appropriate. So, for example, parents have flagged books in schools that, for example, teach middle school kids how to use sex apps, that provide graphic depictions of sex acts and sex toys for people.
Yep, I told you. He was going to try to claim that the books that are getting banned from schools are all just grooming books. I told you. I told you I'd be able to tell you exactly what he'd say. And the funny thing is, as well, is like a bunch of the books that have been banned are not even related to anything having to do with sex. Like, literally any book having to do with World War II is banned. Like, there was a big box of books that was all just World War II stuff. One was a Normandy book. One was a book about Adolf Hitler. One was a book about, what was it called? The Weimar Republic and, like, the rise of, like, it was this teacher who had, like, all the books laid out on, like, a long table, and she was going over what books in regards to World War II had been banned. Like, yeah, it's very clear. The goal here is to eliminate the memory of recent history having to do with fascism, because those who don't learn their history are doomed to repeat it. If people aren't taught about the evils of fascism at a young age, then when they're older, fascism's going to sound like a possibly kind of palatable idea. The right cannot handle the fact that so many people have a default position that fascism is bad.
As young as 5th grade. And so clearly that is not appropriate to be in a middle school classroom. And so parents object and the schools take them out. I did a press conference that we called Exposing the Book Ban Hoax. And before I had the parents come up, before I spoke,
Oh, I'm
I just
sorry,
played the
Raincloud.
video that had the
Yeah, we're real deep in the dark, fucking nasty muck of politics right now. We'll probably be on a much more chill topic in like an hour. If you want to stop by again, it's going to be much more chill and relaxed here. But right now, we're in the muck. We're in the dirt. We're covered in maggots and grubs.
the images
and crickets
of the books that the parents had objected being in their kids' classroom, and the local news had to cut the feed because they said it was too graphic. Well, if it's too graphic for the 6 o'clock news, how is it okay for a 6th grader or a 5th
Have a good one,
grader?
Raincloud.
And
I
so
hope
nothing's
you,
being banned.
have a good
They're
night.
basically ensuring that we make curation choices that are consistent with state standards. And on the
World War II veteran compared Florida book ban to Nazi Germany book burnings. Well, yeah, it's the government deciding that children aren't allowed to be taught things that go outside of their political narrative, which, you know, even worse is the fact their political narrative is not one that's aligned with reality. Yeah, it's the same. They're taking the first steps.
The racial
It's got to start
history,
somewhere.
We eliminated critical race theory from our K through 12 schools. That was the right thing to do. In other words, we're not going to take a kid who comes in at 6 years old and say they're an oppressor or oppressed based on what their race is. That's divisive. That's wrong. We're also not
Yeah, so now he's talking about like the World War II books getting banned, like anything to do with the Nazis and stuff.
going to be teaching people to hate their country. But what we are going to do is teach the accurate history. So in the same bill that banned critical race theory, we required teaching thoroughly about racial discrimination that occurred in American history. And Florida's history standards require all of those subjects.
Oh my god, they're going to be teaching about the Dixiecrats in school and about how the Democrats are the real racists. 100%.
From slavery, Reconstruction, segregation, all of that to be taught, and we'll continue to do that. So I think what you see is the left and the media colluding on this. They don't want to actually defend what it is that we are actually legislating or regulating. So they create these hoaxes that somehow you don't want kids to learn that slavery existed in America, which is
These
preposterous.
hoaxes.
No one actually.
He likes to take a lot of he takes a lot of cues from Trump for sure. I think he's trying to become like the new Trump. Like Trump, but a little bit more reined in, is what he's trying to be for the Republican Party.
Actually defends the offending material. And the question is why are there people intent on trying to get this stuff into the classroom? And I think it's part of a political agenda. So our mantra in Florida is this: purpose of the schools is education, not indoctrination. Yes, I think it's very inappropriate to have sexually explicit material in a 5th grade library, 100%. But it's also the case that if you're focusing on that type of instruction, there's an opportunity cost involved. Why shouldn't we be doing more on science or reading or math? And so I think we're getting it right. And I think almost invariably, and Chris Rufo's had to deal with this too, when they're trying to craft these narratives, if you just peel back the onion, you realize that this is something they're manufacturing.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, I was actually under the impression that there were some books banned, so this is news to me.
And they actually, the one this week was that Miami-Dade County took a book that was about like poems from I think like Biden's inauguration, and they moved it from elementary school library to middle school library. The media tried to act like somehow this is being banned, and you actually had Miami-Dade County
it's been banned
Public
from elementary schools.
Spokesperson have to come out and say there's nothing that's been banned or removed. It was basically just determined that this particular book was better suited for middle school. And so they put it in the middle school media center. And the media tries to act like somehow that is offending.
Why is it not allowed to be in the elementary
book
school
ban.
library?
So,
It's a poem
but I
book.
think part of the reason that they're doing that is because, there is actually a movement to ban books from like Amazon and some of these others. California, some municipalities have banned things like To Kill a Mockingbird. What they're trying to do is see if some of these books pass a woke test. And if they don't, they are going against some of those books. Whereas in Florida, you can buy whatever book you want. But that's a different question than what would be appropriate for a 3rd grader or what would be appropriate for a 6th grader. Government, by definition, has to make those choices about what type of curriculum we want to put in front of our students. And the parents obviously have an important voice in that.
By the way, I think any book ban is fucking stupid. I think the To Kill a Mockingbird book ban in California is stupid as well. I don't believe that kind of thing is ever, like, good or based. And I don't think it's good or based here. I like how the Republicans' response to, hey, what do you think of people criticizing you for banning books from schools? And he's like, oh, well, the Democrats are doing it too. And it's like, wow. So you're just you're just going to keep on feeding into the Republicans and Democrats are just as bad as each other narrative? Like, oh, if they're banning books, we gotta ban books too? Like, is that why it's okay for you to do it? Granted, he did deny that they were banning books, which is a blatant lie, but,
Absolutely. Well, in fact, a friend of mine, Tim Urban, who has a blog called Wait But Wine, is really one of the most reasonable people on earth and one of the most reasoned people I've ever met, had a lot of trouble actually publishing his book, simply because it debated sort of sacred cows of woke ideology.
Okay, they said woke again.
Incredibly reasonable book. So that is the kind of de facto book banning and de facto book suppression that I see quite a lot of. Is that publishers are unwilling to take risks.
That's the book banning I see the most, is that publishers aren't willing to take risks. They're literally saying that right-wing authors not being able to get their books published because publishers don't want to associate with them is like their books are getting banned. They're such victims. They're such crybabies.
Let me shift gears here for a second because I know we're running out of time. We're supposed to end, I think, around 4 Pacific. But thank you for giving us a little bit extra time here, Governor. Uh, Shifting gears to a major federal issue, immigration. We see I've seen these videos on social media and on TV of what looks like just insanity at the border. What is your take on what's going on there, and how would you address that as president?
Well, I'd reverse what Biden's doing. You need to shut the border down. You should not be entertaining these asylum claims for people crossing illegally. Asylum is a legitimate thing, but these are people that, when they come, I mean, they're being persecuted. These people coming overwhelmingly are economic migrants that are coming across many other different countries. They should be applying for asylum there if they were truly qualifying for that, but they're not. They know that if they just show up at the southern border, and these are people all over the world that are coming illegally, they know that they will get a sheet of paper saying, okay, come back for a court date in 3 years, and they get released to the interior of our country. It's an absolutely insane system. So we'll stop that. We will move on day one by declaring a national emergency. We will construct a border wall. We will make sure we have remain in Mexico and that we're not entertaining those claims in that way. And we really need to hold the Mexican drug cartels accountable because they're facilitating a lot of this migration. They obviously make money off of it. They treat a lot of these people very horribly as they're trafficking them through Mexico and into the United States. And of course, the cartels have been responsible for moving massive amounts of fentanyl into this country. And that's killing tens of thousands of Americans every year now. And what they're doing is they lace the other types of drugs with the fentanyl. So you may have like a teenage kid doing something they probably shouldn't do, but in prior generations
Fentanyl
would not have been
mentioned?
fatal. And now if it's laced with fentanyl, these kids can
It's
overdose
fentanyl.
and die. And so mothers are losing kids as a result of this fentanyl epidemic. And I just don't think you could allow these criminal organizations to continue poisoning our population. So it'll be a day one issue. We will bring overwhelming amount of resources to deal with it. And we are going to stop this insanity once and for all.
There's a, I think, follow-up question on immigration.
They're
from,
lacing the fentanyl
Steve
with
Deace,
fentanyl.
who is a national radio personality and I think an important commentator in the great state of Iowa. Steve, do you have a comment or question? I think you just need to unmute. If
this is
Steve
a presidential
we'll
announcement.
go ahead and ask.
This is an announcement of his presidential run right now, okay? And this is how it's going. The tech problems, the fucking like long pauses and like people being AFK when they're supposed to talk. Oh my god, it's such a disaster. There were a bunch of articles that came out after this as well, from even like Fox News calling this a disaster. It's beautiful.
For a question. If not, we'll keep rolling here. All right, 3, 2, going, gone.
I'm there,
all right,
guys.
sorry, Steve.
I'm there, guys.
Oh,
Sorry.
there you go. All right.
Yeah,
I'm
my bad. First of all, I want to.
Oh my god.
Congressman Massey said to Elon.
This is so good.
Elon, if I put down money on January 1st, 2022.
Oh my god,
Twitter
he's such a dick
is
rider.
going to be the last bastion of free speech on earth, brother.
He's
I'd be
such
about
a
as
dick
rich as you are
rider.
on that bet right now. I mean, it's incredible what you have done here.
Oh my god, he's such a dick rider. This is the dude from before who was dick riding about how he was the first congressman to get a Tesla or whatever. Dude, this guy's such a dick rider. He's like, oh my god, if I would have bet that you would have done something so amazing, a year ago, I'd be as rich and amazing as you right now. Oh my god, sir, please, let me suck your dick, sir, please, your balls, they look sweaty and stinky, let me lick them dry. That's this guy right now. That's this guy to Elon Musk. That is your average Elon Musk dick rider to him in his replies every time he tweets. Yeah, everybody should just start like replying with Goatsy under every single Elon Musk tweet. I wonder how that would go.
And the restoration of a lot of accounts of people that were truth tellers and were
Google
ran from here for telling the
goatsy.cx.
truth. I saw.
Oh, chat. Google's goatsy.cx. Yeah, you want to like copy and paste that link beneath all of Elon Musk's tweets when he tweets. Feel free to check out the site. Goatsy.cx. Go ahead.
meme the other day that said, of course you have scientific consensus when you censor all the scientists who disagree. So I wanted to just say, first and foremost, on behalf of a lot of grateful people around the country and the world, really, thank you very much for that and the investment you made in that cause. Thank you. A question as a follow-up to you, Governor, on this very issue with immigration. We have heard a lot over the years, lock her up, drain the swamp, going to build a beautiful wall. Mexico's going to
Goatsy is fucking censored. Look at that. Look at that. Goatsy is censored. That's amazing. White Nervosa's like swear word censoring algorithm is so advanced. It can detect Goatsy. Oh my god. That's great.
cheered and everybody loved it and brands got built and nothing got done. What is the bottom line assurance that you can make to the people that are listening right now, all over the world and all over the country, that you can actually do the agenda that you just articulated when others tweeted about it and talked about it, but then couldn't actually follow through?
It's a great question because I share that frustration. I think even my worst critics in Florida will acknowledge when I tell people I'm going to do something, I don't make promises or say I'm going to do something lightly. I've thought it through, and I know that I am going to follow through on what I tell people I'm going to do. So this is one, there will be follow through. Number two, I understand the different leverage points that you would have under Article 2 of the Constitution. I studied that a lot. You guys want to join me to fuck with this guy? About Florida's Constitution.
Y'all want to join me to, like, just fucking murder this guy? I want us to smack this guy. Who's here? Who's watching the stream and wants to join me? To just fucking destroy this kid. What if I did this? My rage is generating. I want to see if I can get 25. Oh, I'm getting attacked by the fucking bruisers. Can't get me, bruisers. Oh no, they netted me. Oh no. I think it's a stream sniper who's like trying to fuck with my fishing. I'm pretty sure it's like a, probably a Nazi watching the stream and stream sniping to fuck with my fishing grinding. That's a big part of why I didn't want to say what server I was on.
Constitution, doing the same thing for the federal Constitution, and you've got to know how to use.
You guys are celebrating a Nazi killing me
to advance what
Probably
you're trying to accomplish. So, for example, you know, there's leverage that we can use vis-a-vis Mexico that
They're
I think
low enough
presidents
level
have not been
that would make sense
willing
they were
to
somebody
do. I think sometimes for political
stream sniping
purposes. But I'll look at, okay, what are all the variety of options we can do? Which buttons can I push? And I will do that to be able to
the
bring
60
this
was there
issue
for if
to
they
a
lost
conclusion once and for all. We had Hurricane Ian come through Southwest Florida, Category 4+ storm, September of 2022, and it.
Zan, why are we listening to this nothing burger saying nothing? Okay, you guys have been complaining about this segment since the start, so I'm just going to stop recording it and I'm going to scrap the entire segment. There we go. I stopped recording it and I scrapped the segment. I guess you guys just didn't like it because you guys were complaining about it from fucking start to end. Jesus Christ. Fine, I'll move on to something else. Nope, it's already been deleted. And we already stopped the segment. So there goes the DeSantis topic. You guys were complaining about it constantly being boring. I was like, okay, I mean, if you guys think it's boring, I just won't cover it and I won't upload it. If you, like, this isn't me, like, punishing you guys. If you guys genuinely think it's boring, if it's so bad that there are people in chat saying this is a boring nothing burger, then I'm just not going to cover it, because there's no point. It's not going to get views, it's not going to have any influence, and people aren't going to want to watch it. Let's see. Let's see. What to cover? That was my last topic that I had queued up for the day. So from this point on, it's up to you guys to provide topics for me to cover for the rest of the stream. Other than that, that's all I had to cover for today. Bazooka Horse, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the $5. Says Knuckles. True. Knuckles. Ponies Ahoy, thank you for the $5. Says, to clarify, Elon has openly admitted on SNL that he has autism spectrum disorder, and I wrongly assumed you knew that already. Oh, he actually does have autism? Oh. That makes a lot of sense. Pufflecakes, thank you for the tier 1 sub to Cold Sun. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the $5. Very based and kind of you. You didn't say anything, but thank you for gifting it to Cold Sun. They deserve it. React to Vash's video on Ryan Beard. Oh yeah, Mr. Beard. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, not. I liked Mr. Beard. Oh. Okay. Alright. Basically, with Mr. Beard, what ended up happening was, like, I liked Mr. Beard. I liked Mr. Beard's stuff. I thought Mr. Beard was cool. But then he ended up, or they ended up, like, having a really cringe take about something. I don't actually remember right now. And it ended up, like, being so volatilely cringe to me that I unfollowed them. And they got, like, really disproportionately mad at me for that. And then now all of this has happened. It's like, oh no, did I cause this? Did I cause this? Did my unfollowing Mr. Beard cause this shit? Oh, I just got fucking killed while I was AFK. Wait, the guy killed me while I was AFK. And the Booty Bay Bruisers didn't do anything. Oh, they got him. Wait, no, he went invisible. He took a potion. Okay, so this guy's just here PvPing people that are minding their own business all day in the neutral zone. When the mobs come to get him to, like, stop the PvP, he goes invisible. Dude, I'm really just trying to get back to fishing. I only have so much time in the day. I need to get back to fishing. Don't attack that guy. He's not beatable. He's got friends that are level 60s. He keeps fishing next to you and then randomly attacking people. Yeah, I'm just gonna fish right next to the Booty Bay Bruisers. I was doing it before, but I walked away from them. But yeah, it was my fault. It's what I get for fishing on the dock, not close enough to the guards. Like, people fishing in WoW, I don't know what it is, but, like, subhuman scum that play World of Warcraft see someone fishing and minding their own business, and they're like, even if it's in the same faction as them, they just feel like a compulsive need to, like, fuck with the person who's fishing. Like, if they're just sitting there fishing and minding their own business, they'll, like, jump on the bobber. They'll just find ways to fuck with you, because I don't know why. I guess fishing's illegal. Alright. So yeah, these are the Ratchet Bruisers, not the Booty Bay Bruisers. So if any Alliance players want to try to fuck with me, they're gonna cause them to have a bad day. Heaps, like, fishing next to you and then randomly attacking people. Yeah. Alright. Can you ban people from WoW servers? No, this is a, No, that's not how WoW works. WoW is an MMO. There's, like, this isn't, like, a server that I'm running. This is This server has like tens of thousands of people on it. Yeah, they are truly scum. Yes. Alliance scum. What is burr in human? He's speaking human and it says burr. Is that like, is that kek? Is that lol? Burr is lol? Yeah, I thought so. I thought that was like the... They can say burr, but I can say... When I say lol, I say kek. And nothing they do can change the fact that I say kek when I say lol, and that's what they see. It's true, by the way. You know kek comes from WoW, right? Kek is like horde language for, like orcish for lol. Kek. Huge kek. I thought it came from 4chan. Well, 4chan got it from WoW. There's a thing called Baron's Chat, and you're kind of seeing it right now. Baron's Chat is like 4chan 2. Like, Baron's Chat is the 2B2T of World of Warcraft. If that makes sense. Didn't know that Kek came from WoW? This Horde player's trying to attack an Alliance. Or this Alliance player's trying to attack a Horde player. Oh my god, is he actually going to be able to pull that off? Oh my god, that level 60 rogue was actually able to fuck with the bruisers a bit. That is not good. That is not good news for me. Oh wait, oh no, the Ratchet Bruisers are chasing his ass. Oh no, they're chasing his ass for sure. They're chasing him, that's funny. We should be called Xanners. That would be a good name for my fans, Xanners. That would be a good name. Alright, you know what? Here. Let me get it ready. Okay. Let's see. Is this the video? Is it just called Ryan Beard? Yeah, I think this is the one. Okay. We're gonna be watching a Vouch video. Oh my god. We're watching Vouch. I'm gonna hang out with this guy in a couple days. We're gonna shoot some freedom pills. It's gonna be fun. Alright. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, everybody. So, for those of you guys that don't know, I have this tendency to basically detect cringe in popular lefty content creators before anybody else can. It is both a blessing and a curse. Because if I ever express my suspicion that a popular lefty content creator is cringe, regardless of how correct I am, regardless of how correct I know I am, I will usually get shit for daring to, you know, criticize another lefty figure, despite the fact I am constantly under assault from other lefty figures on the daily. Now, a while ago, a fairly popular lefty video essayist who I actually really liked, I actually discovered this video essayist, Mr. Beard, when I was playing Rust. I was just playing Rust, going like goblin mode on there, and I was looking for some video essay content to grind out and listen to while playing the game, and Mr. Beard's content came up, and the topic in question seemed interesting to me, and I decided to watch the video. I liked Mr. Beard's content, and I ended up following them and continuing to eventually talk to them and have a pretty decent correspondence with them, going forward from there. They've even hung out in my chat a few times, and I've even defended them during certain dramas that have happened before that they've been involved in, like when they're getting attacked by right-wingers for being anti-fat phobia and stuff. Basically, something happened that I actually don't remember. I think it had something to do with maybe even it might have been the Soul Bunny drama. It might have been more recent. I don't remember what it was, but for some reason, there was some drama, there was some discourse, and me and Mr. Beard had a disagreement. And the take that Mr. Beard had was so bad, so volatilely cringe to me, I elected that I was going to unfollow them. And when I unfollowed Mr. Beard, they had a bit of a disproportionate angry reaction, but it wasn't the worst I've ever seen. Like, it certainly wasn't shoe on head tier. Yeah, it certainly wasn't shoe on head tier. We need some high level Horde players here to wipe these alliance out. Anyway, it certainly wasn't it wasn't like shoe on head's like video and getting mad about me. Like, it wasn't anything to that degree, but they were clearly a little bit upset about me, unfollowing them and disagreeing with them on that. But I just kind of we just moved on, I just kind of went my own way and they went theirs, I assume. And I didn't really feel the need to condemn Mr. Beard as far as being a public figure. I just thought they had a cringe take. But apparently Vosh has burnt the bridge. Vosh once again has copied me, and has burnt the bridge months after I burned the bridge, it's just Xander Hall clone Vosh. Nah, just kidding. No, but I'm curious to see why he did that and what led to it, because I have no idea what happened. I think it was because they had cringe takes about the Soul Bunny stuff. That's what I would guess, considering that's the most current, recent drama that I know they've been involved in. Their Mad Vosh is white. That is true. He is white. I met him in real life, and he's white in real life, too. It's pretty unfortunate.
Do you guys remember how I had a good conversation with Ryan Beard a while ago? Well, following all of this drama with Shark, where a bunch of the worst humans in the online left
it is about the Soul Bunny
sending
stuff.
death threats to me and Shark, and saying that Shark was a house N-word and a C slur. I can't even say these words. Ryan Beard took it upon himself to be some kind of neutral arbiter to mend the gaps between me and the worst people on Earth. So a while ago, he made this big post, which was basically I think that Vosh should work to get along with these people, even though Vosh has bad opinions and blah, blah. But I had a good convo with Ryan.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was, part of why I unfollowed Mr. Beard. I think it had something to do with the insistence that, I needed to form a level of, camaraderie with these people that have wanted to destroy my career and my reputation and have lied about me and slandered me in order to do so. I'm pretty sure it was something along the lines of that made me unfollow Mr. Beard. If anyone wants to go back into, my Twitter history and find out exactly, when Mr. Beard tweeted about that, it'll probably be easy to find out exactly why, but, I genuinely don't even remember, because I have developed a very important skill, and that skill is to completely scrub my brain of all this dumb fucking internet shit as soon as I get off the internet. So I genuinely do not remember why I unfollowed Mr. Beard. But I remember that it was for some... I know it was for a good reason. I remember that.
Beard before, so I DM'd him, and we've been talking on and off for a week. A lot of words exchanged. More from him than from me, because maybe he types faster than I do. I type pretty slow, so I tend not to type that much. But we've talked a lot, and then just randomly, he does this totally unsolicited public post again, where he's like,
Oh, this.
Okay, just read this and see if you can like pick at the tone, okay? My
saw this.
actual final statement on
Okay.
the Vosh situation. After having conversations with both Vosh and some critics of Vosh, it's abundantly clear that Vosh sees his critics as abusive reactionaries, and they see Vosh as a racist white supremacist, and neither side seems interested in building bridges with the other side whatsoever. And you know what?
Spineless.
Sometimes that's how life goes. Sometimes groups of people just have irreconcilable differences. Unfortunately, this means I doubt this leftist infighting will end anytime soon. I told Vosh that I think he should have more empathy for the experiences of black people, and he said that I have too much empathy. If he has really doubled down on thinking all these black people are reactionaries, I love his framing. It's so honest.
Oh
It's
my
so
God.
honest. If he's really doubled down on thinking all these black
No,
people
Mr.
are
Beard.
reactionary. Yeah, thank you. Who don't deserve empathy. Yeah, don't deserve empathy. That's what I mean when I say too much empathy. Then there's not much to say at that point. It makes me sad, but hey, I tried my best. As for people who aren't Vosh, I think having empathy and compassion for oppressed groups is important. For oppressed groups. So notice we've taken like a comment about a small group of people, and now it's like I lack empathy for all black people. Even if you disagree with some of their opinions, if you disagree with some black separatist opinion, that's fine, but I don't think it's fine to label them as black supremacist Nazis, say they deserve no empathy, and no matter.
I think it was this tweet from you, Zan. Oh, could it have been this? Yeah, it could have been this when I quote tweeted the person. So there was somebody who, Oh, it's a suspended account. The account's suspended, but it was somebody who was, like, criticizing me for calling out Lance, and I quote tweeted them saying, making a video in support of an abuser, backing up their claims about their victims and maligning said victims as liars when all the receipts say otherwise, is not quote-unquote just being a nice guy who tries to keep out of drama and be friendly to both sides. Nah, it might not have been that, though. I feel like this is too recent. I'm pretty sure this was a while ago. Pretty sure it was a while ago that I burnt the bridge with Mr. Beard, like maybe over a month ago.
Or what side you're on, all the petty insults and death threats and harassment are helping no one. The death threats are coming from the other side, and even he admitted that in DMs. I like how he's like, I want to build the bridge between these two groups, does nothing but criticize me, and then at the end, the one thing that he privately was willing to criticize the other side on, he just abstracts into the general infighting. Even if Vosh isn't interested, I'm interested in continuing to build bridges between various leftist communities. Except the other side also said they don't want to build bridges. So why the f is he saying he...
So, I think it's pretty clear at this point that effectively Vosh's existence has acted as a schism within the left. And he's basically like, people's opinion on Vosh has unironically become a litmus test between, like, the lefties who believe things like what Jesse Genders said, the left, like, it's not about winning, like what Jesse Genders said, and people who actually care about, like, the end result of political, like, action. Yeah, the Linus test. Like, the people who decide that their time and effort would be better spent complaining about a live streamer saying the R slur and supposedly being transphobic because of a Nazi video that was, like, cobbled together after they lost a debate. Like, you would think that people who actually cared about any of this shit and actually, like, cared about winning or, like, the outcomes of any of this, of their actions, and the political implications of them would, like, you know, not behave the way they do. You would think, right? And then you've got people on the other side of things who are just generally more chill, less, like, prone to attacking people over nothing. Generally a little bit more agreeable. People try to claim that I jump down people's throats, but every time there ends up being some big drama like this, barring, like, the Merrick thing, I always end up being right. Like, whenever there's drama with, like, a left... Like, I got shit for calling FD Signifier a dumb fuck. For months I got shit for calling FD Signifier a dumb fuck. And now look where we are. I got shit for months for calling Noah Samson a dumb fuck, too. Look at where we're at now. It's just, I cannot take seriously people who say that I jump the gun when it comes to my judgments of these people. Like, I've hung out with Vosh. He's a cool guy. He's chill. He's a nice dude. He is not evil. He is not racist. He's not grifting about his beliefs. I know that this shit is deranged. But what really concerns me more is the fact that people like this have decided that they want to come together and create a segment of the left that is entirely focused on purity testing and attacking other aspects of the left. There was a time where the woke scold sphere of the internet, like the woke scold sphere of Twitter, was just incessantly attacking every video essayist lefty figure as well, like H-Bomber Guy, ContraPoints, Philosophy Tube. They were all getting torn apart by the woke scold types on Twitter. But then eventually they realized the only way to stop this from happening to them is to acquiesce. And that's what they did. They didn't just acquiesce insofar as, like, agreeing with what those people said and just kind of, like, you know, running with what they said and pretending like they were wrong and like they're sorry. Instead, it's, I'm going to divert my attention to hating the people they hate. We literally got a fucking ContraPoints video on Vosh. I just remembered that. It actually happened. The meme, that one meme that people were joking about where it's the ContraPoints video called Vosh, it fucking happened. It actually happened. Because they realized the only way to appease the goddamn hyenas trying to disembowel them at every turn for every perceived, you know, moral shortcoming, they realized the only way to avoid that is to hate and attack the same people those people hate and attack, to become part of the woke scold mob. Wild.
Here, oh, yeah, I just want to build a bridge between these two groups. If only Vosh would change his mind on the situation, and Vosh wouldn't do this or that, and Vosh's opinions on this are bad, and if Vosh doesn't want to do... Holy shit, this spineless worm, I could fold him into a pretzel. He has no spine. And then I responded, holy shit, dude, I spend literal days talking to you in DMs and explaining my positions and reasoning, and all I get out of it is you making another weird call-out post where you willfully strip the context from something I said to you privately. I said a small group of abusive losers had taken advantage of your empathy and gotten you to give undue credence to their terrible arguments. To summarize that as me saying you have, quote, too much empathy for the experience of black people is so dishonest, you snake, fuck off. If anybody wants to know, like, people
Spicy.
are like, dude, why don't you settle this in private? I try to settle it,
Yeah,
but it doesn't matter.
Snakes. These people are snakes. Trust me. Nothing that you can do will change the way that these people see you, okay? These same people fucking hate me for a lot of the same reasons they fucking hate Vosh. And there's nothing you can do to change their minds. They just despise us. There's nothing you can really do to change their minds. They came up with their reasons for why a long time ago, and most of those reasons they won't be forthcoming about. They've come up with a lot of other excuses for why they hold those opinions, but generally it's not the reason that is actually why they dislike like lefty streamed content. Because it's usually like the lefty streamed content is where they draw the line. It feels like it's a schism, mostly on the grounds of like live streamed content and video essay content. I don't know. Maybe the disconnect is because people who live stream are more likely to understand why like someone like Vosh would have as many like controversies as he does, because live streaming is hard. And, like, talking for hours and hours and hours on end without saying something someone can clip out of context to try to spread lies about you is basically impossible. And so streamers are pretty used to, like, hearing the craziest fucking rumors and lies about other streamers and being like, I'm gonna look into this before I believe it, you know? But when it comes to these video essayists who are supposed to be trustworthy in regards to their research and their academic rigor, well, they'll just fly with whatever rumor they heard on Twitter. Mostly because it's convenient for them to believe it.
I go privately to people, and I spend like days and hours talking with them to try to like bring about any kind of resolution, and it never changes anything. The like slimy fucking, not only to leak the content of DMs, I talk with Vosh and he said this, but then to lie about it? Like, I think in the DMs I said, I think you have too much empathy for these people, meaning the specific group of people we were talking about. Any interpretation of that as like all black people is willfully dishonest because I'm not even...
It's so sad. I really liked Mr. Beard's content. Like, I stumbled across it while I was playing Rust, and I actually, like, it was one of the... I think it's pretty rare to be able to be friends with a YouTuber who you presently really enjoy the content of and watch on a regular basis, and I really did enjoy Mr. Beard's content. And I considered Mr. Beard a friend, but, like, the clear... I think it's gotten to the point where this side of like, Twitter and YouTube and the internet has so clearly indicated their vitriolic hate for basically anyone in this sphere of content creation that the idea that you would imply that any of us, me, Keffels, Demon Mama, Vosh, that any of it, or Shark, any of us should, like, try to build a bridge with these people, that is a very, very severe shortcoming in regards to your, like, ability to process social occurrences to the extent that it actually terrifies me for your ability to hold friendships and relationships.
Referring to black people there. I'm referring to, like, this nebulous group of, like, abusive online people. And I'm pretty sure he responded by saying, haha, yeah, too much empathy can be a problem. So in private, he, like, fully got the point. But, like, now he forgets that. What a fucking worm, dude. What a spineless piece of shit. I give... The same thing happened with Noah Samson, by the way. Noah Samson made the first video I saw from Noah Samson was one in which he said my content...
Alright, I see why you guys wanted me to watch this video so bad now. I see why you guys wanted me to watch this so bad now, because he's just dunking on all my enemies. Okay, pretty based. Pretty based.
That was good. And then that spineless fucking worm made a follow-up because some people were like, actually, Vosh is bad. So he made an entire next video where he's like, okay, I retract my position. These guys are actually pretty bad, you know? Then he made a video that was basically just a hit piece on me and Zan, which sucked so badly that he walked it all back when talking to me privately, except for the one faux pas, the one thing that the white self-hating leftists can't get over, defending Professor Flowers. You know, you could show them, like, Professor Flowers saying, I think it's acceptable to ethnically cleanse all white people in South Africa, like, verbatim, and they'll go like, I don't think she meant that. He literally, like, you remember the conversation, right? We like, looked at clips where she said unambiguously the thing he was saying she didn't say, and he's like, no, I don't, nah, that was
The problem is that a shit ton of lefties unironically just think it is fundamentally morally different for, like, a minority group that historically, like Professor Flowers and that sphere of LeftTube unironically follow, like, the original sin mindset. They unironically believe that if you are someone who exists in a country because of the colonialist, imperialist actions of your great, you know, grandparents or whatever, like, literally generations of your family have lived in a country, but, you know, generations and generations ago, you know, your ancestors were, you know, colonizers or whatever. They believe that your current occupation, quote unquote, of that land is a modern day crime. It is a crime that you are perpetuating from your ancestors. And that if you do not, like, leave and return the land to its proper... It's a very... basically, it's the idea that, like, any action taken, violently or otherwise, against these oppressors, and the oppressors are people whose great-great-grandparents were the actual oppressors, by the way, it is, in their mind, morally different to hold genocidal or straight-up, like, separationist, segregationist, or racist, just generally, beliefs towards those groups, because in their mind, racism or bigotry in general isn't just bigotry, it's prejudice plus power, is what they see it as. If you're not the one in power, then you can't be bigoted. Your bigotry is actually justified. It is actually a justifiable, righteous anger if you're bigoted against the group that's previously oppressed you, in their view. Yeah.
Fake. That was an illusion. That was a mass hallucination. Like, what do I do with these people? And then like a couple weeks ago, he's liking tweets saying I need to be killed. But I talked to him privately for a long time too. People like, oh, why don't you settle things in private? I never burn bridges. It literally just does not happen. Okay, it doesn't happen. I try so fucking hard to reach out to people and to engage with them. It does not matter. The funny thing is like sometimes I bounce around Twitch and look for smaller streamers to chill in the chats of, because it's kind of fun, right? Because I get to say hi, and then they're like, "Is that the real Vosh?" Because it's fun, like, you know. And a lot of people get suspicious of me when I'm there because they think I'm there like looking for.
Dude, I was running a random dungeon in WoW Retail once, and somebody in the dungeon saw my username because my username was Xanderhall, and they're like, "Wait, are you the real Xanderhall?" And I whispered them in game. 2 words or 3 words. Check my Twitter. And you know what I tweeted? And if you ever see me tweet something like this, you know I just ran into somebody who recognized me in a game. I tweeted, someone just recognized me in a random dungeon queue for WoW Retail. And they were like, whoa, no way! It's always so fun whenever I run into someone who recognizes me in a game. And they ask, like, are you real? And I use my Twitter, I tweet something, and then, like, tell them to check my Twitter to prove it's me.
Content or looking for a debate, which I'm not. Like, last night, it was 3 a.m. I was playing Zelda. I was just, like, looking for just something to listen to, you know? Because I already listened to Joseph Anderson for 16 hours a day, so I gotta bring it out a little bit. And it was just so funny to me, because people think that, like, I'm always, like, crawling around for debates. I am so averse to, like, digging for content that I don't even, like, reach out to challenge people for debates. I don't email people, like, for the most part. I'm trying to get better at that. I don't, like, go out of my way to, like, choose people to be the victims of my negative attention. But meanwhile, like every other duplicitous fucking worm, snake, spineless piece of shit, when they do pretend to engage with me fairly and on equal terms, are only doing it so they can, like, placate me, right? Because the Noah Samson thing, the only reason he was talking to me privately was so he could placate, to, like, I don't know, try to, lure me into a false sense of security before making another dogshit video on me. It's insane.
The crazy thing is the crazy thing as well is that Noah Samson, after, like, debating Vosh, took his video down, his hit piece video on me, and, like, a couple other content creators. He took the video down, he had it down for, like, a couple months, I think. I think it was like a month and a half, 2 months maybe, and then just out of nowhere one day just republished it and made it public. Apparently he, like, edited 1 or 2, like, minutes out of the video at some points, but all the parts about me specifically were completely intact. He didn't change any of the lies or, like, slander he said about me. I'm glad he got a lot of shit for that video. I literally still, to this day, get his fans commenting Squid Gang on that video. And I can't really be mad because it increases the SEO. But at the same time, it's like, man, there are still people out there stumbling across that video and believing lies about me, you know? Like sorry, not DJ Mule. Noah Samson basically just did what DJ Mule did, but a little bit more charismatically. Like, a lot of people on the left, for some reason, will just, like, turn their brain off and listen to anything that a guy with a mustache tells them. I'm not kidding, by the way. There is, like, a brain poison among lefties, particularly lefty women, that makes dudes with mustaches just... They say something, and they turn their brain off and are like, yeah, okay, it sounds right to me. Mustache man says so.
I could crush all of these people. They're Newtonian fluids. If you dropped Ryan...
Zan, grow out your mustache more? Dude, I could have, like, one of those stupid fucking dad mustaches in, like, a week if I wanted to. If I just shaved everything here... Okay. Do you guys want to know the sad reality of being a lefty guy? Alright? There are 2 ways to become sexually attractive to lefty women as a lefty guy, okay? Or there's actually 3 ways. The third way is to be a Nazi. But the second way is to be a femboy. And the first way is to grow out the stupid mustache and possibly even the mullet too. The mustache mullet combo for like maximum effect. I really do hate it. It's possibly one of the worst trends I've seen in like modern Zoomer internet history. Although this is more of a millennial trend, actually. This is like people getting into their late 20s and early 30s thing, I think. Yeah, I do despise it, and I'm almost like dedicated to not getting the mustache. I'm almost dedicated to refusing to like have that stupid fucking mustache because I feel like that's like joining in, you know? It's like I'm acquiescing to the brain rot. I don't want to do it. Dye your hair blonde again? I definitely do plan to do that. I like having like I wish I'd shaved today so it was a bit more like stubbly. I like having a short stubble like all the way around, you know? Ideally filled in like pretty cleanly. That's my ideal facial hair. I don't like having it too long. And I'm fine with having it completely shaved clean because I've got a pretty strong jawline and it kind of reveals it more. But I like a little bit of facial hair, just not too much.
Beard and Noah Samson and all these people into a container, they would slowly but surely just sort of pulp down into a semi-solid homogenate. They're nothing.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
They'd melt.
The main thing that bugs me is when people say I need to reach. That's what bothers me, because you guys do that too sometimes. That bothers me. You can accuse me of being abrasive, because I obviously am, but the idea...
You motherfuckers do that to me too. You guys gave me that shit non-stop when I was calling out Lance's abuse apologia. And victim attacking, sorry. Not even just abuse apologia, but victim attacking.
That I'm like... produce some kind of... obstruction to engagement or conversation is factually incorrect. Remember the insane effort we tried to privately have things with Noah and the end? He said it was for PR. Like, what? Yeah, these people are horrible. They're horrible pieces of shit.
True.
Vosh, you caught strays multiple times in Noah's new vid. Who cares? It doesn't matter. Because at the end of the day, I need to be told by you guys that these people are obsessing over me. I'm their fucking nightmares. For no reason, mind you. I'm not... Like, these guys wake up sweating about the engagement they might get from me. When they put stuff about me in their videos, they're like, all right, they're like full blast, all mods, get ready, everyone. Maybe something happens, maybe it doesn't. I don't really care about them that much, but nothing they do affects me, and it never has. It's been 4 years of this nonstop. It doesn't affect me. I just grow larger and larger. It doesn't matter. They like quiver in their boots, and I know it brings them like a great deal of insecurity and fear when they do stuff like this, because to them it's out of character, right? I bet these people think day to day they're pretty nice people, and they're not. They're probably abusive. They're probably horrible people to the people they know in real life.
True.
And that's why it's like the Illuminati stuff, right? Like when you hear about like this, oh, well, I thought they were such a nice person. Nah, not really. But then you know, whenever I engage online, whenever I do this stuff, whenever I go online and have disagreements with people, nothing here feels unnatural for me. This is just a logical procession of like being correct and going online and people disagree with you. I don't have to make an effort to do any of this. It comes easily to me. You know? It's so easy. But it's not easy for them. It causes them great suffering because they're acting against their nature, all right? We're going back to like ancient Greek philosophy on this, all right? It is in the prerogative of all living things to act according to their nature, all right? And my nature is to go online and be right all the time, relentlessly, without stopping, all the time, in perfect fashion. And their nature is to be put into a container so they can sort of blend together in a soup-like homogenate as their Newtonian bodies.
Now, I legitimately I do think that a big part of why, like me, Demon Mama, Keffels, Shark, Vosh, etc., like the reason why we get along so well is, obviously we agree on a lot, but like, I disagree with Demon Mama on things sometimes. Like, I know Vosh and Demon Mama have disagreed on stuff. Keffels and Vosh have disagreed on stuff. I think I've disagreed on stuff with Keffels too. Like, we disagree on stuff all the time. I've debated Vosh like twice before on stream on topics. Like, there's been cases where we disagree on things. The difference is that when there's a disagreement, it's not because like one of us thinks the other is like a bad person for daring to like have an opinion that's different on something. Like, yeah, like people like paint this really bizarre picture, but like just acting like a normal adult human being that can handle the smallest amount of like disagreement and like turbulence in a social interaction really does go a long way. And the really big difference between, I think, like people like Vosh and people like Mr. Beard and Noah Sampson is they lack that ability. They lack those fundamental skills of like basic adult human social interaction. And they react to everything like it's internet drama, even when it's in private between two people talking and trying to hash it out. They react like it's public internet drama still. It's very telling.
Kind of flow and eventually become a surface that you can kind of walk on if you move quickly, but, you know, you've all seen the starch water videos. So frustrating. Very frustrating. I hope for better from them. I hope they meet at one point. I hope they in a dream they meet with God and God tells them what a fucking dick they're being. It's probably better just to cut off from all these people. Well, I'll talk to anyone. I don't care. I've talked like cordially to people that you guys would probably hate, that I know you guys hate. I don't care. I'll have a pleasant conversation with anyone. You know, I'm like that. That's the thing that makes me think like they suffer. You know what I mean? I can talk to anyone. They are seething and crying and shitting themselves through any kind of engagement. Life brings them pain, you know? They're like that SpongeBob guy with all the glass bones. A lot of it is, I feel that a lot of neurotypical people just innately detest autistic people for existing. No. To be fair, I do catch like ableist strays now and again, but even if I wasn't autistic, I would probably be just as, if not more, abrasive than I am now. And
It's not them being ableist, it's just them being tribalistic. Like, a lot of the things the right accuses the left of, if we're ever true about the left, they are true of the woke scold sphere. Being progressive does not instantly, like, cause you to be washed with light from the heavens that cures you of all mortal sins. Like, you instantly become a nice person because you have progressive values. You instantly become generous and caring and you know, compassionate. No, there are tons of spiteful, manipulative, narcissistic, abusive pieces of shit on the left. There are a lot of people like that. Progressive, not being racist and not being transphobic does not negate the possibility of you being a piece of shit still. And that's really what it is at the end of the day. A lot of people in the lefty content consumption sphere, so you guys, a lot of you guys kind of exist under a sort of, whether you realize it or not, sort of the assumption that someone having progressive politics must mean they're a good person. And that's why when something comes out about a lefty figure that you like, because of their politics, it's like super surprising to you, even if someone else has warned you about this very thing being inevitable. Because a lot of people associate, well, at least on the left, a lot of people associate lefty politics with nice person. It's just not always true.
I would still be right. Their problem isn't with autistic people. Their problem is with the sun. Their problem is with the divine truth that I reflect just a tiny bit in their directions. It wouldn't matter whether or not I was autistic or not. They're just angry at the way the world is, and I am just a beacon of that. I could be anything, anyone. The only difference is that if I was black, they would call me racial slurs. If I was trans, they would call me self-hating. If I was a woman, they would call me a pick-me. But because I'm a white man, they just have to settle for accusing me of being racist.
That was a good video. I liked that video a lot. I can see why you guys wanted me to watch it. I think we should do more of, like, reactions to, like, other lefty content creators that we're friends with. We do it with Shark's videos, and we did it with Keffel's video. I feel like we should, like, create a cycle, like a circle of reaction content. No, not like that. But I do think that, that occasionally giving my thoughts on what's going on in other like content creator spheres that I'm friends with is a good idea, considering, I mean, we are friends, and I do want to create sort of a community of content creators on the left that do like lefty content that aren't fucking insane and like purity testy, that are like chill with each other and can vibe. And I think a huge part of that is branching out and also, like, sending support to your friends, right? I think you guys could probably notice that generally when my friends in the content creation space are getting shit on, like, for nothing especially, I come out to, like, give my thoughts on it and, like, clear the air. Because I worry that, like, some amount of my audience is going to believe lies about somebody that I'm friends with, right? Like, I feel like it's sort of, like, naturally, you kind of want to, like, clear the air about things like that, right? But yeah, I think the video was good. I like it. If you guys want me to react to more of, like, Sharks and Vosh's and Keffel's stuff and Demon Mama's stuff and, like, give my thoughts on it, then yeah, you guys just send that stuff my way, I guess. You guys can tell me in the comments if you enjoyed it. What do you guys think of that segment? Reacting to potential up-and-comers sounds good too? Yeah. Oh, shit! Wait, guys. Good news. Guess what? Guess what, chat? A Pillow is now a YouTube partner. A Pillow's now monetized on YouTube. A Pillow got partner. Let's fucking go! Getting partners is a really big deal because once your videos are monetized, YouTube has a lot more incentive to recommend them to people. Because it actually creates revenue for people to watch your videos. And that's a really big, like, milestone in content creation as a YouTuber. So yeah, it's a big deal. IDK whomps that is, but congrats. How do you not know? A Pillow. Hold on. Put this link in YouTube chat. There we go. All right, really quick, I'm going to go grab a water. I will be right back. Oh, wrong thing. I have been thirsty for the last 20 minutes. Oh, I feel like I just drank an Estes flask. Ugh. You ever, like, wake up in the middle of the night and you just feel like a goddamn hollow from Dark Souls? That's the only way to describe it. You wake up in the middle of the night and you feel like a hollow from Dark Souls, and you take a sip of water, and it's like the humanity restored mechanic with the bonfires. When you have your first sip of cold water, when you wake up in the middle of the night, thirsty as hell. Yeah. Anytime I wake up, I feel like the furtive pygmy. Same. That's how I feel. I can't think of any right now, BioBolt. Unfortunately, the video essayosphere is a massive circle jerk. I'm sure... I know... Actually, you know who's good? I know Not Just Bikes is good. I've watched a couple of his videos, and I know that he had a couple interviews with Vosh, and he's a video essayist, so definitely recommend him if you're interested in infrastructure content. Really quick, Seer, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Said, hey, it's been a while since I stopped by in the chat. Can't believe it's been 6 months since 12 Days of Christmas. Just another 6 months to go. Wow, it's really been that long, huh? Well, welcome back. I do remember you being a frequenter during 12 Days of Christmas, and it's sad that you've been gone for so long, but thank you for the $5. Welcome back. Hemorrhoid King, welcome, or sorry, not welcome back. Thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the 5 buccarinos. Says Sora's funding the lead wave. Hell yeah. Thank you for the 5 buccarinos. Puffle Cakes, thank you for the 3 tier 1 gifted subs. And I'm sure Taycore, it's probably M3, and Shrimp appreciated as much as I do. Thank you for the $15 dues. Pog, 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 thank you very much. And then Exoskeletal Patchwork, thank you so much for the $10 donation. That is so Pog and based of you. Said, I feel like I have some responsibility for you scrapping the last segment, so here's a little money to make up for lost ad revenue. Thank you, I really appreciate that. Yeah, it's just people were complaining about the segment before it even started, saying it was boring and they didn't care. And once people were still complaining like that far, and I was just like, you know what? Nope, I'll just scrap it. It was boring? What the fuck? I mean, yeah, I'm glad you guys told me it was. If I uploaded it on YouTube, it was gonna get, like, no views. What was the segment? My reaction to Ron DeSantis' Twitter space, where he announces that he's running for president. Thank you for the $10, though, Exoskeletal Patchwork. I appreciate it. Let me update the dono goal really fast. Okay. What should we watch next? Want to bet $50 that Trump will eventually call him Ron DePantpiss. Ron DePantpiss is a pretty good nickname, to be fair. No. No. No, we're not doing more of the fucking Illuminati Lance drama. Misinformed lefties that just like Lance see the video, like if it's me criticizing him, and then just unsub and don't watch the video. So it's pointless. All I can do is be able to say my opinion, and now, when I get vindicated in the future because I'm correct, I'll be able to refer back to when, you know, I said this a while ago and I got shit for it, just like the other 50,000 times this has happened, and it'll be another instance of, oh my god, why didn't we believe Zan? Oh my god, oh, how could we have ever predicted that Zan would have been right about this person? Oh my god, whoa. It's every time. Matt Walsh is calling for mass harassment of Republican Senator Fred Mills for upholding trans rights in Louisiana, but not much to react to there. Yeah, not really much to react to there for sure. We already covered Matt Walsh today as well. I feel like doubling up on Matt Walsh in one stream would be a little excessive. A live streamer in China got his hand sliced off. Jesus Christ. I'm sure you can still live stream with one hand, though, at least. It'll be a good story for stream. Anything new with Crowder? Good point. How is Crowder doing? Oh, he hasn't uploaded in a month. What about his main... Wait, does he have, like, alt channels? Crowder Bits? Is Crowder Bits uploading? Oh, yeah, he uploaded 9 days ago. Hmm. Yeah, nothing all that interesting from Crowder, honestly. Nothing particularly interesting going on with him. Diogenes Camus, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that. Very based and kind of you. Says, hey Zan, if you're feeling any back pain, here's some helpful advice from Best Buy Beardless Vosh.
Here's how to unlock your full back in seconds. Go next to
yeah, I've seen this video. I appreciate the $5 though, but I've seen that one and I did try it. It didn't work. I've got some of the most stubborn back pain I think that's possible in this region. I think it's gotten to the point where it's 100% going to require professional help and a separate person, like, working on my back to fix it. It's not something I can fix on my own. It's been about 2 months now of non-stop back pain. Like inhaling is limited. Like, I can't take full inhales or full breaths, because when I inhale, like, right around here, it starts to hurt my back. Because the muscles in my upper back just start to, like, it's a deep, like, sore pain on either side of my spine, my upper back. So it's limited my breathing. I can't turn any further than that without it hurting my back up here. Like, turning my head hurts my back up here. Yeah. Is it from extended computer chair sitting? Honestly, probably not, because I've done a lot of extended computer chair sitting, and I've actually been doing less extended computer chair sitting than I have in a long time. Like, I've been doing more walking, getting out, and, like, fucking about in the world than usual for the last few months. So the idea that sedentary lifestyle would be the result, or would be the cause of... And I don't really slouch. I sit up straight. I actually like to sit back. Like, this is actually my more, like, comfortable position, but I prefer to, like, sit up straight a little bit more, so I'm, like, even in the camera. Body scans or scams? I don't think I'm gonna get a body scan. I think I was just gonna get a like, physical therapist. Take a look. How do you sleep? A lot of different... I wake up, like... When I go to sleep under the covers with the pillows under my head, like, completely normal. When I wake up, the blanket is either wrapped me up like a taco and I can't breathe, or it's on the floor and I'm freezing. The pillows are on the floor, and I've done a full 180 and my head is now at the foot of the bed. I don't know what the fuck happens when I'm sleeping, but that's how I sleep. Oh yeah, the blowhigh is always on the floor when I wake up. It's always in the bed when I go to sleep. Like, I put it next to me in the bed when I fall asleep, but then it's always on the floor in the morning. I always, like, kick it out of the bed while I'm sleeping. I must be transphobic in my sleep. Woke scolds are coming in the middle of the night to turn you around. It's more likely there's, like, ghosts or poltergeists or demons or something fucking with me in my sleep. This is a pretty old house. Bro, what the fuck? I hear screaming in the woods near me. Well, Ian Roach, do you live where there's mountain lions? It's almost certainly a mountain lion. If it sounds like a woman being murdered, it's a mountain lion. If it sounds like a woman screaming bloody murder, like she's being murdered, like literally like she's being murdered, like just the someone should screen cap that scream, by the way. Like, just the most screeching, like, death scream, like, ah! You know, just a death screech. That is a fucking mountain lion. Yeah, that's a mountain lion. Zan, make it the new dono sound? Well, it wouldn't be a good dono sound, but it would be a good, like, meme still. Yeah, foxes and cougars sound fucking terrifying. Foxes have a scary sound, too. That's true. Heavy Gretel, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Said, it's probably M3 suggested this video.
This is an embarrassing thing to...
Interesting. What is this?
To admit out...
Okay. There we go. All right, thank you, Evie Gretel. I appreciate that. And Seer, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that as well. Thank you for the $5. Says, I meant to sub originally. What content creators do you think are cool ones who may not make political content but give off good progressive vibes? I've really gotten into like WoW content because I'm currently playing a lot of WoW off stream. And I'm pretty sure Barney Beekeeper, if you're looking for like really high quality classic WoW content, Barney Beekeeper is a trans woman, and like outside of like the clearly progressive jokes and references that are occasionally snuck into the WoW videos, I think it's pretty obvious that there's more progressive values behind those videos. Who else do I think is pretty progressive? John and Hank Green are pretty progressive, and they're like really big on YouTube. I think Critical's generally progressive. He just has some cringier takes because he's not very politically minded. Yeah. I know that guy who makes all the top 10 lists is progressive. It's like Hiru Miradex or something. Really? He's progressive? Because I've seen multiple, like, bits of evidence in his videos that made me think he was conservative. Like, he made a few jokes and references that seemed very, like, conservative. Yeah, Hank Green has cancer, but it's not super duper serious. I mean, it's not great, but yeah. Anyway, thank you, Seer. I appreciate the tier 1 sub. With all that said, y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. So apparently, you guys have been sending me this video. It's a critical video. And apparently he ended up dunking on John Doyle, the little Nazi dweeb. This is a crossover I would never expect, but it's fucking happened. I don't really know what background to give to this. I mean, Critical's huge, and John Doyle's just this, like... He basically does a podcast and a bunch of videos where he does Nazi propaganda, but from the perspective of, like, this LARPing 1940s, like, you know, husband guy. He really wants to be the new Nick Fuentes, pretty much. Like, he really wants to take up, like, the mantle of what Nick Fuentes used to be, but he doesn't have enough riz with the Zoomers to actually pull it off. But he doesn't have... Like, Nick Fuentes is a scrawny nerd in his general, like, aesthetic, but he kind of gives off the vibe of someone who's a little bit more, I guess, authoritative than he is. But John Doyle just doesn't have the vibe of somebody who can speak authoritatively. So while he is successful, he is nowhere near as successful or influential in the far right as Nick Fuentes. He has not claimed the role of the new Nick Fuentes, sadly for him. Anyway, I don't really know what else to say other than let's check this out. I'm curious to see how hard Critical dunked on this guy.
Loud. But I've recently found a great guilty pleasure that I've been consuming like junk food. It's those ridiculously cringe podcasts where a few dudes, pseudo-intellectuals, bring on a bunch of women and have the worst debates of all time. It's a forsaken...
Okay, chat. If we still have time after this video, I want you guys to dig up a segment, like a 15 to 20 minute segment, from Just Pearly Things. I have seen this woman from time to time on Twitter and clips of her. I think it's time that we gave her the Xan treatment. She's the chick that, like, does the podcast. Pearl, I think her name is. Just Pearly Things, I think is her, like, podcast name or whatever, her YouTube name or her Twitter name or whatever. Like, if you can find a good clip to dunk on there, that would be good content. Because I've been meaning to dunk on those Manosphere podcasts for a while. Yeah, she's a big Sneeko and Andrew Tate fan. Like, she's one of the biggest pick-me's you'll ever see. But because of her, she actually has such a lukewarm IQ, I think she might actually believe that shit.
Freaking wasteland where normal thinking goes to die. A thunderdome of delusion. It is brain melting. It reminds me of those old PSAs for the dangers of smoking cigarettes, and they'll like open up someone's chest and be like, this is what your lungs look like when you smoke, and it's like yellow and oozing, covered in this like disgusting slime, and it's very fucking yucky. This is like that, but instead of showing you your lungs on cigarettes, it's your brain when watching this content, and it's fucking revolting. Like, it is actual brain rot, and I can't look away.
And goes into a marriage and has kids.
Oh no!
18, 19.
No! Destiny, Melina, Pixie, and I don't know who the other two women are. They're probably there to agree with the podcast hosts. You know what's crazy? Apparently, the person who drew... You know what's hilarious about this, like, Manosphere podcast having, like, the meme paper cups, like the Zoomer meme paper cups that everybody recognizes, but Zoomers, like, turn anything that's recognizable into a meme? In the same way, like, you know how, like, the like, playmat that every American kindergartner seems to remember, where it's, like, the little town with the road and the houses? Like, a lot of, like, commentary YouTubers that make, like, Zoomer, like, commentary type content will have like one of those up in the background or whatever and make memes. Like it's basically like take a thing that Zoomers recognize from childhood and like memify it, and that's the joke. And the funny thing is, this extremely recognizable pattern on the paper cups, pretty sure that was designed by a woman. And not only a woman, but a woman who is a secretary at the company that manufactures said paper cups. She drew it with charcoal. With charcoal, what's it called? Not charcoal. It's like it is charcoal, but it's like the colored charcoal things that you like. It was a woman that made it. So I will say, it is really funny that one of the most common talking points these podcasts push. Yeah, oil pastels. Thank you. Yeah, that's what it is. One of the most common talking points that these podcasts push is that women don't accomplish anything of like renown or utility or use to society, and yet the cups that they're all like having at the table, and they chose to get these cups this design because of the meme. That design was done by a woman, an underpaid secretary woman, who's like scarcely credited for that design, despite its overwhelming recognizability. Sorry, just a little bit of trivia I thought I'd throw in.
1920, and then a year into the relationship, it gets really, really abusive.
From
Would
who?
you? From both.
This is so rare.
Anyone
So
really.
rare.
I mean, it happens.
Go on.
My point is, I'm just even though it might be rare from what you guys think.
It is.
I already just find this painful. She's asking a very simple question and setting it up, talking about abuse. And already the dudes here are like, this is ridiculous. This is exceptionally rare. This is damn near science fiction. Abuse?
Tipster, thanks for the raid.
Never even heard of it. That's like winning the lottery twice level of astronomical odds. Abuse is, it is very uncommon, very rare. As a way of trying to like kind of shut it down already, like...
I don't know how much... Like, apparently Critical hasn't seen a lot of your average, like, dude bro podcast content, but, like, one of the most common beliefs you'll find when you get a bunch of white dudes together on a podcast to talk about their opinions on women is they believe that women have it, like, beyond easy. Okay, I was watching an episode of PKA recently, the Painkiller Already podcast. It's my favorite podcast, and it's not because of their political values. It was an older episode of PKA where they had Boogie on, and at one point, like, in passing, while making, like, an argument, Boogie says, if I see, like, someone who's, left-leaning online say, sometimes it sucks to be a woman, I'll drop that a like, because, generally I think that can be true, right? And all the guys in the podcast are like, no, it doesn't suck to be a woman. When does it suck to be a woman? And, like, Boogie goes on to tell a story about, like, his wife being sexually harassed in front of him. And they're like, I've never witnessed something like that before. I've never seen something like that before. And they go on to tell stories about how all the women they've met, like, just kind of believe that it's goes without saying that the guy they're with would pay all of their bills and their rent and buy dinner and pay for everything. Women have everything paid for. They get free vacations anywhere they want to go. It's this very overwhelmingly common idea among a lot of men, even outside the incel sphere, that life as a woman is easy because they as a man are willing to do anything to get pussy. So they assume that every woman must be willing to take that, advantage, quote unquote, to its fullest, and do in their mind, and thus that advantage existing is like negates any possibility of there being like any level of disparity to this day. Yeah. It's just I just don't know, but maybe Critical hasn't seen as much of like the podcast sphere, but yeah, a lot of these people unironically think that things like women being sexually assaulted or abused is, basically overblown.
You're choosing something very fringe and outlandish. Abuses. It's like a unicorn. It almost doesn't exist. But anyway, crazy lady, go on with your hypothetical abuse thing or whatever you called it. It's just trying to downplay it, which I think is just cringe.
If it would happen, what would you recommend for those people to do? Would they divorce, or do you want them to keep going in the relationship?
Keep going. You can't divorce. I mean, that's not a real thing. You can like separate. See, his Catholic background shines through. He knows.
That's John Doyle, by the way.
You can't divorce. You can separate, but you can't actually divorce. That's not a real thing.
Even though it might be like physically abusive.
You got to endure. People are too.
You want to stick in the
relationship.
relationship?
People are just.
See, I mean, look,
people
I'm gonna be
nowadays
honest.
are just. Everybody quits. Everybody gives up. It's too hard. I'm this XYZ. This is why I'm special, so I can up this entire situation based upon me being special.
The clown puts himself front and center here. You're looking at the chief entertainment for this episode.
I like this girl in the background who doesn't want to be here.
Fucking discount Walmart brand Sal from Impractical Jokers here. His name's Jonathan, and let me just tell you, he's got some opinions, and man, oh man, are they a stinker. So, the question is very simple.
Guy.
If there's an abusive relationship, an abusive marriage, should the marriage end? You know, if the woman is being abused, or even if the man is being abused. The woman who asked the question, her name is Melina, and she doesn't just make it exclusive to women getting abused. Men can also be victims of abuse, something that Jonathan heavily disagrees with. We'll get to that later on. But he is saying that, if it's an abusive relationship, you have to endure. This is the problem with snowflake society now. Everyone's such a pussy, so they'll ruin a marriage because they think they're so special. You absolute fucking troglodyte.
I don't know if it's like as obvious to you guys as it is to me, but the fact that the right and popular figures among the right have gotten to the level of mask-off engagement that normies are, and I would say Critical is like the quintessential normie, right? Like, he is very much not involved with politics. He maybe sometimes comments on it when it's so prevalent and so culturally relevant that he can't avoid it. But when he does get involved with it, when people in the normie sphere do get involved with it, it's a very clear indication of where the general political leanings of internet culture are. Because people tend to jump on bandwagons. And this indicates to me that right now, the internet is starting to lean, at least the normie cultural aspect of the internet, is starting to lean a little bit more towards being, like, against this whole sphere of content. Obviously, there's, like, the Sneeko is a cuck stuff. There's the Andrew Tate is a sex trafficker stuff. There's the fact that, like, people are now learning that these Manosphere podcast bros are just a bunch of scamming, misogynistic assholes who hold, like, horrific beliefs. I think videos like this indicate to me that we're going to see a much larger pushback against content creators like this, not just from lefty, streamers and debaters and whatnot, but from normie content creators, because now these absolute buffoons are in the crosshairs of people who just see weirdos and want to make content about weirdos. They don't care about the political affiliations or the political leanings. Charlie's making videos on these people because they're weird and stupid. Not because he's left-leaning and he disagrees with them politically. And I think the fact that, you know, someone as large and influential as him is being, you know, motivated to talk about this in this way is a good sign. I think it's a good sign.
It's not about being special. It's about not getting beat the fuck up in a marriage. There's no excuse for abusing your spouse, whether it's physical or mental. Like, it's the most... There is a right answer to this question. And the answer is yes, the marriage should end if it's abusive. 100%. Whether it's the woman or the man being abused, it should straight up end. There's no enduring. This isn't one of those situations where it's like, you know, there's greener pastures once you get through a couple of the black eyes and broken bones. You know, my husband may have beat the fuck out of me a couple nights ago, but he also took me to a really fancy steakhouse and I had an absolute bangin' filet. So, you know, all of the abuse was worth it and I'm a little happier today. It's ridiculous. This is honestly making me concerned. My heart is breaking for whatever woman he's in a relationship with. I'm imagining this guy treating relationships like it's Fight Club. If my partner can't roll with my knuckle sandwiches without crying about it and she wants to leave for it, well then good riddance to her toots. Jesus Christ, special snowflake.
Wait until Critical finds out these people represent an entire political party in this country. It's actively, like, rallying to ban divorce, gay marriage, fucking contraception, and abortion.
Legs can't handle a few of my right hooks. Ridiculous. That's frightening. That is a frightening mentality, that you're telling someone to just endure physical or even mental abuse in a relationship, and calling them like a special snowflake or a pussy if they don't. That's crazy. And also his cohort there, the goofball he's in cahoots with, who's like, man, divorce isn't real. Divorce is make-believe. It's hocus pocus. There's no such thing as divorce. Yes, if you're getting abused, you can't divorce, obviously. This is a wild episode.
And the reality is people just haven't learned to endure. There have been hard times in relationship. I'm sure you guys had hard times in relationship. Any relationship has hard times. Okay. And it is what it is. You need to push through and you need to endure because we're in this abused? Hold on. Because we're in this situation now, like where everybody's just creating this like super nuanced, like 1% example of like, well, what if the kid's transgender, black, and abused, and he's a Black Lives Matter supporter? Like, cool, okay, yeah. I get like that one minute
but I'm asking
situation.
For anyone that might be in that situation, what would you recommend?
Okay, endure.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what.
I
don't. I'll tell you what.
Endure.
I'll tell you what I would do.
A lot of diarrhea fell out of his mouth on this one here, so there's a lot to break down. He had an actual episode of psychosis there. He just started spitting shit that never even came up.
Notice how, by the way, during these, like, Manosphere podcasts, there's, like, constantly massive donations. Like, $210 donated right here. Like, there's just constantly huge donations of money coming in. The right has a fucking racket on a scale that is unthinkable right now to anything that lefties could accomplish. Like, there are very few left-wing institutions, not even institutions, but left-wing creators online that are able to, like, reach the level of, like, influence and have the amount of money and power that institutions have in order to reach people like these random Manosphere podcasts tend to. Like, there's so much money in peddling right-wing beliefs to angry, frustrated young white men.
I'll tell you what.
Endure.
I'll tell you what I would do.
A lot of diarrhea fell out of his mouth on this one here, so there's a lot to break down. He had an actual episode of psychosis there. He just started spitting shit that never even came up. It's a very simple question. It really wasn't nuanced. She just said, in an abusive relationship, should the marriage end? It really doesn't get more simple than that. A fucking child could understand the question. There wasn't anything about, like, all these nuance that you bring up. But anyway, Smash Mouth has his meltdown there for a second, but his message is still the same. No matter what, you gotta endure. You gotta endure the abuse. He even has the chutzpah to equate abuse to just a hard time in a relationship, as if it's just some little obstacle, little hiccup that every relationship goes through.
I love Critical's this is somebody who does not, like, indulge in internet politics. This is a guy who I've seen talk about his like perception of the political dichotomy in this country as two sides that just care about like tribalism and winning and team sports. He has a very limited understanding of like what the actual reality of political engagement is in this country, and he's now being hit with the stark reality of what the right stands for. And it's bewildering him, and it's fun to see his reaction.
Brother, abuse is not a hard time in a relationship. That is a fucking crime. That is when a relationship ends, should end.
I wouldn't want my daughter in that situation, quite frankly. And I understand the argument to endure because I have people close to me who grew up in abusive households, and it lasted for periods of time, and it was a phase, and they endured through it, and they ended up raising healthy, successful families.
Their faces really tell the whole story here. This reaction's pretty on par with that statement. Abuse is not a phase. It shouldn't be a phase. This isn't a normal thing. There's no reason to start normalizing abusive relationships as something every couple needs to go through or will go through. Abuse isn't acceptable. Full stop. Like that's where this was a really easy.
The thing you're forgetting, Critical, is that abusive relationships are borderline the norm within conservative dating and marriages. In fact, the idea that the man has ownership over the woman and the woman is subservient to the man is a fundamental, moral prescription, of marriage in the conservative worldview. The father owns the daughter, and then eventually the father hands off the daughter to her husband. That's why, like, the father, like, brings the daughter down the aisle to the groom, because the husband, the father owned his daughter before, like, that was his daughter, but now the father is entrusting another man with his property, with his girl, and now that is his woman, the groom's woman. It's the entire, like, prospect of marriage, even insofar as the ceremonial aspect, is based in the idea that particularly young women are owned by their fathers until a man who said father approves of, ideally in the conservative worldview, comes along to, become the new father, I guess, to basically fulfill that role, quote unquote. Pedocon theory? Yeah, no. They, like, a lot of conservative dads as well, you'll hear them say, I want to make sure that my daughter ends up with a man like me. And sometimes you can tell what they mean is, like, they want to be a good dad and a good man and, like, have their daughter end up with a good man too. But it really indicates they have a very, unhealthy obsession with their child's dating life, and it's always their daughters too. It's always their daughters. It's never their sons. Their sons, if their sons were out getting women, as long as their sons aren't out getting anyone pregnant, they don't care. But if it's their daughter, they've got to protect their daughter's, whatever, because they see that as their property.
Easy slam dunk for these dudes to answer. Should a marriage end when it gets abusive, whether for the woman or the man? And the answer is easy. It's yes. A relationship isn't something where there should be an abusive phase. If there is an abusive partner, that partner needs to seek legitimate help and get help for controlling whatever violent urges or impulses they have. But that doesn't mean that the other partner needs to stay in the relationship while they're getting that help. Especially not if there's children in the household, because not only is it dangerous for the partner, it's dangerous for the kid to be around as well. I think it's very simple. I don't think
conservatives don't believe in the concept of child abuse, Charlie. I'm sorry. It's so fun to see normies get exposed to the blatant evil of conservatism when the right goes mask off, because he's trying to moralize a reactionary right now. Like, if one of those guys were there talking to Charlie right now, they just call him, like, an overly sensitive cuck. You can't moralize these people. They're not driven by the idea of trying to achieve some sort of, like, mutual, like, shared happiness among as many humans as possible. They are proudly evil, selfish, narcissistic, self-serving people. They are evil and proud of it. It's always interesting to see someone who's sort of like a genuinely centrist-leaning person who's not really into politics get exposed to how, like... So, for example, my friend Ethan has a whole Discord server of his friends who are just really not into politics. But sometimes I show them what the right's been up to, and they're, like, generally left-leaning. There's a few people that in there that are trans and a few that are LGBT just generally. So it's like, it's certainly a more left-leaning-ish space. It's just not very political, if that makes sense, right? It's an accepting, like, you know, diverse space, but it's not political, if that makes any sense. But sometimes I'll be like, yeah, so I just finished stream, I covered this today, and I'll, like, share my screen and show some conservative insanity, and just seeing their reaction, people who are not into politics, whose, like, only exposure to politics is through me talking about what I, you know, covered today or that given stream, and seeing how blown away they are at the blatant evil of these conservative figures, it brings me hope that really all it takes for us to beat the right is to make the worst of them as visible as possible.
I think it's that nuance. Abuse just isn't acceptable. Like, that's a super easy thing for a normal person.
At least visible in a critical way, not in a platforming way. I feel I should clarify.
To answer, but we've cultivated this culture online where everything needs to be like a debate, even on the simplest topics. Like, you just saw Smash Mouth have that meltdown, like, oh, you're getting into all this crazy 0.1% example nuance of abuse and then all of these other factors, like, out of nowhere, when that wasn't even what was discussed. It is the easiest black and white question.
To an extent.
So you would say that to stick in those relationships that might be abusive to everyone involved and a child, if there's a child.
I'm not saying, like, hey, stick in the relationship and get the shit beat out of you by a husband.
I'm just asking you what you believe.
I'm just telling you.
Even if it's a small extreme thing, I'm just asking you what you think if you should stick in that relationship or not.
It's such.
Look at that, another $100 donation. These people are rolling in insane amounts of money. I don't know what it is about making conservative content that makes people, like, just fucking pour their wallet out for you. I guess that it's like the demagoguery makes, like, I don't even know.
It is such an extreme example that I can't give a prescription for what other people should do. There is an element.
God damn it, it's not even an extreme example. If you just Google it for like 15 seconds, there's so many different studies conducted on the topic, and according to a lot of the different numbers, all of which are a little different, but most of them agree that at least 20% of all marriages are abusive at some point in time. And that's just in reported cases. Like, it's not an extreme example. It's really not. But even if it was, it doesn't even change the question. Like, even in the extreme example here, it's still a very easy answer that, yes, that marriage should end. There is a problem. Now, this guy here is trying to play nice with everybody, so he's like, oh, yes, even this goober over here talking about endure. I mean, there's almost an element of something salvageable of his point, when there's not. Like, there's no excuse. Like, you shouldn't be enduring abuse, like, under any circumstance, but he's really trying to give an olive branch over there for some fucking reason. But this guy is at least admitting, like, he wouldn't want his daughter in that. So he does outright say, like, yes, a woman shouldn't be getting the shit beat out of her in a marriage or relationship, and she should leave. He at least will concede that, whereas the other two guys still, for some reason, fight tooth and nail that, nah, there's really no reason to be leaving.
Like that.
Do you have opinions about third trimester abortion?
It's
terrible.
Listen,
it's terrible. Look at how quickly you can debate it. Do you know how rare third trimester abortions are? They're also really rare, but you immediately had a visceral reaction to that, right? There are households where parents are abusive to children. Like, that's not like an unfathomable thing. But for you to have that immediate visceral reaction to a type of abortion...
Conservatives see abuse of children as discipline. You can't abuse your own property.
That's so incredibly rare.
But then when it's like... I mean, we're talking about, like, a guy, like, getting drunk and, like, you know, beating his wife occasionally versus, like...
I actually think that was a really good point from Destiny there. Like, you have a very quick reaction to another extreme example. Why do you not have that same energy when it comes to abusive households? And then the guy starts making some shit up like, we're talking about a guy getting drunk and maybe putting his hands on his wife. Where is that coming from? The question was so simple. They're making up like a whole fanfic plotline in their head about what was asked when it was really super simple. Abusive household. Should the marriage end? Like, I actually wonder if she had even just said something even more simple and broad, what the response would have been. If she had asked, do you guys think abuse is bad? I wonder what they would have said. I wager that they would have been like, okay, we need to define what abuse is, because all of these special snowflakes have weird definitions for abuse.
He's catching on. Charlie's catching on to what these people are like. I'm really curious to see if Charlie's going to start delving into politics. Not like becoming a political creator, but if we're going to see him talk more about like figures on the right, or just in politics in general and giving his takes on them. Because right now, this video, while it is political, from Charlie's perspective and from the average, like, critical fan's perspective, this is not a political video. This is, like, just their favorite YouTuber dunking on some random weirdo podcaster online. I'm wondering if Critical's gonna do more content like this, if he's kind of, like, started down a path of sort of like getting into learning about how fucking insane the right is, because there is a whole like lineup of insane right-wing figures ripe for someone like Critical to dunk on. Like, can you imagine Critical dunking on Matt Walsh? I mean, like, I feel like he would if he knew who Matt Walsh is and like what he was up to and what he was saying and why it was wrong and why it was fucked up. But my question is, do you think Critical's like starting down a road of like finding that stuff out and potentially making content that's like more influenced by his, I think slightly biased on the favor of the left, I would say, for his politics, but generally pretty left-leaning? Send him a Matt Walsh video to react to. Did you see the Matt Walsh baby diaper doll they were selling? Yeah, no, we covered that earlier.
So let's start really getting into the nitty-gritty of what is abuse. Even though it's so easy, abuse is just bad, and an abusive relationship is bad. I don't know what's so hard about it. I don't know what's so hard about them just admitting that.
But well, okay, so let me ask you guys, in the Catholic Church, I know that there's like annulments for marriages and stuff. Are there
That was a mistake.
Are there no exceptions for like if a guy is beating his wife constantly?
No, there are, but now
Or a woman could as well, right?
Hold on.
Well, there's also a distinction drawn between
if a woman's beating a dude,
hold on, guys.
Oh man, blubbery ass Jonathan there just got saved big time by the guy in the middle. He wanted so badly to say that if a man's getting beat by his girl, then he's a pussy, or he's like a weak bitch or something. He wanted so badly to try and get that kind of bravado out there. Sad to see that this mentality still exists somehow, that men can't be the victims of abuse. I thought we got rid of that stigma years ago. Jonathan's supposed to be a men's
now the red pill
self-help
movement's
guru.
pushing it.
How? Actually, how?
Divorces that are initiated by women, Brian?
78%. 78.
80%. 80%. And what percentage of those women have college degrees?
Well, it jumps to 90% if they're college educated.
Yeah. Real.
Brian, please present the stats to the class. What percentage of divorces are initiated by women? 80%? Thank you, Poindexter, that's sickening. 90% if they're college educated? I rest my case. That's why I only marry 18-year-olds now. They're too young to have a college degree, thus they can't divorce me.
Oh no, man, they're aiming lower than that, my dude. You're being a little too generous there. You're aiming a little. They're aiming lower than that, my friend. He's making fun of them. He's obviously being sarcastic, Warhunt. But like, yeah, I'm liking this video a lot. I can see why you sent it to me. This is good. Charlie's posting based right now.
What does this have to do with anything? Okay, so you don't want to marry college-educated women? You want to marry dumb women? Like, I don't know. What, you want to just marry a lobotomite sex doll? Cool, like, who cares? It doesn't matter. This has nothing to do with the core question anymore. It's gone fully off the rails and unhinged. They're so focused on picking apart divorce itself. So now they're spouting these stats and making each other mad. So one of the dudes is like, real. And then the other guy is taking a huge, deep breath. Why, I oughta. Just hearing that number's making me mad enough to put hands on my spouse because she might have considered a divorce at some point. Like, it's ridiculous. This has nothing to do with what was asked.
They
Can
are
I ask,
extreme.
I wanna
I
ask
agree- I
another-
agree with that,
I want to ask
but-
like one more scenario, okay?
Please. Oh,
What about if
I was giggling so fucking hard because you can hear, I'm pretty sure it's Jonathan go, oh, Jesus. When she says she wants to ask another scenario. Why are you even here? The whole point is to communicate with the women, your guests, right? To ask them stupid questions and shit. Like, if you're so bothered with them talking, what the fuck are you even doing there?
two people get married, they have a kid, and then the wife starts cheating? Do you think they should divorce?
Absolutely.
They should divorce then?
Jesus himself
You don't
said.
think it wasn't
Jesus,
an
hold on.
adultery?
Jesus
And you
himself
could like
said,
work things through, right?
Jesus himself said in cases of adultery, divorce is
So you think that
permissible.
divorce is worse than physical abuse?
For the children?
Or cheating, sorry. You think that
Cheating
cheating
is
is worse than physical abuse?
For the
Sorry.
children, yes.
I actually let out a full belly laugh. So she brings up cheating and unanimously like, yes, obviously you have to divorce when the woman's being a whore. Well, if you've got a slut for a wife, you gotta fucking divorce that harlot, that harpy. Duh. Are you stupid, lady? Absolutely you have to divorce there. After they spent like 6 minutes about, well, actually divorce is one of the most evil things that can ever happen. Divorce is unacceptable. Physical abuse, okay, abuse.
Oh, Vashraid, thank you, man. I appreciate it. Welcome, everybody. Hopefully you enjoy your stay here. We're reacting to Critical's new video right now. He dunked on this Manosphere Red Pill podcast that had John Doyle on it, and I am surprisingly impressed. Like, I did not expect to see Critical coming out with, like, you know, swinging this hot against these Manosphere Red Pill types. I'm actually pretty happy to see this. I think it's a good omen. It's a good omen, chat. It's a good fucking omen. Welcome, Voshites. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hopefully you enjoy your stay here.
You have to endure because you can't divorce. But then when it's cheating, it's like, yeah, you gotta divorce. Jonathan even says crucifixion is warranted. I'm sure he's just being exaggeratory, but he does point blank say that cheating is worse than abuse for the kids, which is a wild take. Both are awful. Your father beating your mother or your mother beating your father in front of your kid is just as damaging as one of them being unfaithful. These are both horrible things, both of which should end in divorce. But for some reason, they seem to only have a real visceral response when it comes to cheating. And then the guy in the middle even gets immediately religious, like, well, in the Bible it says, you know, when cheating's on the table, that's when divorce is absolutely necessary. Well, what the fuck?
I will note, by the way, that, like, every time Melina asks a question, like a very reasonable question for the record, you'll get, like, the last question that she asked, like, what if the woman cheats? The response from John Doyle was just a single word: crucifixion. And I think you're supposed to think he was joking, but I don't think he was joking. Leveling fishing in the Undercity? I'm at Ratchet right now, dog. You think this is the Undercity? Does this look like the Undercity?
Fuck, the Bible also doesn't preach for beating the fuck out of your spouse either. I'm sure you can also divorce in a case like that, so why didn't we get biblical when abuse was brought up? Why did we start trying to justify different levels of abuse and it might be a phase where it's going to get better after and this and that? Dude even wove a whole fanfic about, like, we're talking about a man who gets drunk and maybe occasionally hits his wife. Like, what the fuck? Like, why are you making excuses for abuse and not for cheating all of a sudden, right? Like, and Melina even calls that out. She's like, oh, well, what about, like, working through it, or, you know, maybe the cheating's a phase. And like, no, absolutely not. Cheating is the end-all, be-all. This is crazy. Like, I was absolutely howling with laughter when we got to this segment in the podcast.
I think I'm not going to say this is worse. I mean, I already said that if a woman's getting abused, yeah, I think she should leave. Like, I mean, if it's a brief temporary thing, like,
What if it's mental abuse?
Dude, I would fucking love SC with a $2 super chat. Think it would be different if the man cheated? My response to that is, I would love. Like, do you have any idea how dope it would be if I had the Life is Strange rewind power? Imagine if I could debate conservatives with the Life is Strange 1 rewind power. Like, ask a Nazi that I'm debating a question, see what his answer is, rewind, ask another question, find out if he's hypocritical, and then rewind again, and then, like, determine my next move knowing that he's a hypocrite. Zan, you just want to win even harder? Dude, imagine how dope that would be. That is basically the gameplay of Life is Strange 1, though, with that rewind mechanic. It's like constantly winning debates by using time travel to like go into every conversation with information you shouldn't have.
Okay, now
It's
less
cut and dry.
You're setting your child up.
I think there's a small chance that Jonathan may have misunderstood the question. He may have thought he heard, is divorce worse than abuse? And that's what he was saying, that divorce is worse than abuse for the kids. Which is still a fucking stupid take, so I'm gonna tackle that one as well. What the fuck, man? You think that somehow kids witnessing their parents beating the shit out of each other is somehow less damaging than if they had just gotten divorced? You've got some issues you need to work through. My goodness. And then also, that lady that's behind them is saying that it's less cut and dry when it comes to mental abuse. Why? Abuse is abuse. What are you talking about? So far, up until this point in the episode, she hasn't said too much. She mainly just kind of agrees with everything the guys say, but she says it's less cut.
Yeah, these podcasts like Red Pill Bros hire like sort of this gaggle of like attractive women to sit there and like yes and nod at everything that they say. Believe it or not, like that all you really need to do to convince a bunch of teenage boys that your arguments about how to get women and like women's psychology are accurate is to pay a bunch of women to sit there and like agree. And like young teenage guys will unironically think these are a bunch of like turncoat women who are like revealing the dark evil secrets that these horrible bitches have tried to hide from you, their true nature, you know, and it's just a bunch of women that have been paid to be there to nod along to everything they say.
Cut and dry when it comes to mental abuse, which leads me to believe that she thinks it should be cut and dry when it comes to divorce
yeah, they
or
only
physical
had two
abuse.
here.
But she didn't say anything. She didn't chime up and say like, hey, I agree, the marriage should end then. She just stayed silent because I guess she was just looking for things to fight them on as opposed to agree with, which I think is always such a weird component of these debates where if you agree with your opponent, you're apparently losing, or you lose points by doing so, which is so fucking backwards. And that's why I think debates in general are kind of worthless, because it's never about changing someone's mind. It's always about just cementing your own beliefs and never faltering and never changing perspective on anything. So nothing good ever really comes from it, except for just general entertainment as a spectator.
Hey, Soak Done Left. Good to see you, buddy. Oh, thank you for the anonymous tier 1 sub to Orfeo333 over on Twitch.
And this one had me giggling, so I wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's it. So yeah. This is...
Oh, dope. That was a good video. I did not expect to see such a, like, thorough and very... Well, obviously I expected it to be well-made and funny, but I didn't expect to see such a thorough takedown of, like, the red pill thought process out of Charlie's video. I expected maybe, like, a little bit of dunking on like the fact that what they're saying is like very evidently ridiculous. Well, I didn't expect like a very clear, you know, like philosophical debunking of what they say and what they believe. He even seemed to understand like the kind of people they are and the things that they tend to think. I will never play a grind game that is for homosexual people. Chat. Soak Done Left is a heterosexual who will not play Classic WoW. I would like to announce once again, Soak Done Left is a heterosexual who will not play Classic WoW. I think that's where I'll end the segment. Oh, wrong screen. There we go. That was a good one. What do you guys think of that segment? I feel like that was a good one. I appreciate the person who sent that my way. Oh my god, there's a whole ass battle happening behind me. Jesus Christ. Alright, so here's the question, chat. Do I stream a while longer and do one more segment? Or do I wrap up now? Because I am a little bit tired. By a little bit tired, I mean I'm pretty tired. And I have to get to bed in a couple hours. Get sleep? Wrap up if you're tired. Damn, I was so straight that Zan ended stream. True. No, but for real, I've been going for 5 hours and 40 minutes now. Jesus Christ. You know what? We'll vibe and we'll fish together for another 20 minutes. I'll just chill here for the next 20 minutes talking to chat until we wrap up stream. How about that? I'm fishing. For those wondering why I'm fishing, it's because, well, for a couple reasons. These oily blackmouth fish sell for about 10 gold a stack, which is really not bad considering, you know, I can just kind of passively fish these up while I'm streaming, and 1 gold goes a long way in classic WoW, so it's actually a pretty lucrative gold farm for this point in the game, the oily blackmouth fish. And then I can vendor the raw rainbow fin albacore as well as the raw slither skin mackerel. And I can also open up these messages and bottles for stuff. And these crates and chests, the dented crates and the small chests, they also tend to carry some decent, like, loot. Usually it's, like, leather, cloth, and gems, and sometimes it's like blasting powder and pipes and screws, like stuff for engineering classes. Can we resume talking about the Warhammer 40k lore? I don't know what you were talking about with like 40k lore. Are you gonna do questing after stream or nah? I think I'll quest after stream. Yeah, I think I want to finish up Blade's Edge Mountains. I think I want to finish up Blade's Edge Mountains. Ugh. Or not Blade's Edge, sorry. Fucking Stone Talon Mountains, sorry. I'm stoned and tired. I was thinking of fucking, TBC for some reason. The Burning Crusade's a good expansion. I just wish that, I feel like the Burning Crusade got fucked over so bad by the level boost drama, even though it really had no effect on the game. Like, it really didn't have much of an effect on the game, to be honest. Is this a private server or a main WoW server? Also, what happened to the Waddle K stuff? This is a, official, like, WoW Classic server. I'm on White Main right now. I'm on Horde. And, yeah, I mean, if you want to join the guild, it is open for people to join. All you have to do is join my Discord server. It's linked in the description of my YouTube stream. And then all you have to do is go to, like, my members list and go find Balthazar and Ellen Degenerate. And message either of them a DM containing, like, an introduction of yourself, what experience you have with WoW, if any. Oh my god, this motherfucker's, like, making it hard to... Oh, it's Shore Flu. Hey, Shore Flu, could you not fish right on top of me? It's making it impossible for me to know when I've got a bite. Yeah, just could you fish on the other side of the dock, like that side? Oh, yeah, if you fish off the... Yeah, there's good. There's good. Yeah. I get so frustrated when people fish on top of me. I don't play WoW anymore. I get MMO addiction problems with most online RPGs. Like, I have a huge MMORPG addiction. Well, that's awesome, Nico the Nerd. Or Nico Nerd. We need you in the guild. We need somebody with severe MMORPG addiction in here. You'll be level, like, 60 after a week. So having no prior experience with WoW is okay? Yeah. Yeah, you don't need to have played WoW to join. Several people, like, I'm pretty sure Showfloor, who's right behind me. Showfloor, yes or no, did you ever play WoW before, prior to joining the guild? Or are you, like, new? Yeah, this is my first time. Yeah, this is literally Showfloor's here's first time, and she's literally a level 23 mage. Like, we've been questing with her, and she's now level 23. So, like, yeah, we'll teach you the game. We'll make sure that you, that you have fun and that you are actually, like, getting somewhere. We're taking care of our own in this guild. Just buy 20 WoW tokens and you're good. There's no WoW token in WoW Classic, but also you can't use WoW tokens to buy gold. It's one of those things where it's like, I hate Blizzard, But do people really need to spread misinfo about it? Because I'm pretty sure with the classic WoW token they added to yeah, but okay. All right, here's where I'm gonna rant for a bit, okay? I'm gonna rant. When Blizzard added the level boost to WoW Classic or to TBC Classic, it effectively had like no negative effect on the game. The most negative effect it had on the game was the cultural negativity around it. Like the people getting mad about the mounts that came with it and like doing the /spit emote and then like Blizzard responding by banning it. Like all of that negativity was what actually hurt the game. The actual level boosting existing, like your account getting to have one character you can level boost to 58 so you can go into Outland on it, like if you pay the money, like that didn't actually hurt the game in any way. But people said it was the start of a slippery slope. I was like, okay, a slippery slope, okay. Even though this doesn't necessarily hurt the game, I guess it's the start of things that could potentially, like, slide into things that will hurt the game. Okay, I guess I see where you're coming from. But then they... No, not in retail. We're talking about Classic. But then they come out with the WoW token in Waddle K Classic, and the way that it's used is you can use gold to buy the WoW token, which is then consumed for game time or traded with other players. I don't believe you can sell a WoW token for gold. But even if you can, there's no gold being created. It's a gold killer. If you buy a WoW token from Blizzard with gold, it's taking gold out of the economy, which decreases inflation, and it allows like players that are massive no-lifes that just farm gold all day and play a shit ton of WoW to get game time without paying. Like you literally get to, it's like RuneScape bonds. Stuff like this people call real-world trading, except you give money to Blizz. Well, the thing is, like the real-world trading, the real money trading that's been going on with like gold selling and stuff is never going anywhere. Like, people complain about it and say Blizzard needs to do something about it, but it's not going anywhere. Like, people... Like, even if it has to be people who are doing the gold selling and it's not bots, and it's being done, like, as covertly as possible, it's going to happen. And so if there is a way that you can buy gold, quote-unquote, because you're not really buying gold in this way, then, like, is it preferable that people get it from the economy and not from bots and, like, Chinese gold farmers? Because the Chinese gold farmers are, like, they're going into the dungeons with, like, multi-boxing mages, like 5 multi-boxing mages, and they're AoEing down entire dungeons for vendor trash, and then vendoring it all and creating gold. Like, the Chinese gold farmers that are running multi-boxers through dungeons and AoE farming them down and vendoring all the trash, they are generating gold. They are inflating the economy by existing. People buying from them is incentivizing them and gives them more resources to keep doing it. It's why the classic WoW economy inflates. If the WoW token is a thing, and people are spending large amounts of gold on WoW tokens, and then consuming them for game time, that is deleting gold from the economy effectively. Large swaths of gold from the economy are now being deleted. Yes, it benefits Blizzard, and yes, it allows lazy players to buy gold from Blizzard, but they would have bought it from Chinese gold farmers that are inflating the economy anyway. This is unironically a good change. The argument that you're making is this is a slippery slope, but if all these changes has led to more players being happy, and only the people that are unhappy being like the really like asshole people that just kind of want nothing to change and don't really have any logical arguments, they're just kind of mad and think things could be a slippery slope. Like, if the changes are good, and the changes are having a good effect, and you're worried that they might have a negative effect, doesn't that sound a little illogical? Like, they added the WoW token, and the effect it's going to have is going to be, like, getting rid of gold from the economy, which is especially needed in Waddle K, where vendor trash is worth a lot of fucking gold. Like, I have no doubt on Waddle K servers right now, the economy is probably fucked prior to the WoW token getting added. Because, like, last time I checked, when I was playing Waddle K Classic, the vendor trash from dungeons at, like, level, like, at max level, it's insane. It's insane the amount of gold you get. The economy probably inflated like crazy. And if you're going to maintain the Waddle K Classic, like, economy feel that it's known for, then you have to, like, implement a money sink. There's literally, like, what? Did you want them to, like, delete gold from people's accounts? The WoW token is the best option they have right now, besides, like, I guess adding new content that's not originally in Classic that allows you to, like a bunch of vendors, that vendor gear that are massive, like, gold deletes. New content that allows you to spend gold that's really useful, yeah, it's the only way. But now you're asking for Classic Plus, which is a much bigger ask than, like, anything else. I guess, like, then you're going to piss off the no changes crowd. I guess the thing that I guess confuses me as to why people are upset. I mean, I know why people are upset. It's because it's the WoW token and WoW token bad. I guess the thing that confuses me about why people are upset is that if you actually look at the, like, outcomes that are going to happen because of this, it seems like it's going to be good. Look at how old school RuneScape worked, lol. Yeah, old school RuneScape did this and it did work. I remember that WoW was like what WoW was like in the day. I've experienced it post them giving a shit about gold selling. I played Final Fantasy XIV for almost 2 years where they cracked down properly on this shit. It's a massive fucking difference. I played a little bit of FF14 before, and there are definitely gold sellers. The thing is that they, like, have to be careful about it, and they have, like, the thing with FF14 is they have, like, heavy chat filters on there. Like, if you mention add-ons, you'll get banned. Like, they don't want a culture around add-ons and shit, because it's, like, toxic. So, yeah. It's like a whole thing. They're, like, really strict. I don't know if you want Blizzard to go as strict as FF14, but I do agree that FF14 has a lot of really good ideas that Blizzard should take from. Utilitarian Wowist. So, for those that are confused about what I'm talking about right now, classic World of Warcraft is really so modern day World of Warcraft, compared to classic, has an insanely inflated economy. Right now I have 15 gold in my inventory. To give you, like, a real life comparison, this is like having, like, $1,500 in your bank account. Like, you're not, like, loaded, but you're sitting pretty. Like, you're able to afford, like, anything that's going to, like, you know, like, come across your way, right? 15 gold is, like, a pretty decent amount of gold in Classic. Like, this is not bad, right? You're not going to be able to buy any, like, insane gear or anything, but you're not going to find yourself, like, not having enough gold for basic things like questing, right? In modern WoW, in retail modern WoW, the economy has inflated so much that one of the most valuable mounts in the game that can be bought, it goes up onto the black market auction house. And I think last time I heard about it, it went for, it's the long-necked, like, dinosaur one. It went for 9 million gold. Valuable, like, really valuable things in WoW selling for millions of gold is not unusual now. It's at gold cap? Yeah, like, usually, like, the really valuable stuff is at gold cap. And, it's all insider trading. Yeah, but still, there's an insane amount of inflation in retail WoW. The WoW token helped significantly with it, but it just, the effect was already had before the WoW token came in, right? It was too late. With retail or classic WoW, it's important that you maintain the idea that, like, gold is extremely valuable and there isn't an inflated economy. And I think the WoW token is actually a pretty good way to deal with it. Yeah, I mean, but the problem is that you can't change the game unless they decide they want to do Classic Plus. I really hope Blizzard decides to do Classic Plus. If Blizzard announces Classic Plus, they announced hardcore Classic servers, which tells me they have, like, a focus on Classic. If they do Classic Plus, where it's just like, we're going to keep Classic like how it is, and we're just going to keep adding extra content, like more tiers of content, that would just be fucking amazing. I would be so thrilled. Like, basically, WoW Classic Infinite. I think it would bring a lot of people in. I think a lot of people want the game style of an end game of WoW Classic, but forever. Just new content coming forever with that game style. WoW Token's existence basically makes every piece of gear and content all of a sudden have a price tag in real world money. Is that bad? That's up to you. The problem with that is that it already did. Unfamiliar. You can go to a gold selling website. It always had a price tag. You could always pay like... I looked at one of those gold selling sites one time. It's like $40 to get 5,000 gold. You know, like it's a surprisingly low amount of money to get an absurd amount of gold in Classic WoW. And the reason why they can sell that much is because these gold farmers, they literally just run multi-boxers through dungeon instances and AoE farm down the dungeons, loot every bit of vendor trash, vendor it, and then run the dungeon again. And they run every high-level dungeon in the game like that, and they can literally make hundreds of gold an hour just by vendoring the trash and soloing the dungeon themselves. On a multi-boxing, like, bunch of mages or something. There was already a monetary value. Basically, Blizzard has taken an industry that existed illegally, and to the detriment of the game, and has made it official and regulated. And while it's not ideal, the problem already existed, and now it exists less. The problem is less bad now. The new problem, though, the problem that's even bigger, is the WoW Classic's reactionary tendency to basically respond to everything new, and everything that, like, the bandwagon decides is bad, with no regard for, like, thinking for themselves and just immediately jumping on the bandwagon, right? It's been 10 years and old school RuneScape is finally getting a new skill. I've always wondered about getting into RuneScape, but the idea that level 90 is halfway to level 99 is doesn't sit right with me. Doesn't sit right with me. What is RuneScape? It was the MMO that came out before WoW. That was really big. Like if you were like an MMO player prior to like 2018, you were either a WoW player, which were generally more like numerous, or you were a RuneScape player. WoW players tended to be a bit older, and RuneScape players tended to be a little bit younger. And now like WoW players are in their like 30s and 40s. Like I met a person in WoW the other day who was excited to find out I was 23 years old. Like, he'd mentioned he was 33, and I was like, I'm 23. He was like, holy shit, I didn't know people that young still were playing Classic WoW. Because this is like, this game has such a reputation as a boomer game. But it's also got a reputation as a stoner game. That's the thing they forget. Stoners love Classic WoW. Can you really think of like any better way to spend your time getting stoned than just like fishing off a dock in WoW and getting high? My biggest issue is that old school RuneScape could have gotten a new skill a long time ago, but you have content purists who think a new skill would kill OSRS. It's much like these classic WoW purists who don't want new content. Yeah. Well, there's now the classic WoW purists want Classic Plus, but they also want there to be servers that are the same. I don't know. I feel like the wants of the WoW community are stretched a little thin at this point. It's a bit concerning. That face when MMO boomer player, but never touched RuneScape Meridian 59, Ultima Online, EQ, DAOC, WoW, was my progression. Yeah, WoW is my, MMO of choice. I've only played WoW and FF14 as far as MMOs go. Those are the only MMOs I've ever played. God, who's fishing here? Hey, Architath, do you mind maybe fishing off the other side of the dock, so because I'm hearing your bobber, and I keep right-clicking my bobber when I hear your bobber go off. Thank you. My guildies are joining me to fish, but if they fish like with their bobber near my bobber, then it becomes like really hard to tell when my bobber's the one that's got a bite. WoW was definitely the game where everything ended up at from the multitude of boomer MMOs. Yeah, I think everybody, like EverQuest fans, got like funneled into WoW for sure. That was a pretty big part of it. But yeah. But yeah, all of you guys are welcome to join my WoW Classic guild. We've got a lot of people. If I go to guild and I show... these are the people that are online right now. We've actually got a fair amount of people online at the moment. Not bad. Ronka's level 36. Ranaka, sorry. Is level 36. Hot damn. A level 36 warrior, too. Jesus. You guys are shooting up past me. And then, if I show the whole, who's the highest level? Yeah, ShamWow Kitten and Ranaka are both level 36. God damn. They are blasting past me. I need to level tonight. But we've got a total of 70 guild members. Granted, some of these characters are alts. Some of these 70 guild members are alts. So it's actually not 70. It's closer to like 55 to 60. Some probably like 55. But we're growing. Like we're just constantly growing, and we're bringing in people nonstop, and we want more people. I want to grow the guild. I want hundreds of people in the guild, particularly because I want to win the Stranglethorn fishing extravaganza, and I need numerous warlocks and a whole death squad of people willing to defend me while I'm fishing up the fish. Trust me, you guys all want me to get that winning fucking prize, because I am like the biggest fisherman in the entire guild, and all of this fishing that I'm doing is to make gold for all of you. This is to buy you bags, this is to buy you gear, this is to buy you potions and everything you need for your professions, guys. I am the big money stacks gold making man, and I'm doing it with my fishing powers. I'm a Floridian, okay? This is in my blood, all right? Making money with a fishing pole in my hand, catching fish is in my goddamn blood, all right? I need to win the Stranglethorn fishing extravaganza. Stranglethorn Vale is practically the Florida of World of Warcraft. It's actually the Vietnam of World of Warcraft. I'd say, well, actually, no, it is the Florida of World of Warcraft. That is actually a good comparison, too. Zan is our sugar daddy? Exactly. Oh yeah, you guys can see here. Let me move the guild chat here. Alright, everybody say hi in the guild chat. The guild chat are the people that say guild next to them, and they have the green text. This is the guild chat. These are the people in the guild. Say hi to chat. Look, they're saying hello. The guildies are saying hello. You can be a part of this. You could be a part of this, guys. Join the guild. You see that? Rob Zombie says join. Do any of you guys regret joining the guild? It's fun, and it's my first time. Yeah, Rob Zombie's new to WoW. No regrets. We need healers? Yeah, we need healers, and we need warlocks. Not at all. No regrets on joining the guild. How much of a time commitment is WoW Classic? So here's the thing. Our mindset with this guild is that it's a marathon, not a race. If you want to get to max level in a very short period of time, you can no-life the fuck out of this game, and you can do that, if you so choose. The way we're playing it, though, or at least the way I'm playing it with, like, most people, is we're just sitting back, relaxing, and enjoying the ride. We're leveling a few ults. We're just enjoying the ride of questing together. We're doing it in big groups. We're going to be raiding when we hit max level. We're not trying to rush through this experience because we're enjoying it. We're having fun. We're having a good time. So the point is to sit back, enjoy it, and actually have fun doing the grind to max level. When you burn yourself out, like, pushing really hard and like, just constantly thinking about getting XP every hour, it makes it not fun. Like, I'm sitting here just fishing to make gold for the guild so people can buy bags and level up their professions. And I find this to be a way more fun, like, diversion. Because, like, now I go from fishing mode to questing mode. And, like, if I get bored of questing, I can go fish to make gold. And if I get bored of fishing, I can go quest to get XP. It's like, and the fishing is like making gold to go to the guild, and it's like, I don't know. We're just having so much fun. We're having a lot of fun. Who do I message on Twitter? Please respond. Oh, no, not on Twitter. So what you want to do if you're going to join the join the guild is you're going to join my fan Discord. It's in the description of the stream on YouTube. And you're going to find Ellen Degenerate or Balthazar in my Discord server. I'm banned from your Discord. Okay, message them on Twitter. Ellen Degenerate or Doge Professor on Twitter. You're going to message them an introduction of yourself. You're going to message them a explanation of like if you've ever played WoW and like why you want to play it and what experience you have with it, or sorry, like what experience you have with it, if any. And then you're going to have the final one be why you want to join the guild. Just a short paragraph, just a little like application, like 4-sentence paragraph, 5-sentence paragraph, and it'll do. I wish I had the drive or attention span to play an MMO. I always drop out after a few weeks. That's if you're playing it solo generally, but if you're playing it with friends, at least in my experience, like if I was playing solo Classic WoW, I would have dropped out by now, but having friends to play alongside it's just made it so fun. Like I'm just constantly excited to get on WoW. When I have the extra money to get a nice computer, I'll join the guild, so if you can keep it alive for a few years, I'd be down to join a marathon type dealio. Well, Classic WoW is a 19-year-old game. So having a nice computer is not necessary. You can run this game on a shitty laptop. Like, whatever computer you have now that you think is shit would probably be considered middle to top of the line back when this game came out. This is a 19-year-old game. This game might be older than some of you in chat. It's older than me, lol. Oh, for real? Bet. Yeah. Yeah, especially if you turn down the settings. If you're having any problems, like, which I highly doubt will happen, if you turn down the settings, you'll be able to run it. This is a 19-year-old game. Is it Waddle K Classic? No, it's World of Warcraft Vanilla Classic, and we're playing Horde on the server Whitemane, North America. North America, Whitemane. Whitemane, US. Sorry. Oh yeah, Noobifier. I spend a lot of time in the guild's VC. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, we do have a lot of white names in chat, huh? All right. Oh, look at the time. It's time to wrap things up. All right. Everyone, you guys have been enormously supportive today, and I really do appreciate it. I'm going to read some quick donos really fast, and then I'm going to be hosting a streamer. Let's see who needs the host. Who needs a host? Oh shit. Aiko Rules is covering the Illuminati leftist mafia drama. So you know what? You guys were hungry for it earlier, so I will do you guys the absolute solid of sending y'all over to her stream. So you guys can get the lore. Aiko Rules is cool. Go say Zan Raid. Go send some positive support. I really appreciate all of you. You have all been amazing. And as always, I love y'all and have a good one.